All right, testing. Here we go. Here we go. I think we're online. I think we're ready to go. If you're on the rewatch crew, you don't have far to skip ahead. I'm going to get right into it today. I think we'll do about 2 minutes just to make sure the sound is up, people can hear me, and we'll launch straight into it. I'm not going to give any delays because the Owens team is all about delays today. Today's coverage is characterized by the Owens team relitigating whether an overt act was established. They're doing everything they can to not put Sarah on first. That doesn't work. Obviously, Sarah does go on first, but for anyone who's tuning into the stream and then wondering why Sarah hasn't gotten on the stand, it's because there's probably about 2 hours of BS between that. Now, that said, Day 3 also included the cross-examination of Chelsea Kepsel. That was included in our last video, so we are going to skip past that in the video today. But we did skip past the motion hearings in between Chelsea Kepsel's testimony in the last video, so we're going to watch some of that, and some of that is the delay tactic. So let me just check that my screens are working. Great Seal of Florida's there. There is the zoom in when we have a emotional witness. That works. And this is me. That's probably not a great crop. Well, if I lean back, do the rock away. All right, so that's the setup for today. Let's go back to here as an establishing point. We'll say a couple hellos, and then we'll get right into it. Kitten Pusher, Detective Wolbefit, Just My Opinion, Phil for Dom Russo, Disney Mom. All the most recent, Blink Bunny. I keep seeing your post to Suma's page, Blink Bunny. For some reason, the algorithm's like, you got to see this again. Sarah with another middle name? That's crazy. Jane Crow, Rita Schuler. Good. I hope you're all on live chat or all messages, so you're not missing out on any of the messages from your friends, like Ramono. Good to see you. But yeah, make sure you're on all messages. If you like these streams, give it a like. If you don't have to. You know, I'm not going to force you to do anything. It's just something you can do. It doesn't cost you anything. Good morning, Paintbox Tunes. Ocean Sounds, hello. Beth of a Salesman, always pleasure to see you. That's how we greet each other. You guys just don't know how we are. You don't understand. Me and Beth. All right, let's get over to one of the viewing screens, and then I'll get myself situated as well. I'm going to take down the transcript because I have to find out where I am in the transcript. So take that down, and we'll just let the court come in and at their own pace. We'll make sure it's playing. First, people, I've skipped 19 minutes into this video. Looks like people start showing up within a minute, so we'll leave it. We want to see all these, the entrances, the hellos, the, oh, it's good to see you. Oh my God, your hair looks so great today, Sarah. I can't believe how good it looks. We're doing such a good job making you popular. Gonna make you popular. Popular. All right, this is still going. That's working. Okay, court sound is working. Sweet. I've got an industrial box fan going over on the corner there. It's not even being picked up by the mic, so that's awesome. For today's viewing, I have a couple of juice boxes. It's like I forgot where the camera is. A couple juice boxes. I'm not a fan of peppermints, so I got these York peppermint patties. These I am a fan of. I got two kinds of cookies instead of chips. So we've got these Celebration maple leaf cookies. Get more of a Canadian thing, I guess. Maple leaf stamped with a creamy maple leaf, like an Oreo center, but with a maple flavor. That Oreo consistency of, churned fat. And then these caramel truffle butter cookies. So it's like a cookie with a caramel center. And then like a chocolate top. And then what stream following Sarah Boone not getting Pop-Tarts would be complete without frosted Pop-Tarts? And if you're not watching my shorts, make sure that you've checked out the Pop-Tart parody. There's a Kia parody on there. There's a Woodbridge wine parody. really getting into the commercial parodies. It's a whole new genre for me. You just have to look up old commercials. They have their, really cool, nostalgic kind of pacing and sound, and then just apply Sarah Boone to it. Anything that her dirty aura has touched and cheapened and tainted is perfect for parody. So that's what I'll be doing. James Owens, Mr. J, getting into a little tete-a-tete here. Hey, I told you it'd be right here. Well, it's not right here. Mr. Owens, I've been preparing for this trial for 4.5 years. You've had 4.5 days. I think I know where things are. All right. I see what you're saying. Speaking of that voice, special surprise. Well, not a surprise if I'm telling you, but tonight's Friday Night Ramble, I have the transcript to Allen versus Georgia. If you're not familiar with Allen versus Georgia, there's no video of it, but it is an unhinged, wild back and forth between a defendant and a judge that the creators of Rick and Morty found so amusing that they animated it and did the voices as though it was Rick and Morty. Morty is the judge and Rick is the defendant. I can't do that great of a Rick and Morty voice, and, it's their voices anyway. But I do a decent James Owens, and the defendant, he stammers a bit. So I figure with, the stammering, I can do Defendant Allen as my James Owens voice, and I'll just do the judge my regular voice, a little bit more gravitas. And anyway, we'll be reading that script, and it's off the wall crazy. It's unhinged madness, lunacy. And I'll post the link to the Rick and Morty versions of it, which are also amusing. But yeah, we'll do that for fun tonight. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. Everybody around the world. James and Shelby having a little chit-chat about jury things, no doubt. Or, how's Sarah looking? Oh, she looks great today. Looks great, James. I did her eyeliner. She's going to look like so believable. You're not even going to believe how believable she looks. All right, Shelby. All right. You're doing good stuff here. I know I've given you a Herculean task. Make Miss Sarah Boone look presentable, but dag nabbit, you've done it. Chains. And courtroom audio will pick up, of course, once the court goes on the record. So filling you in as best I can as we go. Well, I also get myself in sorts. I was only asleep less than an hour ago. Right, the stream is working, volume's working. Hey, Bernice, good to see you. Bernice wanted to get to the gym this morning, but had to drop off a self-cleaning litter box bought for daughter and then needed to go to the store. I appreciate knowing that because I have nothing to do, and the more I hear about other people having things to do makes me feel better about having nothing to do. That said, I am doing something right now, so I guess I'm busy too. Disney Mom says, that's a nice belt Sarah's wearing. Oh, wait, never mind. That's her handcuff belt. No, that's a little whips and chainsy for me, but, Sarah wears it well. Ah, fantastic. Another one to say gets days off at the same time that we get to do our Sarah trial rewatches. Great timing. Glad that works for you. Kitten Pusher points out that I work a very long day, and that's more than something. That's true. I don't really think about it as work because, well, partially I don't get paid enough. But it's really fun for me doing this kind of stuff. So as long as it stays that way, fantastic. Just looking at my setup here, I think I'm meant to be down in this corner. right where I've got the bar. Yeah, only half a bar. I'll hang out down here, and if I need to move into the upper corner, I'll go back there. Why was I in the upper corner? I don't know. But now you can see my fancy new mic. There it is. Colors switching and rotating. So where are we starting today? I should try and catch up in the... Oh, that's an exciting thing. There is some sidebars today, and I haven't caught up to where I should be in the transcript, mostly because I didn't want to spoil the sidebars for myself. I could tell there was a couple of them that during Sarah's testimony that were probably Mr. J, Your Honor, we've been through this. She has to do... So I didn't want to spoil it for myself by reading through, but there's at least a couple of them that I was super interested in, which made me excited to do this stream because I knew you guys would be interested as well. Yeah, give me a second. Let me just scroll that. Oh, I can't be down here. This is where the transcript goes. That's what the spot was empty for. Okay, I'll move myself. Okay, there's the part of the transcript where we learn that James' middle name looks like Sylvian, but is pronounced Sullivan. James Sullivan Owens. For a guy who pronounces everybody's name wrong, with a name like Sullivan that looks like Sylvian, you'd think you'd take more time pronouncing people's names right, but not James Owens. Oh, I can hear courtroom audio on. Okay. Gives me a slight audio break.
Case number 2020-CF260, the State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Announce your names for the record, beginning with the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black blazer and a dark blue blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir. 3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest.
Ooh, the
I did
conflict.
review the motion.
Okay. The 3 discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th.
Okay, so this reminds me a little bit now, but the conflict motion, I think, is where he starts bringing up how James Owens may have a conflict in wanting the trial to continue for his own reputation rather than for the best interests of his client. Something we can take a look at here while we're paused. Look how high up on his head James Owens wears his glasses. I've never seen anyone have the arm or the glasses that far above the ear. Like, is that normal? And now that, I pointed it out, you will see it the whole trial. It's not like they're just there for a second. That is the default resting place for Mr. Owens' glasses. Anyway, let's listen. The discovery motions are mostly about them trying to bring in the late information, everything from Pearl Walker testifying on Sarah's behalf, but also no chance for a deposition on those witnesses. Anyway, we'll let Mr. J explain it first, and I'll re-explain it if necessary.
For October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete. It was about 3 of the 5 incidents. I do agree with 2 of the redactions.
Hello to Ketty Nilagahar. I've not seen you in my chat before, and I'm glad to see you here and chatting. Thank you.
And we're getting those taken care of. But obviously, just like connecting to the court screen, it takes time, and I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else
Margaret
in
Adam.
the office has to do it. The third incident, I think we're still not on the same page as to what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning. I have not heard anything yet from the defense team about the 4th and 5th incident. I was told that Attorney Beck was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it.
The audio scratching originates at source. Little shade to Kevin Beck. I was told Kevin Beck would be handling it. As of this point, he has not. We don't see much of Kevin Beck in the trial. He gets all the shit jobs. I noticed he's the one who has to make the motion to dismiss that comes up today. And again, that's just a time-wasting motion, but you can see that he almost feels embarrassed. He's as embarrassed to ask for a motion to dismiss as Owens was to ask for peppermints.
Second discovery issue is...
Hey, Blue Giraffes.
Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health
On
records.
10/18, October 18th, that would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after
Tam
court
Tam.
about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, pages 26 and 48.
You know what? I'm going to take a pause because Jesse Bees has asked an excellent question that's worth exploring a little bit. Jesse Bees says, I'm curious why the defense attorney gets so much criticism. What do people think his responsibility should have been? Do we wish every lawyer should have passed? I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword here, Jesse. I think James Owens, there's a bit of begrudging respect for him where people are like, you know, whatever I say about him, I'm still glad he was here because he made X, Y, and Z happen so that, you know, the appellate record is preserved. So there is nothing to argue on appeal. You know, so there's a number of little like kind of backhanded reasons that people actually like Owens as much as they disparage him. I think some of it is just in the circumstances. So he came on so late that he was doomed to look stupid. And, you know, that's what you get for signing up, right? He had an opportunity. If she took the plea deal, he could have looked like a hero. You know, I swooped in, I got the plea deal, and I solved everything and, you know, called James Owens, and I'll get you, you know, down to 15 years from your life sentence. Didn't work, right? So that was best case scenario for him. Worst case scenario is what happened. He got exposed for having no preparation. He has a client that's making him argue stupid motions. So I think a lot of the criticism for Owens is more good-natured than hateful, like the criticism towards Sarah. But it's interesting you point that out because he's an easy whipping boy for people who follow the Sarah Boone case. And it's not entirely his fault. I think it's definitely partially his fault. Some of the arguments he made, he didn't need to agree with things that Sarah did. He could have maybe put up more of a fight, but and he had some history before coming to the case. I know, I think Tanika, Danielle Chavon, there's a few other creators that looked into his background a little bit, and I think caricatures did something as well. So that may have spoiled the broth before he even got a chance to cook. But it's a great question, Jesse Bees. I think that he does get a harder time than he deserves, and at the same time, he deserves a little bit of a hard time. So I don't feel bad kind of knocking on him, but a lot of it was circumstances, not necessarily who he is as a lawyer. I'm sure he's very good at just the procedural, hey, he did a crime that's going to get him 2 to 3 years. How about we get him down to 18 months and, 5 years probation, or, those kind of little negotiations in his town. He's probably just fine. But this was a bigger stage, and, some people flourish on the big stage. Others, James Owens on the big stage.
Out of the 111, I would just appreciate if I could get a copy of the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced into court, so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding the victims'
Plethora, put that in your quiver, Sarah.
hospital records, and that there was some sort of discussion we had that they were to narrow it down. And I have not been given any narrowed down version of that so that we can confirm we're on the same page or use the court's time if there's a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Responses to the first discovery issue regarding body-worn camera and 911 calls is to the, my understanding, 5 prior incidents. Defense.
Judge, I can speak to 3 of them. There were 3 of them that I reviewed, and I believe I reviewed them on Sunday. I had made the decision for what I thought needed to be redacted. I think the first 2, if I remember correctly, I said that was fine. We didn't even have any redactions to it. I think it's 1 that I said redactions to, and I think this.
Let me know in chat if you can hear Tony Henderson. If you can't, I'll start doing a Tony Henderson.
Agrees with that. The specific one that I didn't quite know, and I think that has to do with a body cam where it comes to, and I believe it's Mr. Torres' mother. I can't quite be for sure, but she's been asking questions and all, and I think it's about, if I can recall correctly, about Mr. Torres' whereabouts at that time. I didn't know the relevance of that at that time, but that was the only part of that to let the state know. I just don't really know the relevance. It could come in at a different point and become relevant. But as to the other 2, I think we were on page with. I had been out to the jail that day. It was late. Then I asked Mr. Beck to do the other 2 redactions, but I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him about that since, so that's where we are there.
So is the 3rd incident that the state has identified for which there's seemingly no responses to redaction, is that the body-worn camera purportedly between law enforcement and Mr. Torres' mother?
That's what I believe it to be.
Mr. J?
We're just
Bless you.
We're just not on the same page. On that 3rd incident, which I believe was.
So this is an example of how out of sorts the Owens teams was. They're objecting to video that Mr. J was even talking about bringing in. They're like, well, I don't know what the relevance is of the body-worn camera when they inform the mother. Mr. J's like, no, we're talking about the body-worn camera. And we see it later, the stuff he uses in the rebuttal case. He doesn't use George Torres' mother. He uses the arrest footage when all the previous calls to number 3, Franz Lane. Franz Court?
June 15th of 2019. The state only indicated to them that we were intending to introduce 1 video file. It is not of the victim's mother. It is of them at Sarah Boone's house. And the objection to the files that they were objecting to, which we don't seek to introduce, just said ID, and I don't know that as a legally recognized objection. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We understand which file the state wants to use regarding the 3rd incident, because he's describing files the state does not intend to use. The first couple of incidents, we agree. There's a 911 call that seemingly cuts off into an OPD call at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. We're cutting that to the end. The second one, Ms. Boone at like 3 minutes and 43 seconds indicates that she had been arrested prior. So we cut
I've been arrested before for defending myself.
that out. We're going to cut that out. That cat's out of the bag. So what we're looking for now is just making sure we're all on the same page about the 3rd incident. I sent screenshots. There's a tool called Snipping Tool in Windows. I literally create a rectangle around the files that I'm
Mr. J gives a TED talk on how to use the snipping tool in Windows.
Intending to use their file size and the folder that includes the OCSO agency case number incident, so we could be as crystal clear as possible.
Good morning,
And
indoor camper.
I'm still getting objections about things we don't want to introduce on that incident, and I've gotten no response with the fourth and fifth incidents.
All right, addressing the third incident is the specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident, seemingly the body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has no intention of utilizing.
Yes, sir. And Judge, just,
Utilizing.
it's a lot, so if I could have one more
Sure.
to isolate which incident it is.
Oh, and that's a total separate thing, but I'm going to mention it now because it's hilarious and it's something to look forward to. Owens' big stupid posters come out today. I don't think Owens knew there was an overhead projector here in the court. So all of his big stupid posters, you'll see he also has 8x10s. Those 8x10s get blown up on the big screen, which is at least, 300 or 400% larger than his big stupid posters that he probably paid anywhere from, $80 to $100 to get mounted onto the coroplast. And so that's just funny. That's just if you don't like James, you got that to look forward to.
That's not the one. I understand.
He said he wanted to fucking end. Excuse me? Say it again.
The third incident,
Fucking end me.
that would be June 18th.
Mr. Henderson said, my understanding is the state is talking about the third incident. That would be June 18th.
OCSO case number, and then I get a response based on incident dates.
There we
So
go.
we have to kind of cross-reference.
So Mr. J is referencing the official case number, which should make it unique so it won't get confused with other things. And Mr. Henderson's like, you talk about the incident on 7/18? Yeah, the only incident that happened on 7/18. No, I'm talking about the case number of the file I fucking sent you. Be right back. You just got to get a coffee cup.
Just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that at 3:51, well, I had to find it, 3:51, it turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates that 9:40 to 9:43, there's a redact request with previous arrest. The state.
And just so you guys know, this is all stuff that I clipped out of the Chelsea Kepsel day, because wouldn't this have been a drag waiting for her cross-examination going through this? I think presenting it like this, if you watch court footage, you're used to, okay, the first couple hours is bullshit. Before the real action starts, I can get my coffee, I can get situated. So now that I'm watching this, I'm happy that we did it this way.
Agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 9:43, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572. And in that particular case, what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce. Judge
Kranick has a look on his face like, why are we dealing with this? I know I have to listen to it, but you guys should have sorted this out overnight.
2 911 calls, and 1 video file labeled axon_flex_2_video_2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes 7 seconds to 2 minutes 18 seconds paren ID, and then video 4 in file, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds paren ID. So my confusion lies in I did not indicate 3 or 4 files, it was just 1 file. And then again, with the other 2...
I don't want to address 4 and 5 yet.
Okay.
It's my understanding there's no response. We'll address that momentarily. Responses to the clarification as to what it is the state seeks for incident 3.
No redaction.
Okay, all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to...
After all of that. And so what do you want? No redaction. Okay? Oh. Let me just
introduce?
No, courtroom audio seems fine. Okay. Worried it might be quiet. I have room to bring it up.
What we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019. We indicated the desire to use axon_flex_2_video_2019-08-28_2024. And then at their request, they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr. Torres, but nothing that the state was objecting to. So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28, 2019, what say the defense?
Is this Mr. Beck?
John, I don't know about
Yeah.
the state's position on this. There's a portion of this video at the very end that's very personal to a investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking anything to redact.
You guys hear Mr. Beck? I'll read his bit. Your Honor, I don't know about the state's position on this. There is a portion of the video at the very end that's very personal to an investigating officer, and they may want to redact. We're not asking anything to be redacted. Oopsie.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then...
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all.
We'll give you a moment. Gives me a moment to say hi to Hairball Yarn. And I'm sure I said hi to Kelly. I can miss Kelly. Kelly has given me an idea for another fantastic Dandy short. If you guys ever have ideas, feel free to send them my way. It might not
As to
come
the
out the same way that you
fifth
saw
incident,
them,
Mr.
but I'm always interested to hear what you've got cooking in your heads.
Request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the third video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all on the same playing field.
Okay.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079759, and that was on September 4th of 2000.
A good question by Detective Wobefit, and I don't know the answer, but I'll read it for everyone's benefit. Is that the one with the "one of you will die one day" statement in the body cam, Dandy True Crime? Very possible. Like, we know if they get through, then we'll see exactly which ones during the rebuttal part of the defense, which of these body cams get in. If I remember seeing them, I know Caricatures has a great archive of all the arrest body cams. I think it's in like a 3 or 4 hour video of hers. But you can see how there's some stuff that is would be prejudicial, and other stuff that's quite informative to the things that Sarah has claimed. Well, we know she's claimed, and we'll actually see her claim again as we go retroactively into a prioristic version of herself.
2019, within that screenshot that I sent to them.
No worries, another one to say. Well, you're probably back now catching up, but first half of this you can probably watch on time and a half if you're behind.
Friday, and then resent it.
And then when Sarah's testimony comes in, lock in at regular speed for sure.
Was photographs of the defendant taken at that time at their request. Shows a cut in her ear.
Oh, the bloody ear.
Then there is also one body-worn camera.
The pimple she popped before.
Labeled 1924755. Oh, strike that. 192473549_GEN_INV.
Now, I know which video you're talking about, Detective Wolbefit. It's the one where we find out that George prefers to be called George. The cop makes a very, hey, I'll call you by your name. If it's, Jorge, then I'm Jorge, and then he says George. And in the car, George is still very reluctant to say anything negative about Sarah, probably because he knows it'll just get him in trouble in the future. And the cop is giving really good advice, like, dude, just get out of there. Like, you don't need to. She's crazy. In not so many words, he's still being, fairly diplomatic and trying to be a third person about it. But it's probably the best warning that George ever got from law enforcement, thinking back to it. But I can't remember if that's in the rebuttal videos. Tune in next Friday. It's probably going to be 2 Fridays from now before we get to that. Next Friday is going to be all the experts they bring in to bolster Sarah. So if you want to do some hate watching, look forward to Dr. Julie Harper's testimony.
And then the 911 call from that incident.
Any redactions sought by the defense with regard to that specific?
Bill for Dom Russo says the bloody ears from bumping into the hall tree. She was notorious for bumping into the hall tree, from what I remember.
Body-worn camera or 911 call?
Well, we're not necessarily seeking redaction, Your Honor. However, there are 2 separate videos. One seems to focus on Jorge Torres. One seems to focus on Ms.
Kevin Beck is still calling him Jorge Torres.
Boone, and there is clearly some redundancy. They're both body cams. One went upstairs where Mr. Torres was found hiding in the shower for bathroom.
The hiding one, yeah.
And so some of that's redundant, but there are actually 2 separate videos pursuant to the fifth.
Mr. J, are there 1 or 2 videos that the state's seeking?
There's one, the one that I listed in the file.
Okay. Do you know if that's a... Bruce, can you find out what counsel's here for? Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there's interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Okay. Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions?
No.
Okay, all right. So just as a recap, with regard to the first incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body-worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are 2 911 calls and 1 body-worn camera sought by the state to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28, 2019 incident for which there is no redactions to the body-worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the 5th event, 3 photos of the defendant, body-worn camera, and a 911 call for which there are no redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park. Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday. How that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking, and then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into evidence?
I believe they've received everything from us, Your Honor. We identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted extension out of the rule of completeness. I believe we're...
But my understanding from Mr. J was...
Yeah, I've caught up on the transcript. I believe they've received everything from us, Your Honor, says Mr. Beck. We've identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense that the state wanted essentially out of the rule of completeness. I believe
that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in. Those 12, 14, 15 pages.
I don't think so.
If you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate it.
I'm not sure it exists, Your Honor. That's what I'm saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We can get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Judge, we'll work on it.
Okay,
Oh.
perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be
I thought he was
intangible.
silent.
Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, George Torres.
That's my understanding.
We need to do that, Judge. We've got to do that.
Okay. My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
Well, the second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in Bay County tomorrow. I will be here Thursday, and I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning as soon as he gets here from Coral Gables.
Did either Doctors Brannon or Harper rely on those medical records?
No.
I'm not going to say everything because I'm eating, but he's just talking about Dr. Brannon and whether the medical records are part of his testimony. Dr. Brannon is just testifying as an expert, not as an expert on the case.
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago. I think the question was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering.
I went up there.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of George Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll pare it down if we are.
Okay, you've got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
And I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert. He does not have relatively familiarity with this case, and so there are no medical records or any other records that he has relied upon his knowledge and expertise.
Okay. All right. State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of
BRB Queen, if I'm going to do steak and mick the potato, I might do that for the evening stream. Morning stream is about all kinds of good snacks. I have cookies. I have 2 juice boxes. I have Pop-Tarts. And I have peppermint York patties. Because fuck peppermints. Like, who would eat peppermints with that other collection of food? Imagine eating a peppermint and a cookie and a Pop-Tart in the same little snack meal. Ugh.
the motion until he made mention of it. So we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that, and we can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right, anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need
Hey,
to talk
Charles
about
Grieve,
that.
welcome.
Excuse me?
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure, come on up, yo.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on up, yo. Where is it? Oh, my God. Yeah, okay. My takeaway, Mr. Owens, is you did not have the opportunity to review it yet, so I was tabling it for the moment. Mr. Beck, well, it should be done in camera is what I'm saying, not in public. Mr. Owens, this is not in camera right here? Mr. Beck says it wasn't. The court says, we're at Sidebar. I don't know if it's in camera. None of the, unless you're in the position to address it now, I'm fine with that. My takeaway is you were not, Mr. Beck. I briefly looked at it. They haven't even looked at it. I was just trying to understand where it was coming from. Is he saying that we're going to request costs for post-conviction travel costs? You want me to say what I want to say? Oh, that was Mr. J. Do you want me to say what I want to say? Mr. Owens, yes. Mr. J, okay, here's my concern. The defense team is comprised of 4 attorneys, a trial jury consultant, and I don't know what their backup support staff is, but beyond that, the only thing that I noticed is getting paid for by the JAC is the Billy Lane. The court says, and the experts. Mr. J says, and the experts. But beyond that, this is a tremendous expense to come down here, shut down. I believe he described it as shutting down his practice for a month, coming down here. And speaking to one of the other members of the team, it seems like other members of the team are getting paid by Mr. Owens. And at the end of the day, I'm just wondering where all this money's coming from. Is this a charitable gift, which is fine? If Mr. Owens wants to provide a charitable service and get his pro bono hours for doing this case with Ms. Boone, that's fine. But if there's some sort of deal with Ms. Boone about story rights, anything like that, then there becomes a potential conflict of interest. I don't want her to make allegations in a 30 or 3.850. If she gets convicted, they will know there will be an appeal. There will be a 3.850 if the appeal fails. And I don't want anything about a conflict of interest saying, well, I would have pled, but my attorney didn't do what he should have done in getting me to plead. For example, because of a contractual arrangement we made for how he's going to get paid for all this. So the state doesn't even need to be a part of it. We would prefer that there's an in-camera hearing so this can all be put on the record to see if there's an actual conflict. And if there is an actual conflict, whether Ms. Boone, under case law, knowingly, intelligently waives any conflict for the purposes of 3.850, after that in-camera proceeding, it can be sealed and unsealed if there's a 3.850 someday. Mr. Owens says, I think we need to address it later. There's no deal. There's no conflict. Court says, I'm going to give them the opportunity to review it. Mr. Owens, we're going to address it on the record. The court says, and discuss it themselves. I'm not going to address it right now because by your own admission, Mr. Owens, 2 or 3 of the members of your team have not reviewed it. And Mr. J, I do have a slight correction. My understanding is Mr. Henderson's daughter was recently barred, so there are 4 attorneys working over there. Mr. J says, that's what I said. The court says, I thought you said 3. I apologize. Mr. Owens, she hasn't filed a notice of appearance. Court says, I understand. Mr. Rose says, as attorney of record. Court says, I get it. So let's table it. I'll look at it during the lunch hour and we'll readdress it, if necessary, this afternoon. Anything else we need to address, Mr. J? Mr. J, no, sir. Court says, anything else we need to address from the housekeeping's perspective from your side of the ledger? Mr. Henderson, no, sir. Owens, I don't think so. Court says, okay, bring in our jury. I'll short colloquy your client, and then we'll bring in our panel. Thank you. And then back to open court. Ooh, I shouldn't have eaten just before that. So you guys are going to have to keep an eye on Sarah. They focus on Sarah during the sidebars. And
All right, thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon. State is advised they're ready to proceed. Mr. J shook his head yes. Defense, you ready to proceed?
actually, and just for the audio transcript record, the previous sidebar is probably one of the most important sidebars of the trial. It does come up later, but we definitely didn't know about this when we were watching the trial live. So Mr. J rightfully brought up the concern over whether James Owens and the team has some secondary financial benefit that they're planning on from this case. And if that's the case, if they're, we don't care about investing the money in it because we're going to get it down the line from a documentary, a book deal, whatever it is. And they're giving Sarah bad advice because you're not going to make tons of money off a book deal about getting a plea in 3 days. You're going to get a book deal for I was in the trial of the century. And so it's a rightful concern that Mr. J brings up. And that's why I'm guessing whatever a 3.850 is, ineffective assistance of counsel or that sort of thing. And that's why he wants it on the record now. Like, hey, state said this might be a problem before they even litigated the defendant's testimony. So,
Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Boone, are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
very.
Absolutely.
Are you still on board with the strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense?
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in
All
our
right.
panel.
And we'll be going straight to Detective Kepsel, which means we'll be skipping Detective Kepsel. We'll let you guys, but if this looks familiar, this was just before Detective Kepsel's cross-exam. We watched that in the previous video. If you didn't see it, you can always watch that on last week's replay. But we'll be skipping ahead to the next round of bullshit motions. Sorry. We'll give Chelsea a chance just to take the stand. She's just looks stunning. Fantastic. So let her have her easy breezy cover girl moment, and then we'll move on. That strand of hair, ugh. I don't know what would be worse. It was tucked behind her ear or it's
State, do
hanging
you
there
recognize our
tickling her
jury?
cheek.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone will be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this matter. Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. All right, State, if you could please recall Detective Kepsel.
State would call Detective Kepsel.
And this is an interesting wrinkle. I didn't really think about it at the time, but Sarah having to go on after Chelsea, it's not like she, woke up and today's my day. She had to sit here through morning bullshit motions and then an hour of Chelsea Kepsel looking just radiant and fantastic.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, good morning again. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes.
My name is Chelsea Kepsel, Chelsey.
Testimony on the replay from last week. Fantastic. We put it all into one episode, so if you're a Chelsea Kepsel fan, it's great for a replay because not a lot of other extraneous distraction testimony. It's Chelsea from beginning to end with all the sidebars as usual. I think, what do we got, about a minute here? Less than that. Shout out to all of this episode's sponsors. Sponsored today by Pop-Tarts, frosted strawberry flavored Pop-Tarts. Leclerc's Celebration brand cookies, available in caramel, truffle, and maple. York Peppermint Patties, milk chocolate covered peppermint patties by York, low in fat. You know what that commercial break made me think of? Morgan & Morgan. That's right. Morgan & Morgan is sponsoring every law tuber and true crime and analysis, and they haven't sent me anything. Morgan & Morgan, come on. Where's the cash? Show me the money. Show me the money. Morgan & Morgan. You know, that would probably do better than a lot of Jesse Weber's ads. If you're out there, Morgan, or Morgan, either of you. I bet either one of you could hire me without having to consult the other. Now, I know we're supposed to ignore the people that are behind Judge Kranick, but
We're back on the record.
lady in the brown
2020 CF
jacket.
2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
She's got a great look, and there's at one point that the jurors are asking questions, and you can see that I'll highlight it when it comes up, but one of the jurors puts her hand up. Judge Kranick doesn't notice it, and she's doing all she can not to say, because I know that she's been told to be quiet, but you can see with her eyes, she's acknowledging, oh, I see you. Well, don't worry.
Appearances for the state.
Yeah, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Sarah Boone, Your Honor.
Do we have any motions?
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah
You may
Boone, Your
proceed.
Honor.
If I may approach the podium, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Kevin Beck now has to make the motion for dismissal. And yeah, he looks as sheepish doing this as Owens did asking for peppermints.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move for a judgment acquittal. I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned.
Pro forma just means matter of fact. So basically, I know that I'm just going through the motions, but and that's probably why they got me to do it, because I'm the junior attorney on this case. So he's kind of shading Owens for giving him the shit jobs by saying this.
Responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit.
In this instance, I'll make an argument that has some merit. Well, that's be nice for a change from the Owens team. Okay, let's hear it.
I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties.
Pro forma means for the sake of form. Another word for it could be considered protocol.
Prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the...
And can you guys hear Kevin Beck okay, or do you need the Kevin Beck for the audio? Well, you know what? He's quiet. I'm going to turn up the court audio for now, but I have to turn it back down because I have too many boosts on it to help others.
nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have.
Hey, juror number
this
3.
down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?"
Why is this
The
happening?
detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
Because George is dead.
Because George is dead.
Because George is dead.
That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are 3 elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind.
Okay, where's the however?
The fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase.
That's not a fact.
Albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim.
Yeah, so right off the bat, that's the key thing that's wrong with this argument is he says the fact that George got into the suitcase voluntarily. That's not a fact. It's a statement. It's been entered as evidence by a witness, the only witness who was in the house. But as Mr. J says at the end, you can choose not to believe anything she said. Lies about one thing, lies about who knows what.
Apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction.
This is fascinating. So he's going to now try and say that depravity hasn't been proved. And think, okay, yeah, Judge Cranick is giving the subtle finger here. This is like he might not even know he's doing it. But Judge Cranick has seen at least the interrogation video if he hasn't seen the direct suitcase videos because he had to rule on the Miranda issue. So to have Kevin Beck say that, they haven't produced enough information for depravity. There's a little fuck you, Kevin Beck. That's just how we do things.
This matter.
Oh, no, that's the index finger. He's a champ. He's not going to give away that kind of stuff. But he's doing it as middle fingery as he can.
Depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity.
The clerk has flipped back her signs. They're still on the desk. Another one to say asks, has anyone seen the don't approach the clerk sign in any other trial? I think that's something, it might have been something that she set up when Sarah was pro se. I was on Suma's stream last night just watching, and she was watching 2 of the pro se hearings with her chat, and the signs were out there on full display, so it very well could have been the clerk going, stand back, Miss Murderer. Like, you do not approach the clerk. There's a sign there telling you so. But you can see they're still flipped up on the desk. They're just, she's got them ready if people start straying, getting out of sorts.
But it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony, an argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that
Hey, Mandy.
suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry.
Kitten Pusher says, there's a little Donald Sutherland in our Dan D True Crime. He's looking very 1970s Sutherland today. It reminds me of one of the, I'll call it the best and the worst backhanded insults I ever got. I'll have to get a picture from my brother. But I had my hair dyed like blonde, like, you know, white blonde, like the color you dye it before you're going to put Kool-Aid in it to make it that color. And then never colored it. Anyway, I'm out at some bush party, and, you know, it's open field. There's a bonfire, you know, people drinking beer, whatever. And, you know, random people, there's probably 200 people there, so only like 10, 15 I knew. And some guy I didn't know, I'm chatting for a bit, and he says, you know, you look just like Kiefer Sutherland if he let himself go. And it was so on point, because I totally did look like Kiefer Sutherland, like, you know, that got rid. It was on point. I couldn't even get mad.
But that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is a prima facie case that, in fact, she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge, because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case. Whether any trier of fact, in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them, establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case.
Jay speaks clearly into the microphone, so I'm just bringing down the volume of the court feed again.
The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone. That has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds would be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events, and therefore we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement both on the 24th and 25th that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep, everything was good, And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are two distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
If I may.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last.
Yeah, you can't do that this time.
Put on the photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of discharge and our defense, self-defense and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, for the court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal, to just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask a colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know, it's 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers to meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here.
Just need a little time to talk to my client about that.
A short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity, but before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right.
Officer
You go
Jones
back and have that
says yes.
conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
Recess. That said, we don't have time for recess. We're going to skip ahead. We'll let the courtroom feed play out while they're still on camera, of course. And we'll throw that picture of myself back up. Yeah, that picture recently resurfaced. I think it would have been about 22 to anywhere from 22 to 24. Wearing a starter jacket for the LA Kings and a t-shirt. That's a Pearl Jam t-shirt from their. It was a tour for the album 10. Well, let's see the chains. He is now both shackled and unprepared. You guys are really having a good time in the chat. Hey, Deb Richardson's here. Fantastic. Good to see you. Yeah, you guys are having a great time in the chat. If you guys watched my appeal read, that was my first time of kind of just leaving the chat as, you guys enjoy your own time and, talk amongst yourselves, and I'll just do a performance. And it was a lot of fun for me to go back and read the comments afterwards too, because I had no idea what you guys are getting up to in the chat. There is some hilarious comments, some very thoughtful and heartwarming comments that encouraging. So if you haven't heard it and you've only heard one read of the appeal, give mine a shot. I put a little music in the background, not too heavy, but just enough to kind of pace my own read to slow it down, give it the gravitas it deserved. And if you want to fall asleep to an appeal read or that sort of thing, it's a great document for that. So if you haven't checked that out, that's my plug for that. I've already plugged the Pop-Tarts. And have you seen my ad for the Kia Sorento? Got one of those on my page too. Okay, let's skip ahead to when the shackles come back into the courtroom, right around there. I think it's there. Yeah, we can't get any closer than that. The Great Seal of the State of Florida, in God we trust. You know, that would be fun too, is to do a parody of that and just have, I don't know if I have time for it. Instead of having the woman do the farming, just have Sarah standing by a suitcase. I look like Clancy Brown. Who's Clancy Brown? Who's what? Kelly says the music got me. Perfect. There, I went searching for a few tracks, and kind of maybe I'll leak a little experimental. I'm thinking about doing a pre-show called "This Is Not a Real Show, Don't Watch," or something, title like that. Don't watch this. It's not a real show. And it'll just be me playing free audio library YouTube music with like what you got to cycle through. There we go. Get this light going. Put that onto me here. Here we go. And I could just be rocking out, kind of, doing my pre-show hype, which is what I actually do before I'm doing a broadcast. Listen to a little music, heavy in the headphones, get my groove on. Okay, welcome. It's the Friday Night Rambo. Anyway, I might start doing that where it's just it's a no content show. You definitely don't have to watch. You shouldn't watch. There's nothing. But at the same time, who knows? It could be awesome. Could be just a cool vibe. You can set up like the playlist, and it'll be cool backbeats, low key YouTube music that I think there's some good stuff from like unheralded artists, just like, finding YouTube channels from guys like Cowboy Criminology that was putting out great content that not a lot of people were seeing in the larger community. Yeah, there's something to be said for digging deep and finding the good stuff that way. So that might be something I try. Might be something. But yeah, those the reading beats for the appeal were perfect because it was two songs by the same digital artist. I think that's a attorney for another court because they seem friendly with Mr. Cacciatore and Mr. J. Oh, you're in 12A today? Yeah, 19A for you. Okay, see you guys. But yeah, 2 half-hour tracks by the same artist. They were uploaded back in 2015, so he just somebody who gave them to the YouTube Creative Commons library. Like, this is perfect. I can slow roll that in the background, slow myself down, take a breath, and give it room to breathe so it's not just dead air. You guys are having a great time in the chat. Hidden Pushers posting links to Donald Sutherland. There's definitely, some Canadian, some background there too. So my mom's never been fully disclosed whether she got around. I'm pretty sure that I'm from the same father as my brother. I think that's a great thing about this mic. That was loud outside, whatever it was. You saw me kind of see one of those, but you guys probably didn't hear shit. Oh, it's recycling day. That was the truck just dumping the... It's a lot of low chord audio right now. Would have prepared something to vamp. Let's see. Let me look at my notes here. 10-minute break. Sarah Boone back in court. Court in session. Judge asks Sarah Boone questions. Then they go back out of session. Then skip a full hour and a half. And then it comes back to Owens doing delays. We don't get Sarah on the stand until 4 hours and 40 minutes into this 8-hour video. But we'll get there a lot quicker, don't worry. 4 hours, fuck me. Would have been such yeah. Forget how annoying the trial was to watch. Like, between the sound problems, the sidebars where you didn't know what was going. Kevin Beck's having a great time. But yeah, there was like long delays for nothing, arguments that went nowhere from the defense side. Now, you know, you kind of get the context for why, but you guys all give Sarah plenty of papers to flip around there. What's going to happen? Are they just going to go back straight to a transcript? Or straight to the transcript. I'm going to have to go to the transcript, but I think they're going to go back to argue shit. Well, I can skip ahead. I have the transcript. Oh, okay, this is the part that I used in my trailer coming up. This is basically Judge Cranick super preserving the record because, like the analogy that's been used a few times in the trial already, toothpaste in the tube. Once she goes on the stand, there's no taking her off the stand. The damage is done. Like, she's agreed to be a witness in her own case. And it's typically the sort of decision that, you know, could be argued as bad. So he's going to make it 100% clear that she's been advised. She knows the risks. She knows she doesn't have to. And some of this comes down to her arguing the specious Miranda, like, oh, I wasn't asked the 9th question. Are you arguing that you didn't understand your rights or that you weren't technically asked the question? Well, both, but, mostly the second. Exactly. Because if you understood your rights, it doesn't matter if you get asked, question 7, question 9, if you know that you have the basic Miranda rights, thanks to the reminder from the police, you've, I think, been informed of your Miranda rights. Anyway, I'm going with that. Oh, yeah, if she's claiming technicality on that, then I don't know where it's going on that. We go back to the transcript. Oh, yeah, if she would go with the technicality on that, Judge Cranick knows that she would try this on the appeal and say, well, I didn't know how much of a danger it was. If anyone's seen me, they would have given me the advice that I shouldn't go on the stand. None of my previous 8 lawyers, told me I shouldn't go on the stand, or told all of my previous 8 told me I shouldn't. And then this guy did, and I trusted him. Whatever it is, Judge Cranick makes sure that does not happen. How much longer is it going to take? They tricked me. They tricked me by having them come in, and then they went right back to the seal. But I guess that's why my note said 10-minute delay. Okay, well, we're not waiting for a 10-minute delay. Back to when there's people. Spinning wheel, spinning round. Got to be a joker. Da, 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 da. Wow.
How hard he would pull.
Okay, that's
With me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him.
Well, the refresh didn't work at all there. Now I have to. Was I?
Committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone.
Prove its accusations. Be able to stand when our jury enters, and if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand.
think that's as good as it gets. Going to start within 30 seconds here. Hey, Fletcher boy. Every band tour bus has red, green, corner gas, and SCTV on VHS mandatory. That's fantastic. That's a great collection of Canadian content. I just saw on YouTube, it got recommended to me out of nowhere, but it's John Candy as in a Magnum PI parody, but it's the Canadian version, so it's Magnum PEI. Look it up. If you know anything about Magnum PI and a little about PEI or vice versa, you'll enjoy it.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State, appearances for the record.
David Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to stand when our jury enters, and if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify.
I'm going to interrupt this just to welcome Laura, a new member to the Fine and Dandies. Laura has just joined the Fine and Dandies as a new member. Or is it a new member? Hold on. Thought I saw it. No, not a new member. Well, welcome back. You may have been gifted a membership before. So, Laura, you've got your bloody keyboard in addition to being a member of the Fine and Dandies. So, welcome back and welcome. We will get back to the flow.
This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes, please.
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering in affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarification, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you, to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify?
This is where Judge Cranick could be addressing the issues that Mr. J brought up in the previous sidebar. Promise might be, go to trial, and no matter what happens, we'll get so much money on the back end that we'll be able to fund your appeal or whatever it is. So he's asking some specific questions here about, hey, we didn't bring the whole team out here for you to not go on the stand, or good for Judge Cranick again.
Or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior incidences of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come in self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it
The
relates
Holland
to,
case speaks for itself.
her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to
There's
look at
another
that.
delay.
And then the third thing is that the state had
My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and the bat. You can kind of see Mr. Cacciatore is like, she should be taking the stand now, right? There's no, but what are they planning? Like, is there, oh, look, we can unzip this really easy. Hop in, Sarah. Hop in. We'll see if you can show how you can get out, then we can demonstrate that on the well of the court. If the fact that Sarah would want to have any interaction with that suitcase whatsoever, especially if it's, I loved him and, I only did it to protect myself so I'd survive. You'd never want to, like, the revulsion you should have towards that.
file that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
That was in sidebar for a reason, Mr. Owens. We're not addressing your in-camera hearing right now, but he tried to bring it up in open court. That's not going to make Judge Cranick very happy.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that George
Well, we know you've got
Torres
photographs.
committed on Sarah Boone, and
Sarah
there's a
Boone.
dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat, and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So
Kitten Pusher asks a good question, especially for people that aren't intimately familiar with the case. So why is she being called first? The reason for this is the whole way up to this point in the pretrial hearings, they've been trying to establish an overt act which would allow them to bring up prior bad acts on the defendant. Basically, they want to shit talk the deceased. But in order to do that, you need to show that the person who did the killing was in imminent fear of their life. So the best example of that would be, well, no, not best example, but, think like the Oster Pistorius. If the woman survives after getting 3 shots through the door, she would have every reason to, kick open the door and come out blasting, right? If you're in a situation where a reasonable person would feel in fear of their life, you have the right to do it. But you need to establish the overt act that made you have that fear. You can't just, get the guy while he's sleeping because of things that he did to you last night, last week, last month. And so it's a delicate area that they need to argue. And I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who doesn't know what that overt act is, because it's kind of a hilarious moment. The best thing about it, though, for people who are looking at this from a trial historian perspective, especially in light of the appellate arguments that are out now, Judge Cranick's ruling on what a scintilla of evidence constitutes means that entire avenue of appeal was not an avenue of appeal. Like, it would have been a fairly strong appeal argument to say we weren't able to argue. The law says only a scintilla. We had a scintilla and a half of evidence towards that overt act, and the court wouldn't let us argue it. That would have a lot more credence than, well, they let us argue it, but their defense witness said our client was a narcissist, whereas before she said just narcissistic traits. She changed her opinion. Like, that's, it's nothing, right? All of her arguments are nothing now. But a lot stronger argument would have been, we didn't get to argue. So, anyway, this is the beginning of a series of lockdowns of Mr. Judge Cranick.
I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on that.
Oh, and to get back to Kitten Pusher's original question, that's why Sarah has to testify first. At this point, they haven't established an overt act. They haven't established a moment where she's in fear. So they have all their experts lined up, but they can't bring any of the experts on to testify to something that Sarah hasn't opened the door for. So when you're watching Sarah's testimony, she has a goal on stand. She needs to get evidence on the record of an overt act that will allow the rest of their evidence and witnesses to be able to testify. She's got a job. And I think when you see her, like, I'm going to be reading the sidebars, so I can't watch her. When you see her looking smug, she's mentally checking off like, oh yeah, I did that. I've used her sidebar moments for a lot of my shorts lately. And it's good because I'm not going to be able to watch them while I'm reading the sidebars. But yeah, it's a great question, Kitten Pusher, and it's something to watch for when Sarah does take the stand. She has a mission when she's up there, and she's not good with a mission. She's so transparent at what she's trying to get at, and she's also so unfocused that Anyway, we'll get there.
Statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures, they were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres, and so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before, and the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. And the court, in its ruling pre-trial, as we're trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling, and I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020 before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of house income evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens?
No.
All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that.
He just said that. You know, I don't remember this actually being a thing that we noticed at the time. Play with it a little bit. Gonna play with it. Me and my client want to play with it for a little bit.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag. And
Play with the zipper a little bit. He was laughing. I was laughing. We were both laughing, Your Honor. It was funny. It was funny. We were both laughing. We're just playing with the zipper, Your Honor.
inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se.
Hey, I'm not buying
It's
it.
11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she
Hey,
had
Carolina
that evidence
Hurtado.
view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but
Yeah, Seba123 says she's not winning any popularity contests in prison. No, she's Miss Congeniality for sure.
it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because I've
When I
been
sent my
Judge Cranick, so like I said, there's delays all morning, and Judge Cranick really hasn't played his hand that he's upset about it. But listen to this, like, any reason why that wasn't done in the last hour and a half? Well, I've sent my jury.
Previously scheduled, I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence,
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
because
When I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of...
So that's it's a good answer from him, like, because I've been, really important, just like you spent court time on making sure she knew her rights. But again, that's another thing that's on the record of her being fully advised of her rights. They even used the time in between court when he should have been preparing paperwork, making sure that she was aware of her rights. Judge Owen, or James Owens, said on the record.
Not giving her this evidence?
In terms of anything that the state just discussed?
I've just been busy with my client.
I've just been busy with my client.
How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
Enough time for us to play with the zipper.
I'm very concerned because it is 11:25.
Yeah, this is a freeze on the court TV end because the ticker's still moving.
Early lunch. It's 11:30.
I'll make sure that you don't miss a second of that. I'm very concerned because it is 11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago. I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony. May I suggest we take an early lunch? It's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. I believe tomorrow's Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brandon.
Take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here, and then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brandon that's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning, and then I believe Dr. Harper's not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay, can the parties approach for a moment?
Okay, here we go. Give it to him, Judge K. Court, I understand what it is you want to do. I get it that you have not participated in the viewing. My most pressing concern is our time with our jury. We have wasted substantially amounts of it. Mr. Owens. Judge, I don't know if I would say wasted. I mean, we've been working from their perspective. Okay. Court, okay. They're sitting in that room waiting to be brought back in. And now I'm going to bring them in and excuse them again for an early lunch. I understand that it's a lot of work and everyone's doing an excellent job so far, but we need to try and be more efficient with the time that we have. If there are exhibits that either state or defense that intends on using, let's pre-mark them during this break, all of them. So we, maybe not the rebuttal evidence because the defense hasn't rested yet, but at least for any evidence that you intend on eliciting over the next couple of days. Let's go ahead, pre-mark it so there's no concern, no question, no last-minute markings. If it comes up, we will address it. Mr. Owens, can we do it during lunch? We're going to recess in the next couple of moments. Can you give us and the clerk some time? The court says, I will have Madam Clerk stay behind so you guys can do that. I don't know that I need to be there for that. The state should probably be there for it to confirm it. I'll bring the jury in. I'll ask them to be here at 1 o'clock, and at 1 o'clock we need to be ready to go. Mr. Owens, I understand. And Judge, If I start it, I wouldn't be finished before lunch. I understand that. It would be broken up anyway. I agree with you. I'm trying to avoid it. Mr. J? Judge, I had the opportunity to take depositions of 2 witnesses last night. I'm just curious as when the 3rd witness is flying in from Jersey and is going to get deposed so we can start making arrangements with the court reporter. Court says, who is that? Mr. J says, I believe it's Deborah Johnson. Mr. Owens, I think these people that 4.5 years ago were tenants of the apartment when this occurred, but they have dispersed. The court says, so you took PW and who else last night? Mr. J, I would have to see the full name. Last name is G. Court says, all right. MG? J says, MG. All right, got it. All right. And then okay. Well, that's the court, sorry. And then okay, when do we expect Ms. Johnson to be arriving from New Jersey? Mr. Henderson, we tried to contact her last night, Your Honor. She was asleep. The court says, okay. Mr. Henderson said, we're trying to work with. Mr. Owens says, United Airlines, flying in, I believe, Wednesday, 9:05. Mr. J says, we're doing it Wednesday night. And Mr. Owens says, it would be Wednesday morning. Mr. J says, right. Court says, correct. I see arrival time, 9:05 a.m., so it's going to be either lunch hour or Wednesday evening because I don't know when the defense intends on offering that testimony. But my pretrial ruling remains the same, that before those persons are allowed to testify, the state has the opportunity, and similar with you, if it's a rebuttal witness, you'll have that opportunity as well. Did you have the opportunity to address the USB to CD conversion? Because it's just on my list from yesterday. Mr. Owens says, Mr. Sanders? Or Ms. Sanders? Attorney Sanders approaches the bench. The court says, where are we on the USB to CD conversion? Ms. Sanders says, oh, I have all the videos on separate videos, separate discs. Court. This is what we're going to do. Bring the jury in, give them the same instruction, ask them to be released for lunch, return here at 1. You'll have the opportunity to inspect the bat, inspect the suitcase, mark everything, and we will start promptly at 1 o'clock. Anything else, state? Mr. J. Judge, unfortunately, because I just got made aware of their actual redaction request today, what I'm going to have to do is mark something for ID to go over with Miss Boone during her cross-examination, and then we're going to have to reach some sort of agreement that whatever letter that ends up being, X, will be allowed to be substituted for Y after the redactions are made, that they're requested if the state has any. Court says, are you referring to the body cam video? Mr. J, I'm referring to the body cam videos, the 911 calls that I want her to authenticate. The court says, here's what we discussed previously with in regard to the 911 call. The 351 timestamp redaction, and the body-worn cameras redaction regarding arrest. And it takes time for the state's AV team to make those redactions. So I don't know that it needs to be a stipulation that it's wrote up and provided in the evidence, or that won't go back to the jury, or something that is just a stipulation that's announced in open court. Any thoughts on that, Mr. J? Mr. J says, I have to go back and do all of this work and then kind of sort it out with what we're doing and see. There are things now that the state wants to redact that I've got their input. I generally don't litigate against myself, so that's what I'm asking to do, is go through these files with Ms. Boone. It will obviously have to be outside the presence of the jury because the audio at some point at the end of her cross, but it's just not going to be done before then. The court says, okay, any response to the procedure? So it would be authenticated outside of the presence of the jury? Mr. Owens says, by Ms. Boone? The court says, by Ms. Boone during cross-examination. Mr. J says, for potential admission. The court says, for potential admission once redactions are made. And it will be pre-marked as X, and then what we'll receive will be Y, which will be the redactions of X without any additional authentication. And obviously, you'd have the opportunity to review those before they are admitted. I just think that's the simplest, easiest way. Mr. Owens says, we could just stipulate. Court says, yeah, okay, fine, then let's do that. Mr. J says, without her authenticating it? Mr. Owens says, yeah, she doesn't need to authenticate if it is what it is. Mr. Henderson says, it is what it is. The court says, if you have a stipulation as to the authentication of those items, just work on the redactions. Mr. J says, okay, thank you. The court says, with regard to the bat, it is what it is. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. The court says, with regard to the bat and the suitcase, are there going to be any demonstratives or anything that are done with those? Mr. Owens says, well, the jury never got any closer than up here, so I may want the jury to get a closer view if I bring her down and want to show the jury. So I may hold the suitcase and have her standing next to me to show her how she left it in terms, you're well aware the suitcase has 2 zippers, and they meet at various points. They would meet at various points. Sorry. You're well aware the suitcase has 2 zippers, and they meet at various points along that. There's not going to be any other manipulation of that exhibit, except maybe then operating the zipper similar to how the CSI tech, whose name is escaping me at the moment, Rough Garden, thank you, in opening and closing. Oh, Mr. Henderson learned it from Chelsea. Good for him. Court says, okay. Mr. J says she should be prepared to stand down during cross-examination to come into the well. Court says, very good. Then with that, I accept your stipulation as to not requiring the authenticities. We'll bring back the panel, reconvene at 1. Anything else, Mr. J? No.
That they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits, and along with the review of the suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
No, sir.
Same question, Mr. Owens.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring it back in our panel.
So they're just going to dismiss the panel immediately. We'll stay with the video for as long as there's video of the courtroom proceedings. I think this is the point where the lady in the brown jacket notices the juror with concern. No, maybe it's towards the end. It's not that big a moment. I shouldn't be overhyping it. I pay way too much attention to the people that Judge Cranick said don't pay any attention to, that's for sure.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I thank you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go.
We anticipate the defense putting on a case.
Go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Rita Schuler says, I've never seen a black eye in person, but that photo just looks wrong. Rita Schuler, I've had several black eyes, and that photo is wrong. That's not at all how it looks. It doesn't look like that on the worst day. It doesn't look like that on the healing day. It doesn't look like that after it just happened. There's a lot of stages for a black eye. One of the reasons it's very familiar to me is I managed to get one just before grad.
You all may be seated. Thank you. State and the defense,
Let
if you
them
could
go
please review those items.
Grad photos came up, and I think it was like 3 days before I literally ran into a tree. Not a hall tree, a tree. We were partying in the park, and it was like, oh, cops. Everyone like went scrambling into the park, and I slipped on a wooden bridge and kicked my head into, like, they'd cut off a branch, so there was like a big stump that basically just popped me right in the eye. But I had to put on makeup and stuff to kind of cover up and for my grad pictures, which they airbrushed the fuck out of anyway. So, but in any case, I remember the healing process of a black eye pretty well, the day-by-day process of it from that. And yeah, at no point was it completely black. It was a pretty fucked up eye too. It was like puffy and red, like purple. It was purple bits anyway. But then that blood kind of, just like a scab, gets, kind of oxidized and crusty. The buildup in there kind of goes through, I don't know, a metamorphosis. And then it starts becoming like you see yellows and like this, it's healing, but it doesn't look good for a little while. And your eye is messed up inside. Like, your eyeball doesn't not take damage when the rest of your eye does. So there's a lot of things wrong about that.
And please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
What's someone saying there? I got that. I'm going to need some assistance from my client. And can you leave her in the courtroom, Judge? They want to take her out of the courtroom, and I need her to view the evidence. Just stay with her. Bruce, stay with her. Lunch recess is taken at 11:40 p.m. And then the record returns at 1:01 p.m., 1 minute late. Judge, I need to talk with my client. They're trying to take her away. They're coming to take you away, ha ha, ho ho, hee hee, to the funny farm. All right. Well, we don't have an hour and 20 minutes to stare at the Great Seal of the state of Florida, so we will move ahead. 1:01 p.m. What is the date here? Just to be sure that my ticker is correct. October 22nd, 2024. 10/22/24. Skip. Right about there. Oh, we get a little look. Sarah looks at the camera. Yep, Rita Schuler says it looked like a magic marker. I saw people talking about that it was like an app. There's a certain unrealism to it that looks like it's almost one of those photo apps that can like stretch your face and make you look goofy and, look at that little smile to her friend. She's got someone in the gallery today for her. It's testimony day, so if you're going to have anyone come out, that's the day to have some support in the gallery. Stupid to be openly acknowledging them, but... I'm not buying it. Said I had a punch in the face and was medically signed off work for 3 weeks. The bruising engulfed the entire right side of her face and took 6 weeks to completely disappear. That definitely was a Sharpie. Yeah, the defined lines are the biggest giveaway. Because any bruise has that sort of, at least in the healing stage, like when, and that would be when it's at its blackest, when the red puffiness kind of gives way to it, you know, being old red blood. Like it's, I don't know what it is. It's not a scab because it's underneath the skin, but, you know, it's not for, a little pat on the back. That was like the Chris Watts pat on the back from the lie detector lady. Yeah, greeny yellow. Yeah, it's like, it's a healing, but it looks kind of like, ooh, like when people look at it, they make a face. But it's never like.
Back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2.
She had it like that dog that was in the old, like, Our Gang or whatever. Like, it's like a little, like a comic book dog's black eye.
603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
Thank you, Hairball Yarn. That's an ecchymosis. Ecchymosis. You know, when I saw ecchymosis in the transcript, I thought that was like a phonetic spelling of it. I had to, like, you know, hold on. There's probably a proper way to spell it. That looks like how a child would spell ecchymosis. Oh, it's absolutely correct. Ecky.
Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there. Has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie. Just a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
We've got a couple of issues.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working laundry.
Kevin Beck, a little tap on the back.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
Okay, one less issue.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior bad acts, prior to the overt.
Okay, so this is James Owens trying to take a last bite at the apple that he was probably told to take the last bite of several hearings ago. He's going to try and argue for the fact that an overt act has already been established, so he doesn't need to bring on Sarah. So this argument is not going to be making him any, he's not earning any points with Judge Kranick right here.
And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry.
Love how
And I
Judge
ought to be able
Kranick's just
to
shuffling papers
elaborate
and not even giving, like,
on
I've already told you this argument's over.
what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay.
It's equally bullshit, but, you know, different bullshit. Whole different pile of bullshit. Okay, we'll deal with this first then.
Response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law in our home.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916-7 750 at 1.760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle.
That's his first kick. He's trying to say that coming back with a bottle of wine may be an overt act.
Of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of
which she's going to testify to. Yes. Get to it, Mr.
her
Owens.
state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxication.
Also, mind you, you remember exactly what he said before this break. We're going to start promptly at 1 o'clock. So this is 1:01, and we're not starting promptly. We're starting with this, Your Honor, I do have a couple of things. And okay, first one's denied. What's your second one?
State and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about...
He just walks away. He's like, that's all I got.
...be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable.
Trying to say that the second bottle of wine is the overt act.
Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on, and so
Hey,
that
Addie.
all ties into her
Welcome.
behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being
Hey,
no
Sandy
overt act.
Rodriguez, welcome
She
to the
can't
stream.
Start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started
Luther
doing
Rose.
these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot.
How about you get one more chance at that analogy, Mr. J?
Let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Crane.
In the first version, he's just dead. Like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's no good. But he's making the perfect argument. So basically, if you rob someone and, say, give me all your money, and you've pulled out a gun, and then they pull out a gun like, oh, well, I shot them in self-defense. I just wanted to rob them. I wasn't a murderer. Well, yeah, but you instigated the situation that led to the murder with your robbery. So if Sarah instigated the situation that led to George's death with an aggravated assault, locking him in the suitcase, even if he didn't die, that itself, locking him in there against his will, is a crime. And that's what Mr. J is arguing here.
Pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr.
She hasn't
Warner's
testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
They have not testified. They've given depositions. Dr. Hop has testified. They've
given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified.
Mr. Owens, when you point, 3-point back. 3-point back. Know that. Oh, look at the side eye for Mr. J, too. Oh, that's great. This would be, if anyone saw my community page, there was some great screenshots with Sarah doing the right hand to God moment in her interrogation. This would be another great one for captions, because you could do a thought bubble over Mr. J and a speech bubble out of Mr. Owens. And so yeah, if you want to play caption on the community page, use a screenshot of this moment right now and throw it. And if you can't do the graphic part of it, you can just post the picture with your just write, Mr. J thought and Mr. Owens speech or whatever, and people can figure it out from there.
About the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations.
Hey, C. Marie, new sub there. It seems like there's a few new people. I know anyone, if I haven't seen them in the chat, it is a subscribers-only chat. We're super exclusive that way. But if you've made it through the 5 minutes of subscription and still enjoy being here, welcome to the Fine and Dandies. You're a valued member of the club. We're a small but loyal group of dandy lions, and some just are fine and dandies. You don't have to be a lion. You don't have to be fine and dandy. But between the two, there's a lot of room for everyone to be their own fine and dandy person in our chat. We have a good time. We enjoy each other's company. And we'll just get right back to it. Welcome to everyone who's new. And if you ever see a new name in chat, that is also a new subscriber. So thank you for subscribing. And thank you to all the members. It's always special to see people celebrating memberships, as Laura did with her membership today.
Evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment. But it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today.
It's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. Good luck.
She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
And he will.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered.
Blaming it on the wine.
That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard, it's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay.
That's interesting. That leads me to believe that Owens almost needed to perform this in open court because Sarah was not, it's been established. Just say this. And so, look, okay, I'll go through the motions. I'll prove to you that it's not going to work. But that was interesting to see Owens just turn in. Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature.
Oh, and he's also prepping her so she doesn't fuck up on the stand. Like, look, Sarah, you understand. You're about to get up there. You can't say this. So Owens is just using open court as a way to communicate to Sarah, almost like pretend judge. He's using real judge as a to keep Sarah on her best behavior.
Until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? Mm-hmm. You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense?
That is hilarious. Owens used real judge to counter Sarah's pretend judge. That's actually some, chess that I never gave Owens credit for in the past. We're going to go back 30 seconds and just watch that happen. That is a big upgrade from pretend judge. Like, Owens just bringing in Judge Granick like that.
At the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The Overt Act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
And we cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
That's awesome. Well done, Mr. Mr. Owens. Thank you, Super Kelly G. Yes, Ramono, I understand is totally like the easiest translation for I understand is I don't understand. The more nuanced translation is please stop talking. I would rather talk about what my misunderstanding is. So, do you understand that, Miss Boone? I do, but I would just like to say hey, JL Cupsters. JL Cupsters, you're actually just in time. If you're tuning in for the Sarah Boone testimony, there's been a lot of BS and lollygagging and, taking the cattywampus route instead of the, direct, as the bird flies. But we're almost there. We're almost at testimony. So if you're just joining us now, stay live, go back, watch the replay. The replay crew's a fun place to be. And you can kind of skip around. Usually by the time this is up for the weekend, there'll be chapters and really easy to surf around to bits that are funny or stuff that you remember from the past. So you can watch it futuristically, prioristically, or with us live.
Jury entering.
Yes, Marianne Morris, the Sarah Boone Dream Team is not nearly as successful as the O.J. Simpson Dream Team. Almost as many people. But think of the jobs they had to do, right? It's like, whose job is harder? Maybe that's a poll. Whose job was harder? James Owens, who had to defend Sarah, or Shelby Andrews, who had to do her hair and makeup in 5 minutes to make her look good for court? Neither were successful, but, who was given the harder task from the outset? Shelby Andrews or James Owens? I'll set that up as a poll while we watch this.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going
Sir, your
back
name,
and
Guard.
watching that too.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the
This was one of my early shorts called Cranic. I kind of overused transitions. I was just learning how transitions worked as making short videos. But Judge Cranic set her up really well here. He asks almost all the defendants, state and spell your name. But he's been asking Boone, and I guess that's what he asks for defendants. Give me your name and your date of birth. And I guess date of birth helps separate criminals. But for the court record, it helps this court reporter to ask, spell your name. Anyway, Sarah is so used to her stupid 10-10-7-7, Sarah Boone 10-10-7-7, to think that you've spent that much time with law enforcement that you've come up with a little jingle for your name and birth date. Anyway, Judge Cranick says probably the same as he says to every defendant, but asks her name and please spell it. And Sarah Boone 10-10-7-7 and spell it please. Throws her off her game right from the get-go here. And look at her bend the mic. The mic's perfect. The mic, if you left the mic right where she is right now, probably would hear her loud and clear. Instead, we're going to hear her like she's talking through a potato.
If you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Who sets a mic up like that? We're going back again. But you definitely heard Judge Cranick that time, right? State and spell your name for us. For somebody who's on a game show, and even got a question right in the video, but you'd think she listens to the questions. But what are you doing when you're just hanging at the mall, looking for boys? Oh my God, did I go too far? Okay, no, we'll let it play out from here. But pay attention, Judge Cranick, same thing, every witness. And helping his court reporter.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
And could you spell your name?
Sarahboone.
All right, thank you very
much. That look, she realizes, fuck. First question. There goes my A. I'm already shooting a B+ here.
much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone,
The mic set, and the faces. It's almost like she's a shape-shifting demon, and when you pause her on any particular frame, you get to see the full monstrosity, but when she's in motion, she's at enough of a blur that she looks sort of like a real person.
would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long
Yeah, that's better, Sarah. Good fix.
did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
I was three or four.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Oh, 18.
Now, I know you
so
lost
smart.
your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Non-responsive.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay.
That's
and
how
had
you
y'all lived
answer.
with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
Blah, blah, blah.
And how old is Lucas now?
Blah, blah, blah. Oh, now I've got it up on screen anyway. Well,
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
cat's out of the
28th this
bag.
month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married, and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And
Okay, hold on. Owens takes her into a weird line of testimony here. We're going to skip by because it actually gets into the full birth date. We don't need to do that. So where are we going to go? Son, after part of the divorce, y'all had custody of your son. Yes. Y'all had split days. Would that be fair? Yes. After some time, you and Brian split up. You met George Torres. Yes. Okay, we'll start around there if we can. If you want to see the unedited, go to Law and Crime Network. All these. Oh, and also I have a playlist of all these clips. It's public, so if you want to watch any of this without commentary or without edits, it's certainly out there. I just I think this is a stupid line of questioning, so we'll skip about 15 seconds.
I decided to
Buck up.
buck up, I guess, and
Yeah, so this is this the question just before this was all right, could you tell the jury about how you met George Torres? I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess. I was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband, and I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and change the scenery.
and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Who calls it the marital home? Who lives in the marital home? No one. It's been sold. Well, someone lives in it, the new owners, but no one I know.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
I should start a countdown timer for how long it takes for her to reveal the fact that she was incarcerated.
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Yeah, Kitten Pusher, your marital home sounded off to us the first time that we listened to this as a live trial for the people who were there back then. Like, everyone, the hell you, marital home, marital home, marital home. She's trying to make herself sound like a Susie homemaker, like, you know, oh, everything was, you know, just, you know, I was just a child and, you know, into this marriage and, you know, my marital home, everything got ripped from me.
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me, and I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Now, why wouldn't he be interested in you? Well, I mean, look at me.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But
By workout clothes, she's talking about a pair of pink shorts and a T-shirt with a graphic on it.
And one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
Okay. So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you
Hey,
get your
Michaela.
own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after you...
I'd see her walking around in a pair of old sweatpants that say juicy on the ass, going into the bar piss drunk.
First you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian.
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Water Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And
Almost year, 10 months of separation. Tired of trying to patch things up with my husband, so I decided to buck up and fuck a guy from across the street.
And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live.
Being bought out of your marital home would give you the cash and means to have somewhere to live.
And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So
She was receiving $1,000 a month. Her eviction notice with a copy of her lease said that her rent was in excess of $1,000 a month.
you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed...
She had to say for the most part because she had a separate case going with Brian in family court. So she said on the record in court that she had regular money coming in that could have been used against her in family court by Brian as testimony on the record that he'd been paying her regularly. So she had to throw in a little for the most part.
You needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was
Hey, Austin.
that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help.
And Michaela, you're absolutely correct. Michaela says she needed George to be able to rent the apartment because she didn't have enough income. Since she didn't work with all the parenting she was doing. Yeah, very busy being an outstanding mother to her son.
With the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just...
She had multiple job interviews every day, that's correct. And she was also foremost as the field trip driver.
An automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other
Oh, and a quick note, Detective Wolbuffett says his name was on the lease, moron. Not only on the lease, but a lease that was signed as recently as 1 month before George died. George and Sarah's name are both on the lease that was attached to her eviction. And what a crazy eviction. Like, I've been served an eviction notice for, late payment of rent, complaints about, being loud. Her eviction was for second-degree murder. It just had a copy of the police report. It's like, you committed a felony. That's kind of goes against the policy of the lease. Here's the lease. Somewhere in there it says no murders, and you did that. But the lease that they signed, it was signed on the 23rd of January. And the weird thing is the signatures are e-signatures. Both of them came from Sarah K. Paulson's Yahoo email account, both hers and George's signature, which I don't know a lot about notary e-signatures, but my understanding is that they should be coming from different, at least email addresses, like if not, something unique to the person. So it's weird that she took control, like maybe didn't even tell George that his name was on the lease.
On and off for about the next 3.5 years.
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Right, but on again, off again.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to
Taking
marry
an exercise
him, and
break
one time
here?
I agreed to yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, never mind. I've got a
Now, I
sidebar
want to
coming.
get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right?
Okay, so pay
tell
attention to
us-
Sarah. I used this
I believe
video
the date is February the 23rd of 2020.
in a lot of
Explain to the
the
jury
recent shorts, if you've
That
been
whole
watching my
day, from
shorts.
the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach. Court says response to objection narrative. Mr. J says, I'm just making sure. Is there a reason for the narrative? Mr. Owens says, I mean, I can break it up. I can break it up. Court says, then go ahead and break it up if there's not any. Mr. Owens, if there's anything wrong with me saying, can you tell me what happened that day and let it tell it? I mean, he was wanting a narrative to begin with. I'm giving her the opportunity. Mr. J says, here's the issue. I was just making sure that we weren't in the stage of ethical issue of having to give the narrative. But if we're not, then I'm just hopeful that, like a prosecutor would have to do, that he would have to come up with a few creative ways of saying what happened next so that I can, so that it's not a narrative and we can break it up and object. Mr. Owens says, you seen me got her. She tried to go off a couple times. I tried to get her back. The court says, I'm not going to allow a full-blown narrative. If you want to start morning, afternoon, and break it up into chunks of time, I'll allow that. All right, appreciate it. Objection overruled.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up.
Instead of one long speech.
Do you remember the
That's
date of
three
February
medium
23rd,
speeches.
2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning.
Oh, and
What
here
you
start the
George-
lies.
You and George spent the night together.
Well, I mean, the lies have been fast and furious up to this point, but this is just, this is where it really gets good. If timestamps on, this is a good series of questions that sets up all kinds of impeachable testimony.
At the apartment?
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes.
Hey, Bella's
So y'all
mom.
slept in the bed together, upstairs, February.
Hey, Vel
So
73.
you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning.
Okay, I'm going to pause it here, and I'm going to do this a bit for her testimony. Well, because, fuck it, it's my show. But this particular part, so she's saying that she woke up and I, talked him into doing a chore for a sense of accomplishment. Thing to remember here is later, she's going to try and impeach the testimony of Brandon Motes and Vinny Battaglia, who testified on day one of the trial. Her argument is that they're getting the days wrong, that the night before, George dragged me by my hair down the stairs and I'm missing a clump of hair. And they're getting it all wrong. It wasn't a suitcase on the night he died. It was, me getting beat up the night before the night he died. So that's her argument. So now put that in perspective of her telling her own lawyer, well, I woke up and then I told him, well, for a sense of accomplishment, you should do a chore. Then after having a clump of her hair pulled from her head from the guy who's beating her, she's like, hey, let's go. No drinking, chore time.
And tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
Shout out to Daniel Siobhan, everyone who's sitting out on the porch, everyone who's joining us from the porch. Jump into a Dan D broadcast.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did
We folded some of the laundry. We left some of it, We're not claiming to have been neat freaks. Why would you fold some of the laundry?
dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming?
Let's do a little quick scroll through the... Son gets brought up way too often, and okay, so there's... I'm going to read the testimony on a pause, and then we'll pick it up a few seconds later. Let me see, where are we? What do you mean by cleaning up the house? What'd y'all do? We swept and mopped. We folded some laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just a general run-of-the-mill tidying up. You have your son coming the next day? Yeah, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that. Okay, and what was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day where you would be able to pick up your son from school? Yes. What time would you pick son from school the next day? I believe his school ended at 3:00. Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night? Yes. So you wanted to leave the house nice and clean? Yes. How many bedrooms are in the home? 2. And you and George had one bedroom? Yes. And who had the other? My unnamed son. All right. Is it exclusively his bedroom? Yes. So how long would it have taken you all that morning to clean? I don't really remember what time we woke up. Maybe a good 2-3 hours? Okay. Would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes? Okay, I think that's where we can pick it up again. That's probably 30 seconds of skip will do. See if that's about right.
I don't really remember what time we woke up.
There we go.
But maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
Yes.
right?
Oh, great
then
question. Is it I'm not buying it that asked? Somebody asked, what is the point? What is the point? Why is this happening? Where is that? Got to give credit because that's an excellent question to be asking at this point. Where to go? Am I on all messages? Oh, there it is. It's in capital letters. How did I miss it? I'm not buying it. It says, what is the point of this question? Point of all these questions is to guide Sarah to an overt act. All the testimony until they get to the overt act is almost meaningless. It's just a means of guiding her toward the moment. Because unless the overt act gets in, all their other witnesses have no reason to testify.
We're going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right, what was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Fletcher boy, right after going with the flow, I believe the puzzles and the paint will be mentioned.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas come in the next day.
Well,
so
fuck you then.
We went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine.
So this is some BS testimony too. So, well, I didn't want to have to go out again later, so we were just going to drink the half bottle we had plus the bottle we got from Publix. And this will become important later because then there's a second bottle that gets picked up from Publix, which means it's not just a full Magnum per 100-pound person. It is a full Magnum plus half a Magnum. Well, I guess so 1 1/4 Magnums minimum for each 100-pound person. And a Magnum is 50 ounces of wine for people who work in measurements rather than terms. And 50 ounces of wine is also 1.5 liters of wine. Standard serving of wine is 5 ounces. I don't know what that is in liters, but 5 ounces to 50 makes an easy conversion of 10 glasses per Magnum. So 10 standard servings of whatever serving size you have. Well, I guess that would make 150 milliliters. That doesn't seem like much of a serving. It's more of a sip. My God. Okay, anyway, we'll get back to the trial.
So we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now
Okay, puzzled out got mentioned by Austin P. And puzzled out, what a stupid phrase, because she says she finished the puzzle. And it was funny because there was just that one puzzle piece missing. And you know, how relatable is that? Well, if you finish the puzzle, you're not puzzled out, you're done.
you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going?
That is a good point. So I'm not buying that says dandy. Oh, hold on, I've worked it out. It was a way of explaining the disruptive arrangement of the furniture. And that is another key detail to look at when you're starting to look at the crime scene photos. You'll notice that there's an impression on the carpet from their big wagon wheel table, like one of those glass top tables. In the Suitcase video, there's an impression on the carpet. There's no table there. In any of the body cam videos, you can see there's a big heavy duty table. So was that somehow related to, was that something that got cleaned up and thrown out by Sarah beforehand? You can tell the impression is in the floor that it was recently there. I don't know how recently, but yeah, things at the Boone house were in disarray. They're disheveled, much like her hair.
Going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So, y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix
This is
from your
stupid
apartment?
questions here.
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
It's 5 minutes away. Did you have to go across any major highways? Yeah, we take the I-95. We head down to Milton for 200 miles. And then we loop back the other way. It's 5 minutes away.
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now I know
It's easier to drive than it is to walk. Yes. Good for you, Sarah, for getting 1 or 2 questions actually correct.
at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was...
No, Victoria, the Suitcase video, you can see an impression in the carpet of this, the base of the wagon wheel table that is fairly prominent in one of the body cam videos. Now, obviously, the body cam videos from months before. We don't know exactly when the table got removed, but from the impression on the carpet, that looks to me, it reminds me, like, I don't clean all that often. When I move shit, the impression that's there is from not having moved for 6 months. It's going to stay like that for, good couple of months anyway, if you don't have something to put back over the impression.
Walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex, and it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay.
She had to cut through backyards to get to the convenience store, is what she's saying.
But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did y'all you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And how did you get the money on your debit card? Brian gave it to me, or it was George's pay?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside.
This is another thing that I picked up from her eviction notice. No, she was not allowed to smoke them inside or outside. The lease that she signed said something about basically you couldn't do it near any doorways. I think it was 150 feet or something like that. So basically, if you were smoking, you had to go quite a distance to be away from all the doorways. Definitely weren't allowed to smoke on the patio where she is pictured with her dogs. And I've got something to say about that photo as well, but we'll wait till it comes in.
And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
It is not.
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
What did you?
The eviction lease agreement said that she was allowed to have 2 dogs. It also explicitly said no rodents. And we know from the car interview that Son had mice, and normally she would clean the mouse cage to start the day. Yeah, Sarah lies. And I've heard that she has cats. If there's the one photo of all the bowls on the floor, there's at least 3 bowls, which suggests to me that there are, well, maybe it's one food bowl. Or in any case, I've heard that she had cats, but
Did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay.
she doesn't bring them up because they're not disabled.
Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all
Oh,
the
I've got
time
to do
when I was
my
there.
exercise.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
Oh, this is
And
bad
what
too.
is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Drink, I assume.
Do y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
You're all trying to
Is there a
assume.
place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch.
Okay, so remember this, because we're going to see photo of how she extended the back porch. And I always assumed from this testimony, and, stupid me for assuming the best, when she said she extended out, I pictured some bad neighbor that extended out her little patio area to make, a 6x10 area, 12x10 or something like that. Like, put out, landscape ties and, fencing or whatever, like bad person that way. When you see the video of how she extended out her patio, if she's saying that that's what she did so that the dogs would be able to do their business outside, they were walking around and shit on that patio constantly because these are big dogs. Boston Terriers, the red Boston Terriers she has, we'll see pictures. They're little like pot-bellied pigs. They're not small, purse dogs. If they're blind and deaf and shitting in this postage stamp of a patio that Sarah's created, what a life. What a life.
For them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large back yard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or...
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and...
Who has two mice? One is short and one is fat. Ramono has two mice. Are they named Pinky and Brain?
We just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming.
Exactly. Vel says it in many less words than I just needed. Dan, 100%. There's no extension. It's just an enclosure. Yeah, she basically took there's 2 feet or, maybe it's 3 feet, whatever it is. There's just that little tiny wall that separates, your little concrete landing that you can wipe your feet off before coming in the house, which nobody did at the Boone household, the Sarah Boone household.
We both were looking for a job, and
Oh my God, good point. Detective Wolbefit says you did a downward deaf dog and an upward blind dog. I didn't even realize. I'm just doing random exercises to try and keep my discs full of fluid while sitting here on a long stream.
and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some
Yes.
point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Of course you did.
Why-
You
why
make
did
all
y'all-
the
Why did you want to
decisions.
come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay.
I felt that George needed a change of scenery. And, as an abuse partner, I generally, make all the decisions as to when scenery needs to be changed or not changed. A funny aside, so when I first watched this trial, I was on Caricature's chat, and one of the comments that I came up with when this was brought up in court, the only time I've ever had a girlfriend actively change my scenery, it was a trip to Vegas, and we were in the hot tub, and there was a girl across that was just wearing, less than the typical hot tub user at the time. And I guess I just, I thought that I was just enjoying the bubbles, but yeah, I guess my lack of conversation belied the fact that I wasn't paying attention. In any case, my girlfriend thought it was time for a change of scenery, and hot tub time was over. So, yeah.
So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again?
Peppermints.
Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all...
Were y'all doing anything else before he came in? Sarah's just giving a look like, is this where I say the Power Wheel stuff? Or is that still coming? I thought I had to wait for that. Oh, these do smell. These are refreshing.
Y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
James is just throwing out everything. Like, please, remember what we talked about. It was just 20 minutes ago. We've spent the whole morning trying to go over this.
Yes, after, I believe it was after we had, it was right before I believe that we had gone inside, because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their...
I'm going to skip over this part too. It's kind of stupid. It's just James getting Sarah. Of course, I've got a mouthful of chocolate peppermint patty now. Going through George's family and saying the names and what is his daughter's name. The only thing that's of any interest in here, and I'll read it. How old are they? Well, I believe one is in her 30s and Destiny, for fuck's sake, maybe in her early 20s. Point is, George is like 42 years old. So for her to say that the one daughter is in her 30s is, so what, he was 7, 8, 9? I think his oldest daughter, it could be just trying to throw shade at the older daughter, but not being good enough at math to throw, she looks old for her age kind of comment. Okay, we're going to skip ahead to there. Photographs and videotapes. We might even need to go back just a little bit. Okay, well, I'll just read it and then we'll get back to where we are. Okay, so it's through all the names. Any more children? Yeah, he has a son. So part of the afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family. No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And my first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason he didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment. All right, now whose phone were y'all using? My phone. And is it common for y'all to share that phone? It was, because George said he didn't have a phone. It would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so he would use my phone. So it was primarily your phone. Yes. Okay, and you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone. Yes. Videotapes? Yes. Text messages? Yes. Phone calls? Yes. He and I both on the phone calls. There, that gets us about 6 seconds ahead of where we really are.
Messages,
Yes.
phone call.
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then...
And I'm going to let this go because they're talking about a family member who was the first to testify in the trial, which is Juan, which Sarah refers to as John, but he was clearly identified himself as Juan Torres. So the first witness for the state in this trial is going to be the family member that I'm not redacting from the rebroadcast.
During that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yeah.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
Hold on, we just did that. I'm going to list them if that's okay. It's blank, 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 and his sister. Okay, and do they all live here in Florida? Yes. Are they close by? As far as I know. What about his parents? Yes. Do they live here as well? Yes. Okay, but his ex-wives and his children live up in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia? Yes. Ahead again a tiny bit. 50425. No, a little bit more than that. 504. Okay, ex-wives in Philadelphia.
So you called the girls, then you called, George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a
Hey,
change
Green
of
Man.
scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, it was, I
Congrats to Bernice Conklin.
thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And he said,
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At
Don't
some
remember.
point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you've
Now remember, Owens tried to argue in closed court outside jury's presence that just seeing the second bottle of wine was an overt act. So at least he's gotten her to that point in this testimony. He's going to get more than that, but this is his first attempt on the record in open court in front of the jury of getting the beginnings of an overt act in.
You learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes.
and he'd used your debit card
Yes.
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
Correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes.
It was
and you
expected.
agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but...
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George and for...
Okay, so here begins the puzzle bullshit. The first bullshit is that, well, this may actually be true. First, we did a smaller puzzle and it was easy. Maybe they did like, 100-piece puzzle where it's like, you can do it in 10 minutes and like, we're geniuses. Bring on the 1,000. And then the 1,000-piece puzzle. If it's anything like me literally trying this with my brother and sister-in-law, it's a fucking mess. It turns into, there's arguing, you start talking about politics, edge pieces get ignored, important pieces of color blocks are just sitting there with nobody doing anything active to make them happen. It's a fucking shit show, and you certainly aren't getting 1,000 pieces done, a magnum deep each. I personally outweighed George and Sarah together. All I could do was flip pieces over. I was just basically right-siding pieces the whole time so I could be productive. And at the same time, they all looked the same to me. I was not puzzling. I was puzzled out. I was just faking for the camera because I was streaming it too. That stream is now unlisted because it was such a shit show.
I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly, so then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
Look at that smug look. Like, yes, I know. I remember we rehearsed that, so it's more relatable if there's a piece missing. So proud of that stupid little answer. And best case scenario is there was actually a puzzle that was already made that they've been working on for weeks and months, and she couldn't bear to take it apart. So it was, in some place in the house. We don't see it in any of the crime scene photos. So I don't know why she's so committed to we were working on a puzzle, you can see the puzzle. But she is telling them while they're on the scene and they have control of the house and she's outside, you can see the puzzle. So, but that said, it doesn't mean they did it that night. It's much more likely it's something Lucas pecked away at every time he would come over for a visit, that sort of a thing.
After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of...
I continue to maintain and focus him. I didn't need to maintain and focus. I'm all ready. I can maintain and focus on 150 things at once. But I had to maintain and focus him.
Of paints that I used of my sons that...
I'm not buying it. I don't have to imagine. We literally did it. It was me, my brother, sister-in-law. I got 3 magnums, gave them each a magnum. We started off with paint. We had a fun time. The paint is actually really good. I've got some great... I did a picture of pink shorts. My brother did a wine glass. There's some pretty cool art that came out of it. And then it just became a fucking shit show when it came time to get puzzled. We were puzzled out after 2.25 hours and nothing was done. We didn't even have, I don't think we had the 4 corners. We had, some pieces together, but of 1,000 pieces, I would say, less than 50 or 60 that were connected to anything.
His grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever.
This is another lie. So now it becomes, in the car interview, in previous testimony, I bought the puzzles in the paint. That's why I got the puzzles in the paint. All of a sudden on the stand, it's grandmother got my son these puzzles and paints, which I think is a great resource for me and George to get his mind off things.
And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since
I can remember.
As a child.
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
Okay. And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes.
Well, that's a great point, Green Man. If they needed it, it would have been a great line of testimony. Green Man asks, I so wish that she'd been confronted about all the jobs she couldn't get and couldn't keep. They could have easily just done like a basic employment background check on her. It's like, isn't it true over the last 10 years you've had 7 jobs for a total of 6 months, 12 days, and 4 hours? And these are for, a maximum of 2 months at any particular job to as short as 4 hours at, but yeah, they didn't need it.
Our belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes.
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that?
Very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and
drink.
Paint and drink, yes, and listen to music.
Mr. Owens. And drink. Yes, and drink.
Sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Did you all get the dogs involved? What a weird question that is.
My dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and...
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
I guess we're painted out. I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music.
But not George's music.
And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it.
Some channel on the radio. Like, where's she living in? Like 1990? I know people listen to the radio generally in your car if you haven't paid for something, some kind of extra, and you're in a big city, fine, you're short hopping it to and fro. But, what's she listening to? Like classic rock on the best of the 70s, 80s, and today with AM Sleep Time.
And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
Before you started the game of hide and seek. No, George started it. He tagged me and said, "You're it."
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this.
Victoria has Sirius XM because Central Florida has no good channel. And so that confirms my suspicion that Sarah was listening to shitty music on generic, oldies radio or something like that, and forcing George, don't listen to that new stuff that you like. Listen to this old crappy music that isn't fractious. I've got Sirius XM too. I really like a few channels. Like, exposes me to music that I wouldn't normally be listening to, and sometimes it's given me great inspiration for Sarah's shorts. Other times it's just relaxing music that I have no idea how to look up the artist, but I can go on the chill radio station and find a lot of songs that are just chill.
Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
But it was
Would it be
all
fair
empty
to
in the
say
morning.
That as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes, that's how time works, Mr. Owens. No, we actually drank less as the day went on.
Yes.
And would it be fair?
Is it fair to say that as the day wore on, you drank more?
Say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
No, I can't get drunk. The more I drink, I can't get drunk. I won't get drunk.
Of course, yes.
Oh, both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me.
Here's a pro tip. If you're ever involved in a relationship where hide and seek sometimes occurs at a time that you feel like going to bed, and someone says, "Tag, you're it," and you're expected to go hide, I can recommend an excellent hiding spot. I would go straight into bed. I would put a pillow on one side of my head. I would tuck the blankets up. Wouldn't really hide. I'd leave my head out. But I would hide in bed. And then they would go, she doesn't feel like, or he doesn't feel like going to sleep. Or playing hide and seek. I guess the game time is over. But yeah, if you're ever in a non-consensual game of hide and seek, hide in the bed, go to sleep.
So we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs, you have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
It makes it sound like it's farther to get to the bathroom than it is to get to the Publix. The Publix is straight shot. You're there. get alcohol like that. But, it's pretty tough to get to my bathroom from the master bedroom.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Lie. Did you lie down in the tub? No, I just lied on the stand. I never got in the tub.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And
I was trying.
did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Hey, Meowgarita, welcome
Did
to
you
the
wait?
party.
Yes, for quite some time.
Oh, great. You didn't get to sleep till 5 a.m.? There was somebody I met in Suma's chat that was like, I'm going to be up until 5 a.m., but I'll try and join you. So now it's around the time that those 5 a.m. people are waking up. Maybe Rolling Stone will join us as well.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went
Wrap it up.
downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome?
Considered a townhome.
So you walk down the stairs, right? Mm-hmm. And at the bottom
Thank
of
you,
the stairs is a
Margarita.
bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years, and we took that with us. And because of how
Mary Mack, welcome to the chat. And yeah, it's a great question. It, anyone new to the case, it constantly comes up. I don't understand why she hid if she was it. Oh, this is a perfect. Yeah, this is a great place for me to chat. What a screenshot. This is another one. If you want to get into a caption contest for this week's, it's not a contest because there's no prize, but the recognition of your peers, the fine and dandies. If you want to screenshot this and put your own caption to it, post it to the community tab, that would be funny. We would both be laughing. We just thought it was funny. We looked at your face and we thought of funny things to say. We were both laughing. We were having a good time. We're enjoying each other's company. Let me get to the comment though. Yeah, it really brings it, like, the hide and seek is really the layers of the onion of the whole Sarah Boone story. Because on the one hand, it's the hook that gets you in. Like, what? They were playing hide and seek in a suitcase? Like, those two parts of the story are inextricable from each other in telling the bare bones of the story. Yet only the suitcase part is true. The hide and seek part is some weird, what she had time to figure out in the morning between calling 911 and knowing that she'd murdered George. How am I going to explain that he was in a suitcase? And her, pea-brained, alcohol-soaked mind can only remember activities from when she was a child because she'd never emotionally matured. So when she's trying to paint a good picture of herself, she tries to paint, like, it's these wholesome activities that she remembers from childhood because there's no wholesome activities as an adult that she has any relation to. So when she's trying to describe, it was a good day. We did puzzles. We did finger painting. We did this. Yeah, that might have been a good day when you were 6. But it's her way of trying to show I'm a normal person. Look, I was just doing normal person things. And then he just suddenly died. I don't know if it was an aneurysm, if it was a heart attack. We were just playing hide and seek. And that's, so you got to realize that the hide and seek was, it was her brain's flash. And look at her face right now. This is the look that she had when she came up with that one brain cell firing. Say it was hide and seek. Brilliant. Boom. She ran with it, never questioned that, and then just started working backwards from if it was hide and seek, what would have happened next? What would have happened before? And it's this whole constantly evolving series of lies. And she's so narcissistic and delusional that the more she tells them, the more ingrained she gets. So she really believes these things. And then she starts embellishing with details that, maybe are, from true moments of other people's lives, from her life, from stories she's read. And that's what makes her fascinating, I think, 2 years after the fact. That's one of the reasons why I can sit here every Friday and watch, this. Not only every Friday, I'm watching this all week to set up for this Friday view. So I'm watching this over and over. And that said, I don't notice a lot of stuff until I'm watching it with all you guys. So anyway, that was a longer break than I wanted to take, but an important aside. So thank you, Mary Mack. Welcome.
Dilapidated it was, how broken it was. In the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right. And I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Jenny Bailey,
Is there
that
a
paint
closet?
set for so long. I would watch Suma's streams, and every time that part of it came up, I'd be like, she's lying. It's not. I bought this paint set, and I thought it was a great resource. And then it's like, yeah, it was just such a small detail for all the horrible things she did. But it just stuck out to me because other people weren't getting angry about it. And I'm like, I'm angry. I will fight the fight for the art set.
Closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
And now the story is that the suitcase came down a week or so prior, and now it's just been sitting around the living room. Like, if you really wanted to donate the suitcase, you'd think that you would, take it down. Okay, bring down the stuff we're going to donate. All right, let's go donate. Okay, let's haul the suitcase down. Leave that here sitting on the floor to trip over for the next week.
And so what, y'all were going to donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning.
It is February 23rd. Of course, Sarah's doing her spring cleaning a month and a half before spring.
Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through.
A lot of son's clothes that she was just sick of looking at. That's a quote from the interrogation.
Of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you were going to put inside?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay.
George
so
brought it down.
You said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
Settling
What
in.
did you do?
In my head, I
man.
said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And
Again, you want to go to bed and you see a guy settling into a suitcase? It's a perfect opportunity to go hop into the bed, pull the covers over you, and by the time they realize you're not looking, you're asleep.
I walked over, and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase
Let me stop you there.
over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is yours?
Oh, Mr. Owens. It's a pretty big suitcase. Yes. Okay, so this part in my fantasy, like if Quentin Tarantino did like a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood type remake of this story, at this point, because Owens is going to, I've paused it just before, but Owens is going to ask, how big is George? And she says, George is my height. How tall are you? I'm 5'3". How much did George weigh? I thought he was 100 pounds. How much do you weigh? I was 98 pounds. And then she gives away the fact that she's been incarcerated. So we'll let that play out without ruining it. But you can see on her face, there's a little set up for that. But in my fantasy world, this is a point where Owens says, well, it's a pretty big suitcase. Why don't you come on down to the well and show us how easy it is to get out of? And Sarah, not sure, but like, we didn't discuss this. And then Owens like zips her in, and the next thing you know, oh no, the zippers are stuck. They can't get her out. And she's like, hey, I can't breathe. We're trying, Sarah. And then she's in there and she's struggling. And anyway, that's, I'm a bad person. Maybe not a great person, not a horrible person, but that's my little fantasy. Okay, we'll go back to the video.
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did...
Oh, and I will remind you as we get back to since I've been incarcerated, so much time has been wasted on wardrobe, on, can I get a glam squad so the jury doesn't know that I'm in prison? Please, can she get snacks so she can have, proper attention like a person that, was out on bail and be able to go out for snacks. All of that time gets wasted in about 7 seconds here.
Did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got
already
to
in there.
him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny, and we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there, and then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still.
That's worth remembering because Mr. J says, okay, so you got it in there and then you moved it around a little bit? No. Oh, you zipped it up right away? Yes. Sarah's so concerned with trying to spin a story with Mr. J that she can't even keep track of the things that don't matter to her lies. But Mr. J wrote this down word for word, and then he asks her on cross-examination. So you kind of moved her. Oh, you didn't? Okay.
It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of...
She knows how bad this sounds, right? I think we were just both kind of, just still laughing because it was still funny that he could fit inside of the suitcase.
Couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide, and he pulled the top.
Yes.
On top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
And what was he saying?
All right. I'm not buying it, with a great comment that kind of hits on a theory I've got as well. So I'm going to read the comment and then bring it around to the theory that I've got, which is fairly similar. Responding to A to B, I'm not buying it, says, no, he was retrieving the case to leave her, and she grabbed the bat, hit him, knocked him out, stuffed him in the case, kicked him down the stairs, thought he was dead. Fairly close to that. I think that he was squatting and putting things in. So there's a story about how we were taking artwork off the wall. We were purging the artwork to make room for new art, just to keep him entertained. So that's got to be a cover story for why there's art missing from the wall. I would think that there's art missing because if I created artwork and I was breaking up, I would want to take it. It's got sentimental value to me, none to the person I'm breaking up with. And knowing how vindictive Sarah was, she would rip it and destroy it if you don't get it on the way out, right? So I think that George is sitting there squatted, like a little hunch over the suitcase, and he's putting things in and organizing it. And she comes behind with the bat, and I think he falls in, and she thinks it's funny that he basically fell into the suitcase. And they both weren't laughing. She was laughing. She says they were both laughing because it makes the story better for her. But she was laughing. She probably thought, oh my God, you fit in the suitcase. And she just had to move a limb or move, a little bit here and there. But she was able to get him in the suitcase. And she still was laughing. She still was laughing because she thought it was funny. And she zipped him up, not all the way, most of the way, because the zippers are broken. So it was tough to do it the whole way. But I got it as much as I could. It was basically shut. And then I was laughing. I thought it was funny. And he came to, and he, at first he was laughing. He thought, hey, what'd you do? What'd you do, Sarah? And, I was still laughing. And I kicked him down the stairs. And, then he didn't say anything for about 10 minutes. But I turned on my phone, and he started talking again.
Doing when you were zipping him up?
Just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And
this kind of is something I never really considered too, because a lot of people ask, how do you move around a suitcase? You only weigh 100 pounds. You've got to move your own body weight. But there's physics working for Sarah in this case. If it's got one of those handles that withdraws, and we know it's one of those kind of hardback suitcases with wheels, it's not that hard to extend the handle. Then you've got leverage, and if it's got wheels on the other end, she definitely can move it around. She can spin it around. She was probably having time of her life running around the fucking townhouse like she was a kid with that little popcorn fucking thing on wheels, a 3-year-old toddler. And she was, fun housing him around the townhouse.
At that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
And at that point, she probably still thought it was funny. And she was probably maniacally laughing as she was whipping him around the townhouse on the wheels.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point,
I had the opportunity to talk to him. I thought at that point, this would be a great time for us to have a rational discussion. 2.5 bottles or magnums of wine. And after aggravated assault and him being zipped in the suitcase, I was like, hey, George, let's talk.
I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
I didn't want him to be like that.
Right?
Yeah.
He gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well,
And this is kind of funny from Owens because I think he's trying to get ahead of it, right? He's trying to ask these questions so the state isn't asking the questions. But he has nowhere to go with it, right? He's asking some questions that really make her look bad.
it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So,
Kind of
It was upside
flopping.
down.
yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to
Why did you videotape, Sarah? Tell us.
just see the, I guess the jest in it for Him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I
wanted you to see the jest in it. Right now I have the opportunity to speak to you in a manner that I don't normally. Let's just have this cool, casual, rational discussion while I hold all the cards.
Him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
Right. But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
Thank you, Owens. Thanks for establishing the state's case here.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Sidebar coming.
Why did you say all that?
Objection, Mr. J. Court says yes, sir. Mr. J. Judge, it's my position that they have not established an overt act. I understand it's one thing to allow her to testify about why she did these things, but I don't want that to be considered a waiver of objection about reputation, past violence, and battered spouse syndrome coming in another way. Court says response. Mr. Owens. Well, Judge, this event is broken down into 2-minute. Why did she say that what she did and what was recorded? I think she's going to say I was angry at him. He was in a confined space. He was not free to get out, and it was my chance to tell him how I felt. Then, of course, 11 minutes later, there's the 22-minute video. 22-second video. Right. 11 minutes later, the 22-second video. But there's an 11-minute period where she's going to testify about what happened during that time. So, I didn't know she was going to say she was incarcerated. Court says, I know. I don't think anybody anticipated that. Mr. Owen. So, some of the things come out of client's mouth that we don't expect. I understand. You want to proffer it outside the presence of the jury, but I think she's going to say, I'm going to say, why did you say the things in that 2-minute video? I think she's going to say, because I was angry and I wanted to tell him how I felt. Well, that's what I believe the answer's going to be. Not because, you choked me and you know what you done. The court says, is it possible, the question, to avoid any prior instances coming out at this point in time, is it possible to rephrase the question specifically as to the feelings that she had in that point of time and only those things? Okay. So we avoid the issue. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I'm just talking about the 2-minute part that was recorded. Tell me in that point of time.
I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury?
I want you all to know that
You talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that? Or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
all right.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
You know what? Just Me brings up a good point and says, I feel so bad for George's family, all her smirks. And the only, the silver lining that we can take from this is how great must it be for any members of George's family that, rewatches the video and knows Sarah is in for life and conducted herself with this smugness on the stand. Like, every one of these smirks, knowing the situation she's in now, has to be very satisfying. Like, that's the silver lining I would take from it anyway.
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
Hey, Paul
And
Klink,
you could tell that he was
NYC.
uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
Always like shouting out Paul Klink, NYC. If you check out his channel, he has a lot of the original interviews from the time of Sarah's arrest. So he has links to news reports, just, suitcase killer accused of locking her boyfriend in a suitcase, as well as an interview with Eli Walker, one of the neighbors that didn't testify in the trial. So yeah, check out Paul Klink, NYC if you are looking for a new channel to keep on your subscription list.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which is approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
Well, I assume he was still feeling some uncomfort.
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I
Knew the tone.
knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
Welcome to the party, Nina
And
Robinson.
it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase.
Speaking of things that got very heated very quickly, we'll think about George Torres sitting in about 3 cubic feet volume of space. His body as a 5-foot, 100-pound man, using up anywhere from 2 to 2.5 cubic feet of that space, rapidly replacing the oxygen with carbon dioxide and raising the internal temperature. So yeah, things did get heated very quickly, I'm sure. Sarah, please continue.
And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase.
The only part of the suitcase that appears broken was the zippers, which meant it was much harder to break out of the suitcase. Broken suitcase that would be difficult, or, I would be worried about, would be one where the stitching had issues, or, the whole side was coming out and all you'd have to do was push against it and it was going to rip. But as Mr. J demonstrates, it's a pretty solid suitcase. It can take a few raps with a bat. Doesn't feel like it took any damage from that, so.
And his hand started to...
Yes, Paul Klink NYC has a channel. I think it's Paul Klink from Tennessee is the name of his channel. So he's hitting on both the Tennessee and New York City markets. But if you look up Paul Klink, or even click on his picture in the chat here, you should be able to get to his channel. Some chats you can't do that, but I've enabled it. So if you have a channel and you're if somebody seems funny that's in the chat, you can click on their name in the channel, and it'll give you the option to go to channel, and you can go to their channel, subscribe to them, check them out at another time. Check them out now. Check me out at another time. But yeah, I've left that enabled. So anybody that you see in the chat, if you're interested, if they have a channel because they're saying funny shit or interesting shit, or just, shit that you, that would be interesting. Check them out. I haven't disabled it, so you can always check out any interesting channel members that way.
Come through, his hands started to come through this way.
Never mind. Just me says it didn't work.
So I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase,
Yes,
and you went to the suitcase
yes,
and shook it.
yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the moment. It may not have seemed significant to you. It may have seemed like all the other bullshit that she set up till now, but that was the overt act. I will elaborate in a few minutes when they do go to the sidebar, but you heard it. That was the overt act.
Seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Because testifying about hitting his hand with the bat is the fear for her life.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
It's a youth bat. Yes, I bought it for my son, which means Brian bought it for son. And the fact that James Owens is making the distinction that it's a youth bat, that just means like it's a few ounces lighter. If anything, it's easier to do more damage as a small person than if it was a grown-up bat, because Sarah's such a little tiny golem imp. My precious, give me the rings.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here, and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the
Thrusted
different
it
areas
in?
of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Eventually, it's why I stand here today. I'm a survivor.
Yes, finally he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Welcome to the chat,
Now, once he
pretend judge.
retracted his hand,
Help see.
do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation?
Do you remember zipping it up some? What did you do in relation?
Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing, he wasn't threatening, his hand was inside foremost. There was no
Foremost.
more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Pretend judge, welcome to the chat, says, I've always wondered how finger poking out of the suitcase narrative came to light. It was never mentioned until Owens in the trial. The correction I'll give to that is in the car interview, she does say his two little fingers, he had his little fingers out. I know I didn't do it up all the way. So there was never a talk of her feeling threatened by the fingers. That only came up with Owens. But there is some record of her talking about his two little fingers. Court was the first time she does this like hand motion to say the hand is coming out. But yeah, it's not an overt act. It's less than a scintilla in my opinion. But the fact that Judge Kranick ruled that this is one scintilla of evidence towards overt fact totally precludes any appeal from arguing that she wasn't given the chance to argue this in court. So waste of time, yes, but ultimately probably the right decision by Judge Kranick to allow this to have continued.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has...
Zipper to zipper. I remember the first time Suma brought this up in one of her chats. She was like, that just always sounds to me like it's like some exclusive gay nightclub, welcome to Zipper, where the drinks are cold and the dancing's hot. I don't know.
Two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
How much room was there zipper to zipper? The zippers were connected at Zipper to Zipper. Open Fridays and Saturdays in Orlando. We're going to Zipper tonight, Zipper tonight.
Yes,
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
Zipper to Zipper, the place where two zippers meet at various places across the line. Get in line today at Zipper to Zipper, and your zipper may meet its match.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
At Zipper to Zipper, there doesn't need to be any room between zipper to zipper. Bump and grind is all we do. Chitty bum bum. Oh yeah.
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that?
Okay, this is the last
Yes.
replay of Zipper to Zipper without commentary.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Look at that sorrowful face. Oh, no jury in the world would convict me.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
All right.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's...
Mom of Lola pops into the chat and says, poor man, listening to that voice as he is dying. Yeah. The only saving grace is he didn't have to look at that face. God, you cannot pause her on a positive face. Like, negative earned.
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
Where were the dogs? What the fuck do the dogs have to do with jack shit? Like, where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
Well, she just said they went upstairs. They go all the way to the bathroom, which is like, a 15-minute walk from the bedroom, or did they just go straight to the bedroom?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Yeah, Ketty, the garden claw is something I'm interested in about too. So Ketty from, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but lag hair. I'm wondering if the scratches on George were from the garden claw. Otherwise, why would Sarah mention it? And there is some discussion about him having the marks on his back that she claims is from sex. Sex. And that would approximate garden claw marks, but yeah, interesting details that we probably never will figure out. Ramono says, I assume that Jay and Cacciatore are discussing their dinner plans during this BS.
Sarah Boone, you said that...
Ms. Boone, Sarah
when he
Boone.
was in the suitcase, he was threatening her. Threatening you.
Threatening her, threatening
Can you tell
you.
the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what... The threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
And you? He seems surprised. Like, he's working so hard to get to this. And you? Well, say it again for the jury. This is great. Sarah, he said he was going to fucking end you? Yeah, repeat that, please. With a rebel yell, she cries more.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
Say it.
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
You?
One more.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sidebar coming. Judge, can we approach the bench? Oh, so this is where Owens is going to say, I did it. I got the overt act. Yes, sir. I think at this point, we're asked the jury to come out and make some arguments, and you can decide whether there's an overt act so I can go into the other matters. The court, in your position, Mr. Owens, is this the totality of information that you want to present with regard to the incident that evening and the overt act? Yes. Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Owens? And she fell asleep. That she would fall asleep and wake up the next morning. The court. The last post incident was that she had called Brian. There's nothing else in the record at this point in time. Mr. Owens. I think right after that call, she fell asleep. Am I missing something? Mr. Henderson shakes head. Court says, all right. Mr. Owens says, that's it. Court says, okay, I agree with Mr. Owens. At this point in time, we'll send, unless there's something else. If you want to finalize the point, you can do so. Mr. Owens, she fell asleep. Court says, if you want to finalize that, I'll leave that to your discretion. Okay, we'll bring out the jury. You can entertain any argument at that point in time. Okay, thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you.
At this point, if you have tea, if you have popcorn to prepare, good time to come back to the stream with tea and popcorn. As the jury is excluded, there's a little bit more open discussion over how ridiculous this overt act is. Mr. J making the case that not a full scintilla of evidence has been provided. The Owens team doesn't really present as much as Mr. Kranick is playing keep away and no, I'm not going to give you any appellate argument at all. I'm going to allow this as one scintilla.
Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not...
Yes, Mandy, I will be sticking around for cross. We'll do Sarah Boone's testimony in its entirety. There is, I think, a couple of breaks, but as we are going now, the raw stream has about 4 hours left in it. I think there's a big chunk. Let me see. Yeah, they're going to take a break from 5:50... That's just a 20-minute break. Oh, and then there's another one at the 7.5 hour mark. That one's also about 20 minutes. Okay, I'm going to hustle a little bit, but we're going to make sure that the cross gets in today because the cross is fun. The cross might even be so fun that we start off the next stream with it just to make it less focused on Julie Harper.
Do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
I agree, Beth. I don't take breaks. I take exercise breaks. Might take a pee break too. I'll be right back.
Y'all maybe be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all
Everyone's laughing. It's all fun and games. Mr. J's snark right here is great because he doesn't want to do this in front of the jury, so he's getting it all out outside the jury's presence. And I love how he keeps recapping the story with his personal snark.
fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games.
Still fun.
And everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings.
Mr. J loves using the words that Sarah used in her letters. So there was pulpit.
About everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up
She was notorious for using the word pulpit in letters to the judge at this point.
her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises.
Deep ecchymosis bruises.
She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started
He tightened up that analogy there, eh? He was way better on it in the second time.
this. There was no overt act, and therefore we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things.
Being silly.
The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By
See you
their
soon, Miyagi.
interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on,
So just if you're having trouble keeping up. What he's doing is a delicate tightrope walk. He's trying to both excuse the aggravated assault, basically, you know, hey, she didn't pull the gun and then get killed in self-defense. It was consensual. Everything was consensual. And then it turned into the self-defense. So, because, yeah, if they're able to say that Sarah put him in the suitcase, then anything he does to get out of the suitcase is not a defense for Sarah, because it's him trying to save his own life, which a reasonable person, you know, that's reasonable. You don't have a right to kill a person for trying to live.
There's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf.
Mandy makes a good point. Mr. Owens is just as responsible for helping get George justice as state, in my opinion. And we had a great conversation. Jesse Bees asked a question at the very beginning of the stream that alluded to that. Basically asking, why does he get such a hard time? And a lot of it's in fun, because he's just a fun guy to kind of pick at. And I also speculate, because he had so little time to prepare, there's so much that's easy to laugh at with, you know, where he's going with the arguments. Plus his client, he had all kinds of things working against him. But I think Mandy, and I think even most of the people who give him a hard time, acknowledge that he did, you know, it was a net benefit to Sarah Boone's sentence and George's justice that he came on and it didn't turn into a Darryl Brooks, you know, ridiculous thing, like, you know, her building a fort on the in front of her desk or something like that. Like, it was held with at least a relative level of decorum that I don't think would have happened if she was pro se the whole time.
She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she...
Green Man, you bring up a great point, and I'm going to, you know, we'll be here all day, but who cares? This is a fun one. Green Man says, I think Mr. J is tickled to be encouraging the defense to go down the battered spouse route by acting like he doesn't want them to. He knows that come jury instructions, the battered spouse defense falls apart. And that is, I think he also has done a lot of work on the rebuttal case, right? So just from a pure, you know, I spent hours on putting those videos together and getting the edits I wanted and, you know, preparing my argument. I'm sure he wants to deliver the rebuttal case. But, you know, as a Crown attorney, you don't need to present all that when the facts of the case are res ipsa loquitur and speak for themselves.
Felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period...
Last pause for a while. Oh, perfect pause on Judge Kranick, because that's exactly, he's just like, say your piece. I think he already knows at this point he's going to allow it. Like, he's probably done the research into it. It's like, fuck. Basically, they just have to claim it, and it gets in. So he's just like, wrap it up so I can say yes, and then we can move on. But he looks done.
Period has been testified to by my client, and that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats, he got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack
Jenny Bailey,
by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat and the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, "I'm going to fucking end it for you," or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase.
It just happened.
If she would have let him out, and this is...
Use the words, "I'm going to fucking end it for..." I don't remember the words. He just wanted his chance to swear in court. Everyone else got to swear. Mr. J got to swear. I want to say fucking end it.
That he threatened her, using the word, "I'm going to fucking end it for you," or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out.
Failure.
Which...
You didn't get that? That's the failure to unzip. The failure. We all know about the failure to unzip.
would have...
F-E-Y-A. Failure to unzip.
created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples.
Spoiler, example 1 is worse than example 2, and example 2 isn't good.
Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene.
So right away, this is a qualified immunity example. Qualified immunity is if you're working as a police officer and you have a job of responding to, law enforcement, there's going to be reasonable reasons that you might be using a firearm in, part of doing your job, and you might accidentally discharge that firearm reasonably because you thought that you were in danger and, made a mistake. That's a defense. I'm not saying that, you can always do it. It's always allowed, but it's a defense in court. And if you're working for the government doing what you were told to do, qualified immunity basically means you don't give the person, you're not suing him. You might sue the police force for, that, is unreasonable under the Constitution. But so this is a qualified immunity argument that's coming up, which makes it completely moot.
And the only thing he hears is there is a suspect, and the suspect may be...
And sorry, J.L. Cupstas says, I need Dan doing Owens for 3 hours. I could listen to it all day. Tonight on the Friday Night Ramble, I'm not quite sure when I'm going to go. It depends how late we go on this. I have Allen versus Georgia. It's a court transcript of a gentleman who, in quite colorful language, disrespects the court and tells the judge that his lawyer is trying to force him to suck his dick and, a bunch of really out-of-line material. I don't have many voices. The person that is this Allen character stutters a bit, so I'm going to do my Owens voice for Allen, and I'm going to just use my voice for judge or state, and I'll be reading that transcript as part of my Friday Night Ramble tonight. So if you're interested in the Owens voice and an extended read, that's a good place to get it. Or day 1 of the trial. His mic was so quiet that I basically read the transcript while he was moving around the courtroom. So you can rewatch that as well.
Armed. So, of course, the officer pulls out his revolver, and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect.
And Judge Kranick is looking at him, knowing obviously way more about qualified immunity than Dan D, the streamer from Canada, does. But if I know that this is a stupid argument, imagine how well he knows that this is a stupid argument.
The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink.
Slightly better example, still shit. And I think that's why he moved on to it from the first one. Like, oh, fuck, yeah, that's dumb. So this is now a self-defense example. He's going to say, you know, you're there with a buddy, you're drinking, you're having a good time. Your buddy gets into it with another guy, and he's not really started it, but he's the one who's into it. And now you get involved by trying to restrain him, physical restraint to avoid an attack. That's what Sarah did. Sarah put him in a suitcase to avoid an attack. So self-defense.
Another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this...
JL Cups does, you make a great point in the chat too. So she says, that's what I'm doing is rewatching. I'm not into a live trial this week. And there's something very satisfying about rewatching trials, whether it's even recent or, you know, a little older. The Betty Broderick is the one where I realized this. But being able to skip ahead, being able to look at the official transcript and know what the sidebars were, knowing, you know, just the retrospect where the groupthink has brought certain bits of evidence to light where you can appreciate everything you know and then watch the trial. It's a great way to watch a trial. I almost am more interested now in doing these rewatches than I am in live trial coverage. So we'll see. You know, there's going to be a live trial that I'm interested in, but I really like sticking with these trial rewatches. Kevin Lickwick is one that was recommended by a viewer that it's only 3 videos, so that's a pro se defendant. Something that looks good, fairly recent, but again, having it on tape, we can just watch the parts that are relevant, skip the recesses, skip the lunch.
Another individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed. Based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Court's going to re-review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you for the positive comments. So they'll be coming back with an oratora ruling, which I believe just means oral. They'll be saying it. And there's Sarah. Well, I guess that went okay. But she really wants to get into the character assassination, right? Everything she said up to this point, she hasn't been able to get into the bad stuff. So now we're going to hear the other side. And it's supposed to be the other side of George, but it really shows the Jekyll side or Mr. Hyde side of Sarah, of the Jekyll and Hyde. Because once she starts bad testifying about George, it exposes so much about what a shitty person she is that I don't think she realized that was going to happen. I think that the more she disparaged George, the more she thought she was looking good. And it was a direct inverse effect. And now we'll skip ahead, I think, 20 minutes, which is exactly why I like recorded trial coverage. Yeah, we're going to skip Jesse. We're going to skip Morgan and Morgan.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Judge Torres on behalf of the state. William J. the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone.
Connie Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is currently seated.
Welcome, Mary Mac. I'm glad to hear that the search is actually working to surface me on a Sarah Boone search. So that's fantastic. I've tried to do very focused coverage, and at the same time, you know, I'm a creative person. I like to expand slightly outside my comfort zone. So if you're watching Sarah Boone, it's my authoritative coverage. If you're watching other stuff, I'm just like you. I'm a viewer that saw something I thought was interesting and either shared it on my community tab or shared it as a Friday rewatch with you guys. So welcome the rewatch crew and all you who are live with me today.
Counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. The court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. The court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear.
Okay, and just for perspective, at this time, we were going nuts in the chats. So when this was live, I was in the Caricatures live chat, and he came back and said, okay, an overt act. We were, what? People like lighting hair on fire, running around in circles. Like, this is ridiculous. Oh my God. He can't. No. So now we have the perspective. We can be a little bit more, you know, cool, calm, collected, and discuss the benefits of Judge Michael Kranick's decision here. And by saying that an overt act was established by the single scintilla that was required, he prevented the appellate argument from having any complaint about not being able to present this defense. So the double-edged sword. So sure, you can get in an overt act on almost nothing. Imagine going to a jury with nothing and trying to convince them that it's an overt act. Well, you don't have to imagine. You just have to watch the Sarah Boone trial, because there is no overt act. The judge allowed them, even though it doesn't exist, just out of an abundance of caution. And now they have to go to the jury and say, his hand was coming out. You would have killed him for that, right? And all you reasonable people in the jury, you all would have killed George for having his hand come out. And, you know, and then when it comes down to it, you don't even need to believe how he got in the suitcase. You don't need to believe any of that. But, you know, at the very minimum, the jury doesn't need to believe the overt act either. And that's the danger of going, you know, even though Judge Kranick in allowing it made a lot of us go crazy, like, why are they allowed to do this? Ultimately, it was a smart decision, and it's made her appellate argument so much weaker today. So with that said, we will let him continue to deliver this judgment that I didn't listen to because I was so angry myself. I was in the chat causing a shitstorm too. What?
That a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something.
Tammy Sellin says, Dan D. True Crime, you should make and sell Sarah Boone head pinatas. I'd buy a dozen or so. You know what? If you did make a Sarah Boone head pinata, you'd have to fill it with candy. I would say like peppermints, cookies, Pop-Tarts.
That's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I've taken that.
I'd taken that out.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So
all right. Go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well,
What do we got?
I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it is a composite. Is this it here?
Okay, I'm going to start reading over him because he's quiet. He had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of it's composite.
This first is
Is this here?
defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries to the
Defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries to a leg.
leg.
Oh, the court reporter had to.
Fair and accurate depiction.
Here, I'm going to turn down the court because the court's not. It's more. It's amplified, but you're getting a lot of ambient sounds too. Yeah, that's got to be nicer on the ears.
Okay.
Assuming predicate for fair and accurate description of the picture laid, we don't have an objection, Mr. K says. And that's pretty much the same argument for all this.
L, 2 photographs.
L, 2 photographs.
To her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate depiction, we have no specific objection.
Okay.
So each one of these, if I'm going to take a little break from just translating it, I'll keep the transcript up, but Owens is introducing the letter of evidence. Each letter corresponds to one of his big stupid poster blow-up boards. And Mr. J is making a standardized objection that we don't have any objection unless it's not brought in as evidence properly. So the predicate has to be laid that, you know, this happened to me on this date. Yes, I remember this. So that they can get Sarah on the record as saying that these are true, and then he can impeach that testimony on his cross.
Exhibit M for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs.
The photo on the back porch with the dogs is going to show what a shitty little enclosure that Sarah built. Oh, I have to learn how to use my drawing tool again.
Judge's relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So to get her to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to assuming all the normal private stuff.
Now, Judge, this is where he took a bat. It's 5 photographs where he took a bat to TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on the
Sarah's.
state's exhibit 2. We're not objecting to that
Okay.
as long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P, is 2 photographs of an incident in which
No objection as long as foundation is laid, etc.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Okay, this goes all the way up to the letter Y.
These next ones
Back to
are
double A.
Photographs, not composites.
Oh, fuck me.
Q for identification is 1 photograph.
D,
Is that part of the like stuff that we already done?
This-
D
I was
for
told this was separate
identification.
From the burn. This was a.
Okay, we'll skip ahead.
Something at the end of the letter, not the burn.
I don't see anything interesting aside from the fact that they're bringing in the picture of the
Forward to
dogs.
Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation
And I
is
really
laid.
didn't realize how large the dogs are, so it is kind of interesting
No
to
objection as long as
see
foundation
that.
is laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
What the fuck?
S
Hey.
For S,
Okay, so Judge, I think we're ready.
With
Okay,
regard
we
to
can
F,
bring
no
Miss Boone
objection, so long
back.
as foundation is laid.
That's where I want to get to.
T.
Oh,
No
it
objection
looks
by the
like the
state, so
drawing
long as
tool
appropriate
works, so
foundation is
I'll
laid.
clear that. Anyone can take a
No
screenshot.
objection from the state, so long as
Before I do it,
appropriate foundation is laid for E.
And
Same for V,
it's
Same for
gone.
W,
W,
same for X,
X,
same for Y.
Oh, they're going fast
Why?
now, too. She hits the stand again. Never mind. Look. Just take the break to sit back, stretch in the chair a little bit. And oh yeah, let's check in on the poll. So I'm very interested. Who had the harder job? If you haven't voted, this is your last chance. James Owens, who had to defend notorious suitcase murderer Sarah Boone, who, self-snitched, recorded her own videos. And let's take a second to appreciate that mint top on Mr. J. That's, you don't see men wearing mint as often as you should. It's a lovely color. But yeah, vote in the poll. So I think, Mr. James Owens, very tough job. He had 2 weeks to prepare for the defense of notorious suitcase murderer.
Identification for A.
And then in the other corner,
pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
you've got Shelby Andrews, who is tasked with having 5 minutes to fix Sarah's hair and makeup before court to make her look like a normal person. Who has
Is
a
it
harder
contained in
job?
K
What does the
through
chat
Y?
have to say?
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so.
I believe so.
I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier.
Oh,
to
if I
handle
not
the
even-
clerk to
oh,
handle
I haven't
the
even launched the
16.5
poll?
by 11.
Are you kidding me?
if it's, I'll allow
I
you
haven't
to use
even
it for
launched the poll.
demonstrative
Okay,
purposes,
I'm
but
gonna
not
launch
gonna
that
accept
poll.
it into evidence as it is duplicative of what's already in evidence is X, defense pre-marked X.
And then
I can't. What
identification C.
must contain between 1 and 5?
That was it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
D for identification.
same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital exhibit.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
Okay, then same.
You know what? The poll, and these are the big stupid posters. The funniest thing about these big stupid posters is how small they look to the blow up that they have on the screen. So when Mr. Owens puts his 8x10s down on the blow up projector that goes behind the witnesses, it blows up these pictures way bigger than these ones he probably paid anywhere from, 60 on the low end, probably, close to $100 a poster to get blown up to this size on a rush job.
Ruling, it is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E.
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's
K
duplicative.
through
You
Y.
can utilize it for demonstrative purposes
There's
only.
a joke to be had there.
F for identification.
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G.
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
Yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's
Welcome back,
duplicative.
indoor
You can
camper.
utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking
Michelle
it into
Matthews,
evidence.
good to see you.
H.
Same thing.
Yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence.
And yeah, I was giving Suma a hard time because she was doing polls that were, should I do a poll? Is this a good poll? And half the time I was answering correctly, half the time I was giving the bullshit answer. It was just fun. It seemed interesting to see how many people were messing with the poll results. But this one I'm seriously interested in, so please. There is no wrong answers.
By virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
Same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
If you have sympathy for Shelby Andrews and the job she had in having to take care of Sarah, watch my short that is set to the music of Popular from Wicked.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the 2 dogs?
Yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
Is that the defendant on the porch with the 2 dogs? The judge knows exactly which picture. They tried so hard to get this in.
As defense M, relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
Yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the...
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
I know
But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, okay.
This is kind of funny too. So Mr. J, he's a sport. He basically helps. He does the tech setup for James so that he can use the overhead projector. But James didn't expect there to be one, and I think he's even a little sad once he realizes, "Fuck, I didn't need to spend that money."
Judge, what other evidence do we have? Do we have body cams?
What other evidence do we have? Do we have body cams?
Excuse me? Nothing else? Nothing else through Sarah?
Nothing
There may be
else.
some
No,
body
we don't
cam
have any
footage
other
to refresh
evidence.
memories. We've got 2 deputies out there.
Okay. All right. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
No, sir?
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right.
All right.
Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
Bring her back.
Sure.
Sarah Boone, you're the next contestant on Your Life is Wrong. Sarah Boone, please join Contestants Row. In the breaks, Mr. Cranick, Judge Cranick, looks very industrious. I am sure he's looking up Florida State football scores. You'll see him with a Seminoles mug any chance he can get that up into the picture. Fletcher Boy asks, why didn't Sarah repair her black eye with gold? Into Sukarai.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
Margaret Adams asking, who is Shelby? If you notice the blonde-haired woman that is sitting behind
Let's go
the
ahead and stand and
defense,
bring back in our panel.
you might get a shot as the jury enters because they tend to show a bit of the defense team. But of the 2 girls, and I say girls only because Owens calls them the girls, the 2 women that are sitting behind the defense table, Lauren Henderson is a recently barred attorney, not attorney of record for this case, but assisting the case. And Shelby Andrews is a jury expert, and her job, well, their jobs turned out to be get Sarah ready pre-trial, do her hair and makeup, make her look like a normal person. The judge gave no extra time for that, so they basically had the 5 minutes between her being brought in and court going on the record.
Jury entering.
It's also possible that Shelby Andrews helped them choose the jury of 5 women, including, well, there's 6 people that were on the final jury, 8 alternates, 5 women, 1 man, juror 3. And of the 5 women, one of them had a domestic violence background. So there's probably some thinking that that was the best possibility for getting Sarah sympathetic jurors.
State, you recognize the jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
But I think what it did was make somebody who actually had experience with it that could call bullshit on everything that Sarah was saying. Because if somebody had been through any level of domestic violence, they'd be like, no, that doesn't sound right. You wouldn't do that to a guy who's doing that to you.
Do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury again.
So in that respect, I think maybe, I can't speak. Shelby Andrews also didn't have much time to prepare for her job. And between choosing a jury and prettying up Sarah, her hands were full.
Good. Once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, no, the daughter is definitely Lauren Henderson, who is the woman that's sitting directly behind Tony Henderson in the, I'll try and find a chance to highlight that, and then Shelby Andrews is they all work together. Apparently it's Owens' firm out in Milton, which is near the panhandle of Florida. Margaret wasn't invited to the trial. I guess she was keeping the home fires burning up there in Milton. There may have been a brief shot of Margaret. If you remember Mr. Henderson appearing via Zoom, there is somebody who's doing the tech setup, and it sounds like Mr. Henderson's eating the microphone while he's not even looking at the camera. He's there. Yeah.
Ms. Boone, so I think we left off.
That's right, Justin.
You had called your ex-husband?
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what?
And I'll stop pausing quite as much right now, but here's the turn now. So they've got the overt act evidence, or basically it's been established. So now all the doors are open. If you were here on day one of the trial, Mr. J was talking about there's a door that we shall not open, and he was being all mysterious in his opening statements. This is the door. The door is open. Now Mr. J can talk about all his rebuttal evidence, but Sarah can also now talk about how hard she'd been done by George, and how this was just her as a, terrified, battered woman who, experienced every symptom on the power and control wheel.
What happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay.
Now Owens is like, yeah, enough with the sleep. Let's get into how he was scaring you.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Not intentionally.
Say the line, say the line, say the line. Back, and I'll just let it play, let it happen naturally. I just picture Bart Simpson cheering like there was, I'm sure it was an episode of The Simpsons where they're just waiting on the character. Oh, maybe it was Bart that was supposed to say it. Eat my shorts. Not intentional.
After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Closer to
Did
noon.
you check the time?
Still well after.
No.
Now, did you hear?
And the reality is, you drank that much, you're probably getting up for the morning pee. Morning pee is probably when, oh my God, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. And then there was probably some level of tidying up and, we'll deal with this once I can call Brian. And then she went back to sleep, and next thing she knew, it's noon. And, oh fuck, I was supposed to call Brian at 8:30.
Your phone ringing.
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
Seba asks, Sarah's a female, right? Isn't she a girl? It's in certain contexts, that's fine. Boys and girls, you're just, if you're separating and you're using words, but the way that Owens uses it basically infantilizes the women that are grown adults on his team. One, Lauren Henderson, who's already a fully barred lawyer that just, she deserves some respect for her experience. Shelby Andrews as well, jury expert, part of, the team, shouldn't just be referred to as the girls. Like, it'd be one thing if maybe his own daughter, hey, she's, just helping out. She's my daughter. She'll do the makeup, Your Honor. And, maybe she can bring a friend, and the two of them, the girls, they'll be able to do it. Totally appropriate use of it. But when he's talking about colleagues, his own peers, to use girls for them and men for himself, like a man should never hit a girl. Or even the boys shouldn't hit girls. It's an immaturity, and so that's where I think a lot of the distaste comes from, that sort of choice of language.
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that
Notorious
I was still on
Brian.
schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth.
You really wanted to say that to the jury, eh? One of our problems is he doesn't understand that I'm looking for jobs. Jury's sitting like 6 feet away. This bitch.
So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured
Inevitably just let it ring.
that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs.
I was motivated enough to go downstairs. I think I can.
And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left.
The way she says inevitably there, it reminds me of, is it The Princess Bride with inconceivable? I don't think that word means what you think it means. Inevitably, I didn't answer the phone.
And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's
Son's laptop, which we all would share. What an entertainment-deprived household.
laptop,
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
It had been smashed.
So you
We'll
thought
get
he
to
would be
that.
in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and
Let me stop you right there.
unzipped the suitcase,
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
no, where
No, because the bathroom is upstairs, and then it's like a 15-minute walk from the master bedroom. Suitcase was downstairs.
Our bathroom I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I was aghast.
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain
Bless you.
degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree.
Mr. Owens doesn't like it when coughs and sneezes cover up his swear words and terrors. I'm sorry, say it again. It was terror to a certain degree.
I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him.
Every time she repeats something, it makes it less credible to me. The more repetition, the less credibility.
And I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR.
That's one of the least credible statements. Continued CPR, and I continued CPR.
And he was gurgling, and...
What color was he?
What color was he?
What color was he? What color was he? No, what color were you? What color was he? He was purple. What color was he?
And I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and...
What color was he?
What color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
He was purple. This is my sad face.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when
The notorious Brian.
And George is possibly drunk or doing things.
How dare Brian bring the son over when George is possibly drunk at Sarah's place? How dare Brian bring son over when it's probably Sarah's time to take care of son?
Not appropriate for my son to see, and I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call.
But despite shit-talking Brian 24/7, he was also my most reliable resource, and I called him constantly.
And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you
Are you trying to make it worse? Why did you bring him?
called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt sad.
There's a perfect pause, too. Yes, he was taking so long. It felt like seconds were hours. Meanwhile, she's on trial for a guy who was in a suitcase, minimum 23 minutes, because you have the photograph of her in the suitcase, or you have the photograph in the suitcase at 10 or 11:03. You have the first video at 11:23, and then the second video at 11:22:23. It felt like seconds were hours. Like how oblivious, how completely detached from the reality of your situation you have to be using a time metaphor about how long it took Brian to come, when you could have been calling 911 if there was any chance, which, clearly there wasn't. But where are you? Why aren't you coming? Oh my God, it took so long. Seconds were hours.
Seconds were hours, yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
I did CPR almost like 6 times. What do you mean I'm doing CPR? I don't know how many times. You do it. You just do it until you can't do it no more. That's how you do CPR. Doing CPR, I don't know how many times. But I did 12 seconds of CPR. Then I called Brian, and then I went back and did, 6 more seconds of CPR. Then I had a Dr. Pepper and lit a cigarette, and then I did 2 more CPRs, and, so there's at least 8 CPRs I did. How many times
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
That delivery there, I can't get enough of, too. She's so like, he told me to call 911. So what did you do? I called 911. She practiced that. Oh, I love the pauses. Fucking love the pauses. She's such an evil, evil woman. Like, it's like that inner demon comes out on every freeze frame, but it shifts just enough to maintain human form with the flow of video.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
To this day. I still want his ring. That's how much I love him.
George was very passionate. George was a very real person.
Thank you, Sabrosa.
George was nice to me on the good days.
Sabrosa was just nice to me. I'm going to go back and listen to this. This is some nice words about George. This is almost like this, Sarah, maybe she got complaint sandwiched in her few days of work, but this is exactly what she's doing here. A complaint sandwich, if you've ever been in management, when you have to give bad news to an employee, you start it off with, hey, you're a really eager employee. I can tell you want to move up in the company. And then you give the complaint, but your work is shit and you haven't been doing anything that, would be required of somebody to move up in the company. And then the other half of it, but I really think you have it within you. So if you could do that. Anyway, it feels like she's giving the complaint sandwich to George. I loved him. He was lovable. He was perfect. He was everything. And he was a fucking asshole. And it was all I could do to fix him. And that's why I got the puzzles and the paint. Thank you, Ocean Sounds.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
So clip this. This is some lovely words about George. You won't hear many of them from Sarah, so let's just enjoy this little eulogy for George from Sarah.
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
Not with Brian.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
He did.
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
All right, and that's the end of the clip. And now we'll go into Let's Shit Talk George.
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
He would drink all day if he could.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and...
Me having a son and trying to work. That's her, she's not working, right? But trying to. Really, really hard for me to maintain my lifestyle.
just have a life, a normal life as best as I could. Somehow that upset George, and because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement.
Again, she doesn't want to put this on the record because she is actively fighting Brian in family court at the time of this trial, and worried that if she puts on the record that he's been paying her in full each month, he's going to say, hey, I've been paying her in full each month. She even put it on here that she had all the money, and, George was just living off of her. So there you go.
At one point, it was from wine we could afford vodka, so a lot of the time.
And the point where they could afford vodka was the settlement when she got her share of the house. Basically what Sarah's saying is that she was living outside of her means, bought big bottles of vodka with the handles built into them because they're so big that that's how you carry them around. And then could no longer afford those because, they went back to living from paycheck to paycheck. And by paycheck to paycheck, I'm talking Brian check to Brian check. And with rent being more than she's getting from Brian, George was responsible for making up all the difference. And anything that George had left over, I'm sure Sarah is in control of spending. And that's how they went to buying $8 magnums of wine as they could get it down their gullets instead of investing in a $25 handle of vodka that might last them 2 days or 3 days.
He would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period.
Bullshit. There's no way George drank a fucking handle throughout an entire period of drinking. Bullshit. If that happened, he would have been dead long before the Suitcase incident happened. That's too much alcohol for a 100-pound man. Like, whether you have tolerance or not, no.
Of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
Notorious for automatically already being outside? It sounds like you're notorious for sleeping in and people have a life while you're wallowing in bed. Notorious for automatically being outside. How the fuck did you get out there? Sarah, I've been up for 3 hours.
And
There was enough vodka in that bottle for 2 people to have a really good time. Now it's gone.
you said you have an alcohol problem.
She doesn't like that question. She can't answer right away. He'll follow up with, did George have one? Answer comes in immediately. You had an alcohol problem? Yes.
George has an alcohol problem.
Oh, she doesn't answer. That's right. You have an alcohol problem? Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. I'm sorry, client. I'm going back 25 seconds, but yeah, Owens pulls it back.
I came downstairs because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right.
And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah. And she's not happy. She's, the fuck did you ask me about an alcohol problem? Fucking Bankowitz wouldn't have done that. He was a buffoon. Hey, Rosie Dozy, welcome to the chat.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
Victoria Carmen says, I wonder where she worked, where she told George about the famous client she had. So that was the fourth highest paid player in baseball at the time. I'm guessing someone that played for the Miami Marlins, maybe for the Tampa Bay Rays, but there are a few athletes that just live in Florida because of the tax rules that aren't necessarily one of the major teams there. But then in that case, it could have been a management office, an accounting office, and she could have been low on the totem pole. Like, you know, she was coming in and cleaning, emptying the trash in an office or something like that, that was, you know, connected to it. But that's the connection, Victoria Carmen.
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to.
Oh, George's drinking would debilitate my ability to help him the way I was always trying to.
Help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
You got those mixed up because of it's a good day and then a day of survival and then a day of trying to peel him off of me. You'd think that would be the survival day. And she also clearly knows how to call 911. She doesn't need Brian to tell her.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Object.
Approach.
Oh. Mr. J, Judge, I don't think pattern is appropriate. If there's specific instances of violence, that's court. Are we getting into reputation? What are we getting into, Mr. Owens? I think it's consistent with what I'd argued before. There were times when, you know, he would drink and then she, just over time, you know, she would get to know, you get to know a person. You're living with them. You're an intimate partner. Over time, you learn that when he gets to a certain level of intoxication, that he gets sad or moody, and then eventually he gets angry and belligerent. Then there are times that he says gets violent with Sarah. So it's just a cycle. That's why I was trying to keep him occupied that day, because she knew if he's got the alcohol there to drink, he's going to consume it. And then it might get to a point where they get to a violent episode. And that was just, you know, they were together 3.5 years, so you can imagine. There's a lot of history going on. I'll refer to it as any further argument. Mr. J says, I think we should just get into specific dates and get into those, because one person is not under broad enough community for reputation evidence under the rules. Mr. Owens says, and she's not going to remember every date, you know. Mr. J says, let's go through what she remembers. Mr. Owens, excuse me? Let's go through what she remembers. Part of the syndrome, part of the syndrome of battered spouse is depression, and then not having a good memory of all the events due to the repression of whatever the doctors testify to. But there's going to be evidence. My concern is utilization of the word pattern. It sounds like we're getting into habit evidence here, which I don't think is something that you can get into. Now, if you want to rephrase it and say this is what would happen, and this was the circumstances that seem to continue, it may be a different story. But with the word pattern is something I've got a problem with. Tell me what y'all are thinking about, because I don't want to violate the court's ruling. My understanding, based on case law, is that there can be reputation evidence for prior incidences, and we're kind of dancing between the two of those. This is generally what would happen. He would drink, become emotional, become sad, and then become aggressive. The state's concern, I think, is going to be the use of the word pattern, which I think we're going to go into habit and routine practice, which I don't think is permitted for the circumstances that you're trying to offer for. Okay. So you can rephrase it, and we can start getting into specific instances. Okay. Court, thank you. And the court comes back with objection is overruled for now. You all were together for 3.5 years.
Objection's overruled for now.
Y'all were together 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes. As long as you show it to the state first, please.
Well, he's showing it to the state. I'm not buying it. Says, quick question. How many of you in chat get angry when the bottle of wine you are sharing with your drinking partner is empty? Yeah, that's a great question, because it's usually a bit of a celebration. Hey, we got to the bottom of the bottle. Ooh. Last sip, you're pouring off the end, and maybe, the classy thing to do is you're filling your glass, you realize that it's going to be empty, so you top off the glass of the person you're with. That's a classy move. That's a Dan D move. You go out on a date with Dan D and share a bottle of wine. I'll pour a splash into your cup as I'm finishing it off. That's the kind of date I am. As I like to say, it's the least I can do. A lot of people, oh, that's so nice. And I'm like, no, literally, I'm lazy. If it's the least I could do, I'll do it. If it was any more than that, I'm not up for it. But, little splash off the end as I'm finishing off a bottle, that's the least I could do. That's Seba's a cheers. Woo! Finish the bottle.
Exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes.
did they show injuries
Are those pictures of your body?
to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't.
I don't. It was so often.
Well, then that one doesn't count. Let's move on to the next picture.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he... What's
I'd recognize those stitches anywhere. That's me.
the injury to the ribcage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his...
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question.
Oh.
Just a minute. Do you know what happened to... Did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit of evidence.
Okay.
All right, what was pre-marked?
Now, that was kind of funny, very low key, but no objection from the state as they want to move it into evidence. So, Sarah, I don't remember. Now, what was happening there is you have to lay the foundation for evidence before it comes in. So Owens is like, hey, is this you? Do you remember this? Really easy for Mr. J to say, no, that wasn't properly established, but he just, no objection. And we know that Mr. J uses these posters later, so I'm sure he was just like, fine, yeah, bring in the posters.
As P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I give Mr. Tackett just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. J's going to work the projector. I'm going to have to put that in slow motion. Mr. J, if you'd be so kind. Oh, fuck. 6:30:39. Slow the speed down to 25. This is all that needs to happen. Like, I can't believe that Owens didn't learn, like, couldn't be taught this in between the breaks. Oh, it was just a second too late instead. We can't watch the whole thing on this. Anyway, that was funny. He came in. Yeah, I can take care of it, Your Honor.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
But yeah, the great thing about this projector is you'll see each of the stupid posters get projected up huge behind Sarah. So huge that they look even more ridiculous. And yeah, he had to pay all the money for his stupid poster boards. That what's he going to do with those after the trial, right?
This is Magna,
This is a picture of the defendant, Sarah Boone's arm.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to...
You can zoom in or zoom out on the top. So Mr. Judge Kranick is also giving some tech support tips.
There you go.
Hey, Sandy Rodriguez, welcome to the chat.
Miss Boone, is that you?
Uh-oh, I was doing good, and then, did I do something wrong? I hope I didn't cut out.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes,
Were they caused by George Torres?
yes,
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Get ready for a picture of Sarah Boone's thigh.
Is that your thigh?
Yes,
Okay, do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk, and
I think taking her dogs for a walk is a lie. I don't think those dogs ever went for a walk. I think she used her little stupid enclosure, which we'll get a look at in a second.
to get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink.
This is testimony in her defense for killing a man in a suitcase.
So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could.
He experienced a slap to her thigh as hard as he possibly could.
And said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Good smack on my thigh. Let's see the picture.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3.
So that's the third one. So you notice the first two she didn't remember. no objection. Number 3, she at least lays a predicate for them to come in. But in any case, Mr. J is happy, like, bring in all those stupid pictures.
You may, sir.
Oh, speaking of Pearl Walker, we're going to get some interesting sidebar material about the wrangle of getting her into the courthouse.
I'm going to show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that your hand?
Looks like in a room with flip-flops.
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened?
In the kitchen at Brian's house. Ah, that makes sense. Every time I look at this picture, I notice there's an extra set of flip-flops in the photo. And I'm like, if this is a domestic abuse photo, why have you got the person who hit you documenting your abuse and standing in the picture? But so she would have fled to Brian's, I guess.
Happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck.
Notorious George. So Brian notorious, George notorious.
And my phone in his crotch area.
Now the phone in his crotch, sorry, I'm eating. That actually makes sense because we know that she used Face to unlock the phone. So I bet if George kept it by his crotch long enough, it would eventually do a face unlock, and then he could use the phone for watching porn.
And telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little...
For anyone who's seen the body cam footage of George when he's arrested at a scene, hard to imagine him waving around a butcher knife and doing this sort of scene, especially without the neighbors like, oh yeah, no, there was the crazy butcher knife night. Like if they remember Sarah sleeping on the patio, you'd think they'd remember the night that George was out with a butcher knife yelling, nobody's taking her fucking keys.
Son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, is screaming, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was
Notorious Brian, who brought son to the key fight.
Even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, she'll come back, just let her leave. So
Also notable is the fact that Brian nor son testified to this event happening. They were also witnesses to this and could have backed up her story in court, but did not.
So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And
That sounds like a you problem now, Sarah. You were pulling at the keys that he had, and you ripped your finger because you were dumb and didn't think of the physics of what you were even attempting to accomplish by pulling something that is looped around his neck with the force of your hand. How a lot of people who do stabbings with kitchen knives, they'll hurt their hands because the knife is designed for cutting food and not for committing murder. So you just slide right off the hilt. Not expecting that, just like she didn't expect to hurt her
At
finger.
the point, I had lost the fingernail and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Severely. Oh, that changes everything. Sorry, strike what I just said.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
No objection.
Looks like S, but Madam Clerk, may have
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury.
There it is. There's the finger injury. So, in case you were thought that she was overestimating it, my God, can't believe that she's still standing from the blood loss.
Say, is this the picture you're referring to? Is that the nail? Was it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you it.
Sorry, Candace, are you, if you're being completely serious here, I will explain it. Candace says, what do you mean, Dandy? Why would the phone face unlock if it was in George's crotch? Please explain. I just think that Sarah's face is that sort of, it looks like a weird mash of scrotum, soft, fleshy scrotum material with, both wrinkles and smoothness that could be stretched out. Like a claymation figure. So I think just the variety of different profiles that it would give the camera when pressed against his genitals could very well be a match for Sarah's face and unlock the phone. So that is the completely serious point I was making. Thank you for asking me to clarify.
Deposit identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and I
wanted to eat.
While he was drinking,
Thank you, Tammy.
went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli.
Whoever makes a microwave bowl of anything as quick as I possibly could. You put the time in, you make it in whatever, I made it in 2 minutes. Well, I only had 90 seconds. I made it as quick as I possibly could.
And cheddar soup.
And if she did make it as quick as she possibly could, it wouldn't be as hot as she's claiming it was to actually burn her.
And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand.
Slapped the broccoli soup right out of my hand.
And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
It was not a 2nd-degree burn.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury of the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
Permission.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It was extremely painful.
There we go.
Is that a depiction?
There's from the broccoli soup incident. As you can see, her leg is just a mess of boils and welts, and that, she's probably required at least 3 years of skin graft operations, multiple donors, traffic accident victims, that sort of thing, all donating to help give her the flesh that is so clearly burned right off of her body. You can almost see her bones. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thought?
Now, the perfect edge here, and this is going to be an opportunity where I use my drawing tool. I'm going to use it again when I'm showing the dog's enclosure, but hold on, indulge me here. So first off, look at this clean edge, and you'll be able to see it again as I clean it up. But right there, that is everything in here is red. Everything on the outside is perfect. So I will clean that up. And you can probably see it for yourself. I'll zoom in though. A little zoom there. You know, and it's not serious, but you see how it's such a perfect line. You know what that looks like to me? That looks like when I have, say, eaten, something that was hot on a plate, like maybe steak and potatoes. Steak and potatoes. We'll say steak and potatoes. Steak and mix the potatoes. You've got a hot plate of steak and mix the potatoes on your thighs. And, really hot. Like the plate itself was hot. It was transferred to a hot plate. You're outside in the summer. And it's sitting on your thighs. And then you lift it up after you're done eating. And you have like a perfect little burn. Not really a burn. Just sort of an indication that you had something warm. That's what that looks like. We'll get back to our regularly scheduled court case.
Yes.
And your name?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you.
Oh, or a tan line. Thank you, Hairball Yarn. I didn't even know what part of the body that was, but yeah, tan line would do that too.
Did you look at those all four before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it?
Look at him leading. She's like, fuck, what is this one? It's a longer story, isn't it? Come on, it's the one with the long story, Sarah. You got to bring these into evidence or I can't talk about them.
Go ahead and tell them.
Go ahead and tell them.
So,
She's struggling. She's like, fuck, there's a story. I know we were just briefed on it. I'm a straight A student, but I've got, 50 things going on at once and I'm keeping track of the 50 things prior. Fuck. What's this story supposed to be?
George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's
It's the steak and potato story.
go back and explain what led up to that.
Not the story Owens was looking for, though. No, let's go back. Explain what led up to that.
Thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator.
Above and beyond.
And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And
her voice is really shrill right now. Interesting. So between Hairball Yarn's theory on tan line and mine on hot plate, regardless, it's not made by spilled soup. Spilled soup would not make such a perfect arc, right? So that sometimes you get into the weeds and you forget about what you're arguing about. Sarah's lying.
I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then...
That's another great point. Steak and potatoes doesn't take that long to cook. It can take you a while to do the potato, but then that's no prep. That's like, I'm going to stick a couple potatoes in the oven, and when they're almost done, I'll throw on the steaks.
He came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner, and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie, and he starts being very rude and
Rude? What do you mean rude? You mean like cursing the steaks?
Cursing the steak and
He was cursing the steak?
finding fault with it. And
Finding fault? Like, this is a shitty boiled steak, Sarah? I haven't had steak this bad since I was 12 years old, eating Salisbury out of a TV dinner.
And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And
Hey, pumpkin
then he
porter.
started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me.
When she says, excuse me, you know a swear word is coming.
That I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck.
Pardon me? Excuse me. Usually she says, can I curse, right? But no, this one she kind of just dropped on him. Excuse me. Fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
I want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat. I want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and put the I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner. Sat down and
Present da 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 da. Sarah presenting a steak dinner. George, I have a steak dinner for you, sir. Please, if you don't mind, sir.
was getting ready to start playing the movie, and he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't
know why. We were just getting along so well. It was such a good day.
know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat, so I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and
the sword fight began. Who starts a sword fight with a stab in the leg?
crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me
and for context, we always like to have fun, but it's also important to bring up at least what the prevailing theories are. And the prevailing theory on the crunch is she probably experienced exactly that as she nailed on broken glass on her patio and gave herself a wound that may have even been infected afterwards because of her use of alcohol. And that's alcohol's propensity to counteract the use of antibiotics. So if she was even given a round of antibiotics, she probably didn't take them or drank so much that they didn't work, and then it got really bad, and then she had to go to the hospital.
towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not This is not stopping to bleed. This is
not stopping to bleed. Stopping to bleed? This is not stopping to bleed.
serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police.
Do
Please
your
don't call the
exercises
police.
if you've been watching the stream the whole stream. Time to get up and stretch a little
inevitably,
bit.
he went and got
There's-
my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911, please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious, this is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And
I'm picturing this like a scene from The Shining now. Wendy's crawling away and she's crawling up to the son's bedroom, like locking herself in the bathroom away from everything. George is banging on the door like Jack Nicholson. Here's Georgie. This is what Sarah's story is anyway. Hey, catch me if you can. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you again. Just finishing I do stretches about once an hour just to keep the blood flowing. So if it seems awkward, don't worry about it. Just ignore it. Just watch the show.
I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue, and I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name, and then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue.
Please, George. Girlfriend is about to die. Diddle-oo, diddle-oo.
Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive, whatever I can do.
Anybody played the 1980s game Gauntlet? That was a sound that you heard constantly and were encouraged to plug in another quarter. Wizard is about to die.
Please to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble.
Now, this is actually interesting from a serious note because her concocted story, so she's being honest about lying here. Part of her story is being silly. We said we were sword fighting. Well, the interesting thing is being silly is the first thing she started saying when she started lying about this incident on the body cams. So for her to say being silly was part of her lie about the sword fighting immediately puts into context her saying being silly about hide and seek.
We did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there...
How did you get to the hospital?
Being silly.
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go
being silly.
How many lives did they put at risk while they were doing this drunken drive to the hospital?
Yes.
All right, and did you get treated there?
Yes. I was bloody, and...
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you these?
Yes.
All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
Yes. I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you
I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it. You get banned from a hospital?
lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
They brought in sheriffs? You have to answer to the law enforcement? Oh, this is not a great view for you guys. Fuck. Come on, Dan, get it together. Owens has approached the witness. Move to that scene. You guys are all the best. Nobody complained. Nobody even said a word.
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite.
Okay. What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6.
Minder Corners, hey, welcome to the chat, and chips in to say, yes, you can get banned from a hospital, Dan. So, yeah, it's interesting for her to bring up 2 different hospitals, because very well, maybe she had a record of not following through on treatment before, and it's like, ma'am, we're not going to help you. Last time you were here, we told you to do XYZ for 2 weeks. Instead, you didn't do it, and your antibiotics didn't work, and we had to do surgery on your leg. Next time, find another hospital. Plus, you're a bitch. Oh, and then we have some corrections. Nobody gets banned unless their patient is acting up. Well, yeah, that's... But then do we have much doubt that she would act up, that she would come in and be all belligerent like her body cam Sarah? Because there's no way. This courtroom Sarah, this is not a Sarah that we've seen previous to her being in court. Letter writing Sarah and body cam Sarah are never this composed, this little girl. Oh, I'm guessing so.
You may publish, sir.
Thank you.
This looks like a Facebook attention picture. I know, well, don't know, but I've heard she wasn't terribly active on social media, just stalking George's. But that's what this picture looks like to me.
Is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
A to B brings up a very reasonable scenario. Went to emergency at one hospital and then was told to go to a second hospital for the follow-up procedure. And that makes sense. Different specialists, different hospitals. So go here for your initial, okay, we'll fix it on the spot. Go there to get the final work done. Thank you, A to B.
Is this establishing to your left?
Yes. Never.
Is this a close-up of the establishment?
Yes.
And is that, what's that?
I imagine, there's probably as many videos of as many videos of hospital meltdowns as there is airport meltdowns. But because of HIPAA, we don't see any of the hospital ones. But I imagine that sort of scenario and people's, the desperation in a flight is way more minor. Like, I need to be on this flight. People get, destinationitis, where they're like, I have to be here tomorrow. Everything else is set up for it. Way more multiplied in a hospital when you're talking about the stakes involved. And then it's the same sort of thing. You've got this administrative system that's like, I don't care about your personal thing. This is a much bigger thing than you. If you can't settle down, we're going to fly without you. And in a hospital, same sort of thing. Like, hey, we've got somebody who we're triaging. We understand you've got an issue. This is how we have to do it. Please sit down. Please sit down. Okay, you're not sitting down. Please leave.
You hurt your foot?
No,
You hurt your foot?
Due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Longs or quickly, Kelps is wasted at the airport. It's terribly stupid. I have a new theory on that. I think they have bars at the airport so that they can weed out the drunks on the ground. And whoever can't control themselves with access to alcohol in the hour or so before a flight, way better to find out than a person who gets themselves loaded up in the air. So I think that the reason they have the airport bars is to basically let people self-select as troublemakers and cause their trouble on the ground, and then that's why the flight crew's like, okay, that one, and that one.
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Bill for Dom Russo wants an update on any word from Third Rail. You know what? We'll do a live check-in while this plays. But no word as of the start of this broadcast.
Joe, can you step down and show the view?
Mr. J? Okay. You may. There's a lock, sir.
Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this bar.
They can probably see it from there.
Is this the injury here?
Oh, here we go. Little touch and feel. Sarah's about to brush Mr. Owens' tie back so everyone can get a good view of that stake wound.
Looks like there's an admission.
This is a stab wound to the back of her leg. You'll notice that she is facing the jury, which would suggest this is the front of her leg. But yeah, there's Owens making an impression in her leg that is almost as deep as the impression he's pointing to. And another thing to notice is the slit in Sarah's skirt is relatively demure. It will be more expanded from this subtle back slit into a full-on thigh slit as she squats with the suitcase before we're done today. No word from Third Rail.
All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure.
I'm sure.
I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances.
I know that he had been drinking. Yeah, was there any time that he would be drinking that you weren't? Miss, there was enough vodka in the bottle for two people to have a good time? He was drinking. I know he was. I can't tell you for myself.
Where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
Sub Rosa, I'll give you just an update as well. Sub Rosa weighs in that Third Rail has left the building. And from my understanding, I saw that the last upload was a re-upload of some older material. But for anyone who's not aware, I did put basically an open letter, a pitch deck, if you will, suggesting that the raw recordings of all the phone calls get shipped to me. If they exist on microcassettes, frankly, that's almost better. Maybe they're embarrassed by the fact they're on microcassettes instead of being digitized or whatever, but that does actually lend to the credibility if they're, unedited microcassettes. I could understand there's a little bit more worry about loss. So if that's the case, digitize them, but digitize it in full, no cuts, no edits. But my pitch, instead of sending all of them over, is send me the tape of the very first call. Because the first call, there was interesting stuff in it, but it was edited weird. It was distracting with the background body cam of George being arrested for no reason at all. So if I had a chance to redo that, I would redo it in a Dan D Third Rail collab style. I know, I've taken some shots at them in the past. I stand by them. I think they're legitimate criticisms. But I think the best thing you can do when you've lost your credibility as a company that's sitting on a lot of raw information is open yourself up to being criticized. Go to a guy like Dan D. Let me edit and make the material interesting, be the bad guy. You guys aren't, saints in the story. So to expect the material to make you, championed like Tanika the Queen or SKR the King, it's not going to be you guys. But, a jester like me, they could bring some goodwill. They could just get some laughs and people like, yeah, fuck, whatever they did, at least, they gave the material to Dandy and now it's kind of fun and, good for them for having a laugh at themselves. I'm sure there's stuff that makes them look bad, but by cutting it out, it calls into question the entire conversations. It makes it tough to just enjoy without having to be a critical media listener. So anyway, there's my longer pitch on why I should be editing the calls. But give me the raw audio from the first one. I'll redo it, show it how I would do it. Reject it. If you don't like it, reject. It never gets published. And, you found out. But I think a collab on that, and, pre-redact if you don't want your names in it. You don't want the names of people who are helping you. We can redact names. But we gotta maintain the integrity of what the call was and the context of it. It can't be, oh, this part was funny, and then we cut to 20 minutes later when she said this that was funny. It's like, the funny bits are good, but show us the full context. We want to know what's going on. So that's my longer pitch to why I should be doing the calls. Anyway, we'll get back to the trial.
Sometimes yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times yes.
You were done. He was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
Yeah, no response at all, Victoria. Nothing.
I'm
Not even as a
sleeping in the
like.
bed, sound asleep.
So what I expected as a response was somebody commenting on an anonymous account, underneath, like, why would they ever do this? Because XYZ, like, it's not in their interest. I think even those types of accounts are like, it's a pretty good offer. There must be a trick to it, so I'm not engaging. But yeah, like, even if you're a fan of Third Rail, there's nothing in there. It's not a hateful offer. It protects my ass. I don't want to do this and then suddenly have the work that I've done get taken from me. So I would own copyright over the assembled collages, but I'm totally willing to share any AdSense revenue that they generate as a 50-50 deal because, you got the material, I put it together, made it interesting. Together we make money. Not so bad. You might accuse us of being grifters together. So be it.
And he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold.
That's from grabbing me. He scratched me and scratched my eyebrow. I've grabbed at lots of things. How would you grab and scratch an eyebrow? What are you grabbing onto at that point?
Hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him.
Yes, we'll be sticking around, Melody. I know it's a long stream, so I might just do a short stream tonight because I'm planning to read the Allen versus Georgia transcript, which is fun. But there's only, how much is left in this stream? About 2 hours of raw video, and it's the highest engagement 2 hours of this video, so we'll stick around for the full thing. If it's 2 hours left, I would imagine we've got probably 3 with my pauses and commentaries. Sorry, it is what it is. There will be a playlist if you want to watch any of this in your own time on replay. Like, okay, enough commentary. I really need to see the end of this. But we'll be sticking around all day today. So probably 3 more hours of this, and that will include the cross. And, oh shit, is cross the next day though? Is cross day 4? Whatever it is, we're doing cross. Cross might be day 4. Yeah, look at me putting my mouth. Okay, we're sticking with it. Tonight just might be a short one. We might do another hour, just like I did the appellate read. I'll get some background music. I'll be doing a James Owens voice and reading the transcript of Allen versus Georgia. If you're not familiar, you will be. You won't be able to forget it by the time I read it.
All the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
permission to vote.
You may, sir.
Do you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Yes.
George made me remember what it's like to be sodomized.
The blood going down my eye, yes.
Yeah, catch me if you can. We have brought this up a couple of times on the stream. As much as I give Owens a hard time, I do acknowledge begrudgingly that he had a net positive on both the case, on Sarah's sentence, on the way that the trial was conducted, and on the strength of the appellate argument she has left. So, but I will give him a hard time because he's just funny. He's if there's any comic relief in the trial, it's coming from Owens, that's for sure.
What has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit? You for identification?
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Yeah, Melody Williams for true crime. She is a palate cleanser for me too. Like there's some people that cover her and are, you can see that they have to cover other shit to get their Sarah out. I'm someone who goes to Sarah as the comfort food on my true crime diet. There's a lot of, like Chris Watts. I really like the lie detector test, the hand on the back, the supportive lie detector woman that is just fantastic at her psychological aspect of the job. But the horrific nature of that crime, my God, as bad as what George went through, I really couldn't. There's no way I could be watching the Chris Watts stuff on a daily basis. Like I just couldn't. So I like, getting into what makes people tick. And for Sarah, she's like the junk food of the true crime diet. You always want to come back to it. She's the Cheetos, the cheesy poofs, the Pop-Tarts, cookies, chips and juice boxes.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point I asked a guy, or he asked me somehow.
Changes this story. I asked a guy, or he asked me, because she's not a bum who asked for cigarettes. No, she's the one with full packs of cigarettes, just handing them out like she's Queen Cigarettes.
Or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And
Another man.
so I paid the tab, and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt.
No longer given the warnings, right? Now it's calls me a whore. I missed one. Whore and a cunt. What was the other? Was slut in there? Calls me a whore.
And terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt.
Isn't that the lyrics to that Meredith? Oh God, what's her name? The song's called Bitch. I'm a whore, I'm a slut. Well, it's probably not I'm a cunt as a pop song, but I could not be the same about it. That would be a good song to do a Sarah montage to. Bitch by Meredith. I'll write it down.
And gets up and pushes me. and he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door, and then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and
over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. More I repeat it, the less it's true. The over and over and over again.
you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite
My tongue was flopping out of my mouth. That's a weird detail.
my tongue off. And
We'll just leave that one.
because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like,
We have carpet, but it's very cheap. Cheap is the word you're looking for. Oh, this is... If you can see the thumbnail that I've got there, that's perfect. I use that as my little Sunday Fun Day comic, a little 30-second video. The video was, Miss Boone, do you drink the magnums of wine? I'm guessing so. Now, those are pretty big bottles. How did you manage to y'all drink those? And then it cuts to the little screenshot there. Hope you guys can see that. We'll get there in about 11 seconds.
concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat.
There we go. How did you drink those magnums, Sarah? Like this. Another, if we've got three contenders in the screenshot contest. If you want to add your own, I don't know what else you can say besides the magnums on this one now, though. Like, I may have ruined the captions for this, but feel free if you've got something better than that. Take a screenshot, post it to the community tab, and we'll all have a laugh. I'm going to go back just a half tick here. Let that all happen naturally and play it out. Look at her looking up to the stars, looking for the story. What am I going to say?
Making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off.
Oh, that's key too. I managed to grab his throat. So now she's admitted to choking him.
And he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face.
All I saw was his heel.
And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes.
And you blacked out? And no objection leading the witness. The state is just letting all this in because they've got a very strong rebuttal case.
And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911. Okay. That's some shitty testimony, Sarah, because you also said that when you're talking to Chelsea that no, I don't grab my phone. I'm not the type of person that checks my phone first thing in the morning. Which she also said, other than to check the time. She's like, yeah, that's what I was fucking asking. Why else would you check your phone? Well, I guess to see messages too, but she knows she doesn't have messages because she doesn't have friends.
Police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of them kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
Stomping.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With
All I
Stomp.
saw was his heel.
If you ever seen the play Stomp, that's exactly that sound over and over into my fake black eye.
Would ask that this be identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as U will be received without objection is defense 8.
Caught me on the stairwell. Caught me on the stairwell. I see your eye. Yes. So yeah, remember that Owens blew up this picture into, quite a big poster board. Not nearly as big as this picture that's being broadcast to the court. But let's actually pause. Go on to my drawing tool again. Again, there is, I think I'm using the right thing. Oh, I need to go to studio mode there. Did I do it? Okay. Again, there's no, it's such a perfect. That's not normal. You would have these striations coming, as the healing is happening. It would be touching into different areas of the face. You'd have the pool of blood near the impact of the injury, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, we will continue with the court case.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
It's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Kicking of the eye. Stomp.
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but let me go through these notes.
Trying to help out Sarah. Yeah, great. You would have different colors. You'd have yellowing as part of that healing phase. Exactly. It looks a lot of different colors, and they're all bad, but that blackness is not a. It looks like she was trying out to be one of the Warriors in the well, not the Warriors, but the New York baseball gang in the Warriors.
Showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to speak it.
Yes.
New York Furies.
Identify that picture.
Yes.
Is that your leg?
The baseball Furies from the Warriors. That's it.
Yes.
And was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Oh, okay. This is the kneeling on the glass on the patio incident.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time? Thank you. The quick appearance here, Seinfeld.
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And
Always.
then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Tell me and we'll both
Were
know.
you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the
Algarita is pointing out that while this is a larger version of the photographs that James Owens has brought, it's not necessarily as detailed as resolution gets lost through the transfer from original full-color photograph to reproduction. So it's possible if he got a really good job done on those photos, maybe they'll have the impact that the overhead slides do not.
First aid kit that I have for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
You're looking at James Owens' head, you can see the glasses line on his head from where his glasses normally rest. There's like a buildup of skin that seems to have learned to exist as a brace for his glasses.
I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him.
These are all yes or no
it would
questions.
leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him. That's the point of it, doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now this is one of the many times y'all are both intoxicated.
I can't say for sure that, yes, but...
I can't say for sure because you
whenever it
included me in
happened,
that question.
I would be drinking.
Identification W in evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that picture
Yes.
of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
That looks like the kind of injury, and I'm sure it was Suma who brought this up, but if you have an itch in your ear and you pick it with a finger that has a fingernail, very easy to break the skin on the inside of the ear.
Remember this?
Especially if you have some sort of dermatological issue like a pimple or zit, as it's also known. Yeah, the bloody ear photo. Here it comes.
Event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking alone.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I may have earlier.
I
This
may
was another.
have.
I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
Her testimony is she was in bed trying to sleep and George came in and punched her in the ear.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I
believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and he So the way that Sarah tells all these stories, this is exactly why Mr. J told his closing, you don't have to believe what she says. She barely even remembers.
I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
Tell the jury.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me.
Narcissist much?
So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom sometimes, he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So,
Right now, Sarah is testifying from the power and control wheel of domestic violence. And one of them is how you have to go through dominance, abusing existing privilege hierarchy, treating the partner like a servant, making all the big decisions, being one to define partner roles. Oh, wait, that's Sarah. That's Sarah. Okay, never mind. She's accusing George of isolation, controlling what they do, who they see, who they talk to, what they read, where they go, limiting outside involvement, using jealousy to justify. Wait, that's Sarah. Okay, that's not. Sarah is accusing George of digital abuse, tracking location, stalking, spying on, threatening, sharing sensitive images, monitoring phone or social media. No, that's Sarah. Emotional abuse, that must be it. Putting partner down, making partner, oh yeah, slut, whore, cunt. Making partner feel bad about themselves, calling names, making them feel crazy, playing mind games, making them feel, oh wait, Sarah did that. Sarah is still trying to use the power and control wheel of evidence she's been studying over the last 3.5 to 4 weeks in this portion of her testimony.
inevitably,
Did you want some time away?
yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had...
That's interesting too. So now she's on the record of, she can easily move a 200-pound dresser to barricade the door. I guess it's not that unreasonable that she could move around a 100-pound man in a suitcase with wheels and an extendable handle.
My nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge in.
Her wearing, she's holding the bloody ear picture. Beth of a Salesman says she never rode a bike with a seat.
Wedge the dresser in the nightstand, and he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me. And
so that all sounds very horrific, and all that testimony, if it was taken on its face as true, would be, I feel bad. But then we'll see the picture, which is the evidence that she was describing.
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, and my temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Would like identification X introduced in the...
We've got the wild chat
It was
today.
pre-marked as X will be received without objection.
If there is any question of whether Dan has any words that are moderated or blocked for chat, the answer is no.
Defense Exhibit 11.
That may be a problem in the future, but at this time, prioristically, I think all those kind of words, we're just using them in context. We're actually furthering language. We're not using them hurtfully or hatefully. We're just using them conversationally. Oh yeah, hold on. Whoa, don't pull that away. Mr. Owens. Let's all see the brutal. Oh, there's more brutal pictures coming. Thought that one was brutal. There's a picture of Sarah's face coming up next.
I'm showing you this exhibit.
There it is. Here we go with the zoom in can. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. There is the damage. The damage caused. Oops. Okay, good.
That's you?
That's you?
Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Beth, the salesman, wants to hear more about the sodomy. And, personally, I want to hear more about the Gomorrah. For all of the sodomy, sodomy really, everyone knows sodomy, right? But Gomorrah, less spoken of. At a time, you couldn't mention Sodom without Gomorrah. But now it's sodomy, and nobody talks about Gomorrah. So, we all have our wants.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. But this picture that was taken of the...
This picture would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial shot?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with...
And that's a great point we should reinforce. Rita Schuler says, again, these pictures are not evidence. No, these are basically demonstrative aids that are helping refresh her memory about past instances of battered spouse, but they are definitely not evidence.
Me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom.
Okay, so Miter's Corners corrects me and says, wouldn't it be Gomorrah-me? And it definitely probably would be. But what is Gomorrah-me? I don't need to go into detail on sodomy. I know Beth of a Salesman wishes I would, but I think we all understand the definition of sodomy. I have no idea what a Gomorrah-me would be and whether I would sign up for such a thing.
This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
It was a gash. She says that so smug. It was a gash. Says it almost with the exact same inflection of, I was aghast. It was a gash. I was a gas.
Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
That's right, Seba. The Seba makes sure that we're on the record. Sodom and Gomorrah were the two most vile, sinful towns in biblical history. God destroyed them with fire and brimstone. And to this day, sodomy is, it's a crime in some states still. But yet Gomorrah, like you say, one of two, most vile towns. No worse town for wretched towns of sinners and traitors and hustlers. But, lost in the shuffle over time. It could be that sodomy was, a Gomorrah-me is uncomfortable and just never caught on afterwards. But anyway, we'll get back to the case. This is a bit of a tangent. We might save that for the ramble. Do a little research on Gomorrah-me's. Margarita says she looks like Dick Nixon in that profile shot. Tricky Dick?
I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out?
All right, Kelly, straight A student. She has the answer. The sin of Gomorrah is frequently associated with and used as a historical and medical term for oral sex, specifically buccal coitus. Buccal coitus, oral sex, the sin of Gomorrah. This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Thank you, Kelly.
Photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this wound right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, they took, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
Oh, wow, we're into 7 hours now,
Sorry,
right?
what does that do?
We're not going anywhere.
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
It just gets better from
Is that an
here.
injury to your hand?
It's a bruise.
I might stop pausing. No.
Was that taken, February, was it February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out?
February.
Yeah, Margarita, I might have to take a break too. Catch us on the replay if you've got stuff to do.
I'd like to introduce...
I just need to keep all this together, I think, for the record. The pro se.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
People who are asking who she's glancing at, there's a very good chance she's glancing at Shelby Andrews, whose job is like, hey, look up. If you notice in the one video, it seems like she was definitely talking to her in between the court coming to session. And you can see Sarah says thank you and then smiles and then doubles up her smile like Shelby was doing some sort of a remember, put on your best face. And anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if she's making eye contact some of the time at least to Shelby, who is probably trying to model the posture that Sarah should be using on the stand. That's my guess. And it looks terrible for her. It's not a good idea, but I think that's what's happening.
This is not a great photograph.
This is the photo that was taken by Melissa Roughgarden on the scene of no injuries to Sarah's hand. It's great that Owens is using this.
But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Is that you?
There's some discoloration up here
There's some discoloration up here.
of your palm.
No, there isn't. At least there isn't in that picture.
You see that?
I do.
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Objection leading. This is great too. Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat? Objection leading. What's that from? It's from jabbing him with a baseball bat.
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Objection leading. Okay, I'll just ask the same question differently now that I've led the witness.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those?
Kitten pusher, they can and can't be brought in as evidence. So George isn't on trial, so it's not evidence against him. But what it is Sarah has to offer an affirmative defense, or she's chosen an affirmative defense of self-defense, battered spouse. But basically, by choosing that defense, she needs to prove it. You can't just, her presumption of innocence is gone at that point because she's saying, yes, I did do this act. So now it's on her. Now it's all on you. That's on you. It's on her to prove that, she was in a position where any reasonable person would have done what she did. So, yes, it's evidence, but it's not evidence. It's not proof that these things happened. They are just evidence towards her greater story, which you can believe or not believe, as Mr. J will make clear in the closing argument.
See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's continue now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. She's like, Owens is like looking at her. You got to say more.
Of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would...
Here comes the lying TV picture, which is followed up by the video. I think the state introduces the video. Sarah introduces the still because the still, it edits out the full picture.
I have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it.
But you know how to do everything.
Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and...
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been... I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
Beep.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know
guessing.
he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you.
I know he
100%
was
yes.
for a
I
fact.
would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then...
All for sucking Brian's dick.
And told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And...
Not the TV. In that order? Face, like destroy your face and then the TV? What a punishment for a dick sucking.
Then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely.
She keeps saying unrecognizable to his son. Remember in the car interview, they're asking about George's injuries, and like, I could see him, but his family are like, he doesn't look like the same dad anymore. I wonder if unrecognizable to his son is probably something George used to complain about. You've made me unrecognizable to my son, after she sicked his brother on him by claiming domestic violence. And with George saying, you've made me unrecognizable to my son, to Sarah, that was like a hurtful, like, you know, ooh, that cut to the bone. So now she's using it against him because she's, you know, not a real person. So she needs to take from real people she's met, take their pain and internalize it as her own in order to present as, you know, not an alien from another world.
He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily? All right.
Told me I would make me unrecognizable to my son. Well, George's kids said he didn't look like Dad anymore. I still recognized him, but his kids didn't.
And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily? All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Objection. Was it O or N?
I have O being a composite of 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George.
So that's, you know, if you're threatened, you're not sitting here focused in like you, if you've taken photos before, depth of field is actually fairly, like even with automatic cameras, you need to be tapping, like basically she needed to tap on the end of the bat in her viewfinder for this not to be a completely, you know, washed out picture. Or it automatically focused on whatever it is. This isn't something you're doing is in fear of the moment. You would have motion, not somebody posing for, you know, hey, this is a badass. I'm about to destroy this TV and we'll make a fun video about it or something.
That particular day, hold the bat.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
Yeah, we're going to stay as long as it takes to get the cross because we can't just let her words sit on us for a week and not have them get cleaned up by Mr. J. So as long as it takes, we'll be here. There is some breaks in this footage, so we will be able to skip at a certain point and get some of our time back.
Television out.
That or I was going to help him, but either way I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
And what is this picture of? Now, one thing to keep in mind is before this picture was taken, you'll see in the video, but the top of the screen, there's damage that's smaller than the baseball bat swings. That was probably previous damage. There's a body cam video where she's explaining to the police. The police say, oh, was this from today? No, it was like that when we moved in. And I think these pictures have it cropped out, but on other pictures, you're able to see even tarp set up to catch glass on the floor.
process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Oh, he ripped it off the TV stand? There was still a chance you could have fixed it, and he ripped it off?
Did he later pass out?
This looks like she posed him like this. She thought this would be funny. Oh, and there's the table. So good. So in the Suitcase video, you know, you don't want to watch it a bunch of times, but one of the things you'll notice is there's a depression in the carpet. It is for the base of this glass table with cigarettes on it. They're not allowed to smoke inside. But the depression in the carpet is from the base of this table, and there's enough weight damage to the carpet to suggest that it wasn't moved that long ago. And now, you know, might have been a month previous, like it might have been sitting there for years, and it still kept its shape after getting destroyed. But I think this is part of the hidden story as to what happened in the house that night. The fact that that table with the glass top is no longer part of the surroundings in the morning.
Yep, like he usually does.
Oh, great point too. Charles Grieve. Is that the table he stuck the butcher knife into? That would explain why it's no longer there. George would take a butcher knife and slam it into the coffee table. Check out that table, everyone. You can just picture the butcher knife sitting there, how menacing it would be. Great catch, Charles Grieve. Yeah, wow. Wow.
What's he drinking in?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
What's he drinking? Vodka and something, I'm sure. If it's orange juice, it's the screwdriver.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room.
Absolutely,
Mr.
Margarita.
Long.
Were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your...
Rita says it's the wooden kitchen table. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye out for a wooden kitchen table. I thought they just had one of those kitchen nook kind of things where it was basically a row of appliances, a row of counter, and, you know, little bit of floor in between to work between the two with that opening that peeked out. But hasn't been like a Sim-style floor plan done of the Boone house, townhouse.
living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And
If there was a kitchen table, that could explain where the puzzle was. Because while the puzzle doesn't make it on body cam, she seems insistent, like, you'll go in, you'll see there's a puzzle. So it suggests to me there was at least a puzzle. Not that they did one, but that there was a puzzle that may have been finished and sitting in the house for the last 6 years, for all I know.
I'm going to try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
Yeah, see, but it was never in the CSI photos. I was looking for puzzles.
It's pre-marked
so.
as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant's 15.
Oh, Victoria says they showed a dining room. Charles Greaves suggests it was like the sword in the stone, and only George was able to remove it.
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts. That's
So someone brings up here too. There's a red bucket where the TV used to be, and maybe if they leaked from their bathroom upstairs, they may have destroyed their own TV and then decided, hey, let's just smash it. That'll be fun. But yeah, it's interesting that there's a bucket on the TV stand.
where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more.
And the reason she lies about that, we were in the process of taking it down to add more. She's never asked about why is some of the artwork down. She's always volunteering that, which suggests to me that she's trying to get ahead of why was George's artwork in the suitcase.
So he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine
Hey,
down here,
Reby.
his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Yeah, it's real Florida Louvre there with all the artwork, isn't it?
And it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus, Penny was blind.
And Tef was deaf.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs?
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs?
Apparently.
Apparently. I don't know where they got that from. Those crazy neighbors, especially that one who doesn't like alcohol. Can't trust him. He wouldn't remember a thing. Apparently.
Or got him in a suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
Nor the plant next to it. So she either set up that bookshelf the next day, and I can see it being inconvenient. I can see there'd be all kinds of reasons not to have a bookshelf there. And if that's the case, but that's said, the CSIs would have found, they would have moved it when they investigated the house, but yeah, nothing ever came of that. It could be that the bookcase was actually just fairly sturdy and it smashed into it and no damage was done to the bookcase, and all she had to do was reset up the stuff that was on it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs.
Here we go. Okay, so this is going to be, think those are big dogs, right? They look like little, pot-bellied pigs. They're, and no disrespect, they're cute too, but these are, red Boston Terrier, big kind of deaf and blind dogs, and this is the extension that Sarah built on the back gate so that they would have, a place to run around and do their business, as was testified to earlier.
And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
Oh. Sorry, I will get back to that. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah.
Next to you, who's that?
That's
I'll pause
Penny.
it on
She's the blind dog.
the photo that's
I
coming
just
up.
have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them that.
Okay.
I'm
but
just waiting
this is
for my
Tess, and
pause.
This is deaf, blind.
Deaf, blind.
Penny Tess.
Penny Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober...
No,
how
they're
did
not
he treat
huge
the dog?
dogs, Elizabeth, but when you see how small the space is, it's literally like them saying that the suitcase is large to talk about I extended the space. It's ridiculous how little space. Like, they'd really need to be Paris Hilton sized dogs for you to think that this is a reasonable amount of space on the back patio. I
I
think
don't know if he
anyway.
was a pet person, but I mean, he was.
Oh, I'm not buying it. What was your
nice.
question then?
I needed him to feed them. He was.
Kelya has told me you had a great question, and I do want to address it before you go. You've been here all day. I'm not buying it too. Okay, going back. Dandy, I have a question. Why didn't the state question Sarah's statement about the TV when it is clearly recorded on police body cam where she admits that it got broken? So my only theory to this is that they had, to use Mr. J's words, a plethora of rebuttal evidence, and they just chose the strongest stuff. So I think that they were taking notes during all of Sarah's testimony. And at a certain point, I think they could have overwhelmed the jury with, okay, enough about, all the things. So they chose some of the most egregious examples and led with those. And in a lot of cases, just let the facts speak for themselves. Like, all right, let me just play this video. Okay, we've played that video. Let's go to the next video. And he didn't say anything about the video. And I think there was part of that was to respect the jury's intelligence. Like, look, they've just blown smoke up your ass for a day and a half. Here's some evidence. You process it. I'm not going to tell you what to think about it. Take a look at it. And I think that's why they show the video of the TV thing, but they figure that's probably enough. They don't need to spoon feed it to the jury that, that was a lie, because so much of it is lies. And there's probably one jury member that saw, 6 lies, and juror number 3 saw 15 lies, and 2 of them were the same as the first juror. And they get in there and they're all, oh my God, what a crazy case. Can you believe all the lies? And they're comparing notes. And anyway, I think that's what happened. So it is a great question. Thank you, Kelya, for making sure I addressed it. And catch you on the flip side. I'm not buying it. Thank you for sticking around all day.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You're going to have to tell the jury.
You're going to have to tell the jury.
One of the worst.
So this is George. George loved the dogs. George, do you have any pictures? No, one of him dancing with the dogs. He's always loving on the dogs. So, okay, Sarah, tell us about the dogs.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep, or I fled the night before or something.
See how flimsy this gate is. Nobody needs to leave it open for a 25-pound dog to push it open.
And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from...
Bloated body dead in the pond across the way. That sounds like Sarah language, not George language.
Our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to...
Even Tess was notorious? Jesus. I thought it was just Notorious Brian and Notorious George, but Notorious Tess?
Go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street.
So, expected the blind one to get lost in the pond, but the deaf one to go to the street?
That was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never...
Tess was always fractious and very quick with his movements. This is the deaf dog.
Never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
He kicked the dogs?
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Penny would try to find me because she's blind. Where are you going with this, Sarah?
speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
Speculating into the mind of the dog. Thank you, Mr. J.
I'd like to move identification M in the evidence.
Any objection? What's pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again, it's our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space.
There we go. So if you don't notice, there's a fence in this picture that gives them some extra space. We'll let them, they're going to pull back just slightly.
Penny
We'll get a
is
little
next
bit
to
more.
me. She's the line dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes.
Are these fake rabbits?
I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Objection.
Overruled.
Judge Kranick wants to know about the bunny rabbit story.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so
Bunnies, bunny rabbits. What other kind of bunnies are there?
I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this?
Funny, she collected bunnies and she's associated with ducks and bears.
Is the alcohol y'all are consuming?
Is this the alcohol y'all were consuming? I'm guessing so.
Yes.
Oh, don't take that away, Mr. Owens. There. Okay, that's probably as good as it's going to get. Go to my drawing tool. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The gate is this. Tool. The gate is this black line. I've now made red. You can see little bits of slat. There's a little leaf one there. Little things like this. Got a little pony wall piece of shit, 1 foot fence made out of, you could just push it over. Extending out her patio, which is, there. Not a lot, right? You can see she's not a big person. So each of these slats, that can't be more than, let's be generous, 4 feet. So we're looking at, 4 feet by 12 feet that they have. Plus she's got all that furniture there. So this is the area the dogs have to do their business. So what a lovely place to have a cigarette and smell the smell of dog shit. Anyway, now you can see the fence a little bit now that I've removed it, and we will go back to full speed. Now.
Here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol y'all are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
See, that's
This
not a
is
small
Tess,
dog.
She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs?
Look at that. There's going to be substantial shits from this dog. That's not just let the dog shit on the patio 1.5 feet from the house dog. That's a dog. That's a dog with probably human-sized shit.
2020.
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
We approach.
Yes.
Oh, approach. What they're probably talking tonight. It's one of my jobs. Court, Mr. Owens, can we take a break? Court, just from a timing perspective, where are we in your direct exam? I want to say about 20 minutes. Okay. 30 more minutes. How long do you anticipate cross being, Mr. J? Probably an hour. Can we inquire of the jury about 6 o'clock? I can. Do you want us to take our afternoon break? I can inquire if they're on board for staying later. Mr. J says, we take the break now. We're just hopping right into cross. The court says, right. Mr. J says, whenever they want to take the break, whenever you want to inquire about 6 o'clock. Court says, I'd rather do it now. Mr. J says, perfect. Court says, okay, excellent. Mr. Henderson says, sir. Court says, yes, sir. Mr. Henderson says, we have 2 officers out here on standby. Can we tell them? Mr. J says, it's not going to happen today. Court says, just based on your, or the court says, based on your, 4 o'clock now, you said 20, 30 minutes. He has an hour and a half for cross. That takes us to 6. Mr. Henderson says, yeah, I know, so I'll just let them know. Court says, if you want to release them and tell them to be back here tomorrow morning, that's your call. But I would be surprised if we get to them this afternoon. Okay, all right. Back to open court. That was just the scheduling sidebar.
All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going to between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right.
Was that me? I don't think I did anything there. That might be the long crime footage. That might just be something that happened with their feed. I think we're actually going to jump backwards. That was weird. It's not a new sidebar. Court sees no hands. What the hell just happened there then?
All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03.
Okay.
By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going to between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time.
I've been waiting all stream for this. Keep an eye on the mock trial participant that's sitting behind Judge Kranick. She keeps an eye on the jury, sees somebody who has something to say after he thinks there's nobody with anything to say. And it's kind of fun watching her struggle with, I know I've been told not to say anything, but I've also made eye contact with this person who wants to talk.
All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them off.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
There we go. See, she's looking. She knows. She can see. And it takes Mr. Owens. He's like, Your Honor, somebody in the juror wants to say.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break now.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you.
And that's kind of funny too, because at first it's like, hey, do you want to take a break? And they're looking at like, we can get out of here in an hour. No break. Just like people in a meeting, if you've ever been at a work meeting where it's like, or usually training. Do you want to take one last break before we finish up? Or no, finish up, lady. Let's go. Everyone votes for let's just continue. But the minute they said we're going to 6, well, if we're going to 6, I actually would like that break that you offered earlier.
15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Shelby Andrews wins our poll of who had the harder job. Tough poll there. We're going to move to poll number 2. If you were Sarah Boone's dog, which one would you rather be, Helen or Kellerer? I'm going to go with Penny and Teff just for the make it clear who's blind and who's deaf. Teff is deaf.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
Eleanor Kellerer. All right, we will watch the chains go on Sarah, and then we will return to watch the chains come off Sarah. I just think if you cross that T and dot that I, I'll have a better chance of being released. If you could, and actually put that page on top of the, one more thing before you, okay, fine, put it on. Jesus, fuck, you don't know how important I am to the organization of the Owens team. 420, is it a 420 break? We're coming up on the 420 break. Oh, that's when court returns at 420. It's in 15 minutes. It's 420 where I am, so I may need to hit up on that 420 break. I'm going to skip ahead 15 minutes, so maybe I'll do a 420 when I skip ahead to the court 420 time. And I'll have a separate one on my own time. Smoke 2 joints, and then I'll smoke 2 more. That's what I do. All right, Sarah has been led out of the building. Elvis has left the building. Jesse Weber's coming back, but we're going to skip that. You know what that reminds me of? Morgan and Morgan. Oh. Mr. Judge Kranick working on a jawbreaker there. Important to stretch in between the breaks, Mr. Kranick. There you go, FSU fan. Go Knowles. Hey, Bedtime Lullabies jumps in the chat and gives 5 memberships. Thank you. The recipients of those memberships include some very well-known names in the community. Charles Grieve is getting 1. Paul Clink NYC. Sandy Jamieson. Kim Warner. And LJ. Welcome to the Fine and Dandies, and congratulations on your gift.
All right, we're back on the record, case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
We'll give a special welcome to Bedtime Lullabies, who's just joined the chat. Kevin Brady's here too. That's cool. We're returning to Sarah Boone's testimony. We're sticking around for the defense cross, however long that takes. I'm hoping it's in this video. It's possible it's not, though, and I won't leave you hanging. We'll stay. But here we go. We've returned from break. Miss Boone is still sitting before us in the same clothes as this morning, a black blazer and dark blue blouse.
State.
Dave Ketcher on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the truth. County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Hi. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
That's the plan. Mr. Owens says, how much time do you need for cross? As much as it takes, I guess. It just depends how it goes.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Little debate between the two over time.
Judge, hold on. Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry. I thought we lost.
But that's a great point for Mr. J, is I can go as long as I want. I don't need to tell you how long I need for cross. Like, maybe I get it done today. Maybe we go into tomorrow. Look at that hair. Oh, that doesn't stand up well against that bright background, Sarah. It actually makes it very easy to green screen her. All right. Take your screenshots now if you know how to use a green screen. Very easy to get a cutout right here. And then you can put her in all sorts of situations. You could probably put her torso in a suitcase.
Jury entering.
Judge Kranick's always so welcoming to the jury. He looks genuinely happy to see the jury. Ah, great. You all came back. You have a nice lunch.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be
Hey,
seated. Thank you.
Carolina.
Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. This is okay. Hold on. I think I find out what this is. All right, we're ready to bring back our jury. Oh, Judge, she's up there. I'm sorry. Recognize our jury. We can be seated if you could. Bench conference with deputy off the record. So it might just be something more related to the actual running of the courthouse and not this particular case. Oh, but it does start with the party's approach for a second. So I will let this play, and they just come into session to immediately approach. That's interesting. Oh, and maybe it even has something to do with the information he gets from the deputy. Okay, well, let's see how this all shakes down.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Bingo. Just a request from the juries as relayed to me by the deputy. If the pictures are going to be shown, could they be tilted so they're not landscape and vertical? Because they're tilting the head in a weird way to see them. Mr. Owens says, my bad. Court says, no worries, just for the future. Just wanted to let you all know. Okay. Mandy 13 was asking about that. There's your answer, Mandy. Can I show the demonstrative aids, Mr. Owens? Oh, I'll leave that to your discretion. Mr. Owens says, okay. All right,
Members
thank
of the
you.
jury again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during.
So the jury just wrote out, because they're allowed to do that, and that's how they communicate with the judges, through the deputy or bailiff, depending on what the court has. So, yeah, they just said, can you tell them if they're going to put something up on the screen to tilt it the right way so we're not doing this to look at it?
The last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right,
Definitely love getting the sidebars.
Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Is this the injury to your ear? Does look like a, high quality. It's a good resolution. So bringing that front and center to the jury so they can see every trickle of blood in the ear canal there.
Yes.
And then he leaves it up for like a fraction of a second. Like, leave it up there until the next picture. Maybe put them all in front of each other and take them all off at once. He's putting them up like he's trying to rush through a slideshow. 7:38. Go back 15 seconds.
Based on court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
We are relatively close, though. So court time is 4:20, Mandy, and they were talking about Mr. J having time for cross and thinking that it's only going to take him 20 or 30, but, whatever it takes. If that's the case, they're trying to finish for 6, which means an hour and a half of court time. Probably is 2 hours of stream time, which will take me right into the Friday Night Ramble. I'm going to take a break before we do that.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
There, you see it? You see it, jury? All right, now you don't. Like, he could be leaving them up on whatever the easel or...
Identification D. TV.
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5.
Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Turn it the right way. There you go. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. That's it. That's all you get to see.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound?
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. That's it. That's all you get to see.
Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
There's the curtain rod injury. She looks so weird here. Like, that looks more like a mugshot than either of her 2 mugshots do. I love James looking at it too. Like, him and the jury just assessing what they've got in front of them here. And it's gone. This is the end of Direct Mandy. It sounded like they were gonna get it done in this video, because there's only an hour and 10 minutes left of video on this, and that's another great freeze. So it sounds like it's happening today, and I'm going to stay with it until Mr. J at least gets to cross. Gives that one an extra beat. That one got at least 6 seconds, I think.
Dedication.
He spends more time looking at the back of it than he gives the jury to look at the front. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 1,000, and it's off.
Identification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Yes. And that's the best picture of how shitty that gate is. You get some, like maybe a better perspective of the extension value of this gate, but it's not much, right? You've got a little tiny 1.5-foot gate, and she's talking about George would leave it open. That's a step over gate. That's not I opened the gate to come in and I forgot to shut it. If anything, it's a violation of what their home or the eviction, the lease wouldn't have allowed for these kind of extensions onto the patios. So she was a bad neighbor. It probably was just a bit of an eyesore, but certainly not a safe enclosure for two largish dogs. I'm not going to say large. They're not big dogs, but for small dogs, they're quite big.
Camel bounce.
Hey, Detective Flora. She did the binocular trick with the curtain rod by blacking the end of it so it marks your eye.
Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio.
Hey,
and,
Lakeisha, welcome.
You had suggested to George to call.
Ramono, the significance of the patio with the dogs, it seems like it has none, right? The context, which was revealed thanks to Tanika getting the tablet messages, was Sarah was desperate to get a photo of the dogs, begging Brian, the deadline for physical photos is January. Please send the photo, send the photo, send the photo, send the photo, send the photo. Why won't you send the photo? Send the photo. So she was notorious for asking for photos in these tablet messages. And one of the photos she wanted particularly was the photo of, I need the photo of me with the dogs. So poor James Owens coming in, swooping in. All right, I'll give you, best defense that no money can buy. And Sarah says, okay, you can do that, but you also have to get in this picture of me with my dogs. Why would I do that? Do you know how hard I worked to get Brian to send me this picture? So it has nothing to do with anything is the short answer to the question, but the longer answer is Sarah made him do it.
Children, but then I think, did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay.
And I think it speaks to the narcissism of thinking that being an owner of disabled dogs somehow gave her a halo of being a good person. So she figured that this was just information that needed to be on the record. And, shoveling sand into the justice scales, eventually the one would tilt where you'd be like, she's such a good person, we can't let her go down for this. Complete misunderstanding of how the scales of justice work. But I think that's what it was. She just really saw this as a tick in her favor. Hey, I own disabled dogs. Make sure people realize, I'm a good person.
And you made a statement about
Hey, Greg.
tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
Glad that helped, Ramona.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking
So this is when she
incident.
sets up George to get beaten up by his brother.
We had been drinking.
Made him
and
unrecognizable to his son.
I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background. So he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me. Or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned.
The two boys. They were grown men.
They were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsell.
Copsell.
A couple of days later, on the 25th of February or 27th of February,
Yes.
and you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
It's a terrible position there, James. There's no way if you guys are wondering what's wrong with the camera, it's because James is standing directly in front of it. I can change the view, but I'm not going to give you any more than what we're looking at right now. So we'll wait for him to get out of the way, because I do want to focus on Sarah's reactions for this bit.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
Yes.
So explain to the jury.
Explain. That seems odd. How would a couple of sober people who were questioned by the police 3 days after an event misremember the sound of a man falling downstairs? How would they mix that up with the night before the murder instead of the night of the murder? Tell us about that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped
He was sleeping in the middle of the night with the door barricaded.
me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then
Okay, so remember this bullshit story. This is complete fabrication, is ostensibly happening on Saturday night, the night before the murder.
like a caveman, had my hair like this and
Like a caveman, grabbed onto her hair and carried her down the stairs.
was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
And this is Sarah's explanation for how the boys have got the nights mixed up, because this happened on Saturday. It was actually her being dragged down the stairs by her hair. Now, if we believe this story, let's say we believe everything Sarah says, we also have to believe that her story at the beginning, where she woke up on Sunday morning and said, "Hey, George, let's get a feeling of accomplishment. Let's drink. Let's do this," was after being dragged down the stairs, after getting hauled out of bed, after barricading the door. So it's any wonder that people don't understand this innocent girl's story.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
I absolutely do. It wasn't me killing George. They got it all mixed up. It was the night before.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Hey, Amy Zeke, guys, welcome. Dabs for Dummies, if I haven't
Now,
said hi to you before.
Some of the time
Elizabeth,
when this abuse
great.
occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
Yeah, Mandy, I couldn't imagine there being a plea deal at this point. So let's say they threw it out and they went back to it. Unless it's a plea deal for almost exactly what she has. But like, instead of life in prison, maybe life in prison with eligibility for parole in, 10-10-27-7.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Beth, a little
Yes.
bit. Beth asks if my ears get sore from the headphones. They're nicely cushioned, but got a cauliflower ear. And sometimes the pressure on that one can be a little much where I just hang the headset off the other ear. But aside from that, they usually cup over, and it does help me be able to monitor the audio between my voice and the voice that I'm presenting for all y'all.
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you
Kicked you?
in the eye.
Stomped me, yes.
Stomped.
And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
A to B, cauliflower ear. If you've ever seen UFC wrestlers and it looks like their ears are super puffy and soft, it's usually hard cartilage that is built up from the ears being damaged in fighting. And it'll look like an inflamed puffy ear, but it's usually just hard cartilage that now gives the ear that permanent look.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested,
Amy Zeitgeist has been here all day. Well,
why am I being arrested?
congratulations for sticking
Many times,
around.
yes.
Why am I being
Do you
arrested?
recall?
Little leading question from James Owens. Do you recall asking, why am I being arrested? What he's going for here is that she said, for defending myself, and Sarah's not taking the cue. So if you've seen the body cam videos, the one where she gets arrested, she's like, why am I being arrested? For defending myself? Anyway, Owens is leading her. He's taking her right to the mouth of the water, and she won't drink.
Asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
that was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because
Looking for the word defense.
of it.
Chest on flag. Chest on flag. Really?
Now, on the
Chest on flag.
2-minute video, the Suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe.
I wonder if Sarah's trying to blink in Morse code. I remember like POWs in Vietnam back in the day when they were paraded on TV and forced to read a statement by a dictator. There was one guy that was clever enough to blink a code in Morse code. That probably ended them people being allowed to blink on those telecasts. Probably started editing anyway. In any case, she's blinking enough that there could be some inadvertent message that she's blinking out. I really did it. I really did it. Don't believe a word I say. I really did it.
You said, I can't breathe, and you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Your definition of cheating.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was,
Going to accuse George of something here. I'm going to let it play out, but I think it's a fairly common interest. It's not anything that George should be disparaged for.
I believe, addicted to pornography.
Oh, yeah, I don't think addicted. That said he was bold. If he was using her phone to look up porn, knowing how crazy she was, balls of a burglar.
And a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews.
That's pretty wild, right? You dating someone, sharing the phone, and then you just go look up I wonder who won the World Cup match yesterday. What the fuck? You didn't even close your windows? Bold move, George, bold.
And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having
Can you blame him? I mean, really.
a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And
If he was watching lesbian porn, would that still be cheating?
so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay with him?
Why'd you stay with him?
As
You got to tell the jury.
You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love.
Oh
or
my God. Hold on, where's my lens? As anyone who has ever been in love, ever. Oh my God.
When you love someone or
When you love somebody, always on your mind, who needs you more than
primarily someone or something.
I. Or something. Can be
You
something.
go above and beyond and you tolerate and you
She understands what above and beyond is. You go above and beyond.
endure and you persevere and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for
Thank you, Victoria.
themselves and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood. And
Love, I believe, is not fully understood. But I can help show you the way, the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi.
a lot of ways for how different people react to it, and I very much deeply and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me.
He was very nice. Unless you read my journal and the first date. Boom, boom, boom.
And it made my day.
That said, that first date, it made my day.
So, yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
But now I believe in myself. I'm my own best advocate. There's nobody stronger, more powerful, more capable than me. Look at her, she's steadying herself. She's like, yes, no, I used to have low self-esteem. Now look at me roar. Hey, Aaron lives here.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting
Show us on the doll where the suitcase touched you, Sarah.
back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day. From the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in
No, I fucked off immediately. I didn't even feed my dogs.
your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I
Dr. Pepper that was on the counter that still had some wine in it.
went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
Bad pet owner.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me.
The
And
spider senses were tingling.
I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Objection, speculation, mind of another.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant.
What she said.
I said, I feel that you're tricking me, and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something, and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Objection, narrative, sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs.
Hey, Sarah, your phone's just upstairs. Come with me. I can get you through. I can get you to the back room where your phone is. Come with me upstairs. We're gonna take a little side tour. We're gonna go into this little room here, and then someone bring the phone to you, and we'll just chat in the room until it comes out.
So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply was getting my phone.
Simply thought I was getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Judge, can we approach? Mr. J, local administrative owner, surnames. He's right, so please. You can't call her Sarah, and that's what he just got busted for. Sarah, tell the jury. Ms. Boone.
Miss Boone? Miss Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made
Why were you afraid of being arrested?
first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
Were you arrested for calling 911, or was it for
So you
doing
made the
assault?
decision to lie.
Beating on
I
each
did.
other?
Did you stay with that lie?
Can't do that.
I did.
Are you
Chest
telling
on
the truth
flag.
today?
I am.
Chest on flag.
Now let me take you back to the
Hey, Mamala. That's right, she did have a list of
to
questions.
this incident.
One of the top was her Gollum question. Yes. Can I have the ring? Where's the ring?
Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
He's trying to lead her to water.
I'm
Can't make her
always
drink.
fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're all
Getting mad. She's not liking, I don't know where you're trying to go. Trying to answer your questions best I can, James.
always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything.
The puzzles, the paint, the feeding of the ducks. How ironic that you would be named after a duck by these documentarians that wanted to paint you as a puzzled woman.
That I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think
Running out of things to entertain him with. You're a bad one, Sarah Boone. You really are a heel.
George, what bothers him?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Calls for hearsay.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state,
Gave him the Gomorrah.
how were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection, has to be answered.
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's
It's
a lot
the
of
tone.
alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Boom. She's gotten back to her power and control wheel testimony. She's like, oh, yes, red flags. Face. There are a lot of red flags going on throughout the day when we've been drinking. I realize it's survival time.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I have extrasensory perception. A lot of humans don't have it. Most only have 5 senses, but I happen to be blessed with a 6th sense, and I use it to monitor George and keep him entertained.
Yes, I knew George very well.
Non-responsive. Yes or no?
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him.
There we go. That's a little bit more power and control wheel. I guess you could say I was trained by fear with him. It was a certain sort of terrifying love.
It wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Mr. Owens, given her the time to sit with her answers that everyone begged Scott and Chelsea to do in the second interview. I wish she had this kind of time on, I hate to see a bad day then. And just this long, long pause with a detailed camera showing these demonic facial expressions.
Miss Boone,
5 minutes for what?
you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep.
Just nods. Yeah, court reporter can't get that on record. Could you please speak up, Ms. Boone?
Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're...
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree.
There, she said it. She said the thing. She said the words. Tick that off, Sarah. That was on your list of things to say, and you said it.
My plan was to show him the next day, and I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and
Just like Patricia
be the
Cashman.
person that...
Why won't you treat me nice? Patricia Cashman is so lucky she got away from Sarah without a suitcase being in the room.
that he was when I originally met him, and I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son.
I had to entertain him so I don't die. Oh, what a Sisyphusian task.
And try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or...
Instead of peppermints?
If it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him, if he were to have gotten out.
If it wasn't me with the bat, it would have been him. He actually just said that. That is what happened. He was trying to say it the other way around. If it wasn't me with the bat, it would have been him and me in the case. But she basically just said, I did it.
Continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or If it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him, if he were to have gotten out.
If it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out. Okay. Not quite as damning, but still not a great thing to say. I don't know what she's trying to prove with that. Want some TV time?
That's all.
That's all I have.
Any cross-examination?
Oh, yes.
Did George know somebody named Crystal?
We'll come back, don't worry. One of his bitches?
Christine?
I don't know.
Did George know
Pamela
Christine?
Erickson?
These may have been people.
So I call this the Mambo number 5 open. Mr. J immediately comes to the stand and asks her about women that the context for this is if you looked at the messages. If you looked at the messages from the phone, there was a notes app where Sarah was, and this is actually a great SKR video. SKR read the notes app. So Sarah was basically pre-litigating arguments in her notes app on her phone. So she was like, and what about this? And what about this? So that she would have her arguments for George rehearsed and ready to, like, you know, and then you gave her a heart emoji on this. So anyway, all these women that she was working herself into a tizzy, getting upset about on her own time in her own notes app, these are the names that Mr. J is bringing up to open the cross. And it has not a lot to do with the case, but it's a brilliant strategy to put her on her back legs because it lets her know immediately, we looked at everything, Sarah. Don't lie to us. You know, I've had 4.5 years to work on a case. Your lawyers put this together in the last 2 weeks on your advice. I'm in the driver's seat here. Who's Christina Erickson? Who's Pamela? A little bit of Pamela in his life, a little bit of Amy.
Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
And then we'll go back just a half second further so you don't miss anything that I had with the cat. And that was Cadillac the cat making an appearance there.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Did George know somebody named Crystal?
I don't know.
Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found 1 or 2 of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
I believe so.
You do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a
To a
degree.
degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, we don't have to guess.
12
We can just do the
hours prior
math.
would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
We all saw Sarah
Yes.
And you heard her
Zadovich.
talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
I believe so. I believe I recall that. It only happened yesterday, although I'm accusing the boys of getting their days wrong for something that happened 3 days before. I believe I remember this from yesterday. Interesting, though, she doesn't remember this after his next question.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
What do you think her answer is? He just explained exactly how the medical examiner comes to a conclusion of alcohol dissipation and what blood alcohol levels would be after 14 hours of drinking, how they come to those numbers. Mr. J just explained it. I didn't understand it, but I'm not pretending to understand it. Do you think Sarah pretends to understand it?
I don't know how you came to that number.
I would suspect it was exactly how he just described, but please, Mr. J, how did you come to that number?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Mr. James Owens a little late. I'm going to object.
Roach.
Oh, okay. I wanted to see this one. Judge, she doesn't know the science. She doesn't know the calculations. He's making the calculations. She's not aware of what she was. She said she was hungover. She said she was feeling the effects of the alcohol because she was hungover. That was her testimony way back when we took the motion to suppress. That was her testimony. She was feeling the effects of the alcohol because she was hungover, not because she was intoxicated. The court, he read the citation from the transcript. The court's recollection is, Owen says, improper. The court says the court's recollection of what was testified to previously was that she was hungover, that she was still intoxicated to an effect, which is in line with what Mr. J just read. There was no objection to an improper impeachment at that time. Now there is, and the objection now, I believe, is to the question of what her level was, which she just responded she doesn't know, and she doesn't know how you did the math. Mr. J says, that's fine, I'll move on. Court says, all right.
You may proceed.
So you testified.
And that's one where Mr. J's like, there's no point in me litigating it. I already got it out. The jury heard it. It's not going to be confusing to them. They know how I got to it. So I don't really need the answer from Sarah at this point. I just needed a reason to have said it on the record. And I've done that. So I'll move on.
Earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Oh, you've got props. Bring out your props.
Yes.
More math coming up, too. Oh, I'll switch to the other view. Mr. J unwrapping the Christmas presents. That's a big bottle.
Would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
It looks like it.
I'm guessing
Okay.
if it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Yes.
I love how Mr. J in his fantastic mint-colored top just takes a few seconds to assess the bottle, and like a lot of wine in these. I think he's looking for the alcohol by volume number for it, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's more. I know Canadian bottles of wine, that's common. Like you've got to have the ABV percentage, but it seemed like it wasn't as standardized when I've looked at American alcohol, whether they advertise it or not. Wine is typically about 12.5%, anywhere from 10 to 12, I guess.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
Oh, goodness, no. No, we wouldn't have had that much left over. Much less. We only drank 2 1/3 bottles. There's no way we drank 2 1/2. Are you crazy, Mr. J?
A little less, halfway through the label?
It's too, right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed 2 1.5-liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not.
He wouldn't have purchased
Well, you
an
did
empty
mention
bottle.
that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they
Two.
were empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they say.
That's what they
All right.
say.
So that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
All right. Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
You have trouble with your
Level of
balance?
intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
How were you
What
feeling?
were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have
Did you
trouble
have
with
trouble with your balance?
your... Love that.
I don't believe so.
Did you have trouble with your balance? I was more sleepy than anything. Did you have trouble with your balance? So good.
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
Oh, he's just dog walking her.
I mean, yes, it happened.
So you were able to flip a suitcase with a 100-pound man in it. She's like, oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I wasn't able. I was intoxicated. She doesn't know even how to lie here. She has no idea. And Mr. J is just toying with her like a cat with an injured mouse that, doesn't want the game to end by eating it. So is just trying to poke it with the paw to get it to run around and be entertaining for it.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
I didn't know me and George.
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I can't say.
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're
Correct. I love how he's, and this is correct. This is in a cross. You do lead the witness because you can't trust them to just answer your questions honestly. So you give them these yes and no answers, and he's just laying it out bare bones. You did this, correct? You did this, correct? And there's nowhere that she can really like argue with it because it's all on the record. So her stupid stories are meaningless.
Coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right
There he
that
is.
he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
It's not a very good
Yes.
hiding spot.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
We both were.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately
No?
zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll just leave that on the record. I'll bring it up in my close.
And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
Yes, that's a great point. Green Man says she's effectively admitted that she would kill him again, regardless of whether she was drunk or sober. And with all the benefit of hindsight, she would do it again. What more does the jury need to know?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up.
I don't know without watching it. I don't know. The video is not going to catch. It's not a CCTV video. It doesn't have footage of the entire night. It's your video, Sarah. It was your self-snitching video. You're not going to be able to watch it to find out what you did in between the videos you took.
Because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip them up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
Angry again?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
Oh, that's another unforced error. If you say yes, then he has to move on. But she says, I guess. Okay, let me refresh the defendant's memory. Would it help if I played you the video of George in the suitcase? Does that refresh your memory of the video I'm talking about, Miss Boone? Oh, he doesn't use the video. He uses the phone extraction to prove this. Okay. Which is a better way than just reusing the footage of the video over and over and almost devaluing its shock impact by repeated use.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _1062.
So those are the key. I'll just pause quickly to show this on my Telestrator view. But basically, anything that says locations, that's just your phone constantly, reporting back to where you are. But that one says video. Maybe one down here. So what you're looking for is whether it says video there rather than locations, and then the time. So right here is a video that was taken on the phone at 11:12:45 UTC. which is the 2-minute long Suitcase video. There's another one up here that is the photograph of the suitcase, and then another one down here, which is the second video, which is only 22 seconds. Kind of crazy to show how much your phone communicates with her doing jack shit. She's just sitting in the front room drunk between two snuff videos, and still the phone is like, oh, and just so you know, Burger King, you know, she's not far from a location. And just so you know, McDonald's, she's not far from a location. Phones chat too much. Anyway, we'll go back to live video. And I am pausing more because I realize the cross is in this video and we don't have another hour of video to watch after that. So we're just enjoying each other's company. We'll take this for as long as it naturally goes.
The movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113.
Oh, hey, Danielle Chavon is in the chat.
Indicates that image
I saw a couple messages
1063
from you, Danielle.
that
I'm
move.
going to have to wait till after this stream to fully process those. Welcome, welcome. So we go from the phone extraction, proving that the length of time between the videos. Say it one more time, please. Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out of the suitcase, correct? He's been angry on and off throughout the entire day. Okay, you didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct? Wonderful, fun day all day. I thought that's where he says Sunday, fun day. See if the court reporter didn't want to put in Sunday, fun day. That's because I live.
Okay. 31113. A second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time.
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said
Just hanging out on the porch with Danielle Chavon and the fine and dandy chat. You were having a good time, enjoying each other's company.
that it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am.
You know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over to begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming. Your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
Correct.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to...
Sarah, can you please explain what a lesson is right now after saying that it wasn't a lesson? It would really help me for this channel's purposes if you explained what a lesson is instead of how it's not a lesson. Go.
try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
Thank you. That was an excellent definition of what a lesson might be. Thank you, Sarah.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
Zipping him
sorry?
up and putting him into the movie. That's an interesting zipping him up and putting him into the movie. Yeah.
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
Because, it may be obvious, but George didn't consent to being in a movie. He didn't consent to being in the Suitcase either. But Sarah's contention is, oh, George, he was, threatening me a storm in between the movies. I was afraid for my life. George would have no idea whether she was filming or not. For all he knew, she was just taunting him. He had no idea he was part of a movie. But it throws any credibility of the fact that he was angry and, I'm going to fucking end you. But the minute she turns on the camera, all of a sudden it's, please, hey, babe. Babe, I can't breathe. Fuck you, babe. Hey, babe. Fuck you. Babe, really? Babe, please.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device.
So this is the photo that she took 10 minutes before the video. And this is probably her, aha, I did it. I got him in there. Look at this. Look at my little prize. But it's evidence that he was in the suitcase for at least 20 minutes by the end of the second video.
All right.
And more
Does
and more
this appear
desperate.
to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Oh, it did switch to the slide. But you can see she's standing over the suitcase for this particular, the next picture that's going to come up. There's no way she could get this particular angle without just standing over the suitcase. And this is her triumphant, got him in there pic. We don't see her relaxed on the couch taunting him until
This is image
10 minutes
1061
later.
taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Yeah, top down, she's standing right over it. She's probably moved it so her feet are just out of the frame. About the spot that her head is.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I can't
I don't
remember.
remember if I did or not.
There's a very clear memory of things that happened between 11:13 and 11:22, but no memory of this picture. At least now on the record, no memory of it.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So,
Would you have taken a photo of an empty suitcase at 11:03 p.m., knowing that at 11:13 p.m. it's not an empty suitcase? Do you think you took a photo of the empty suitcase and sometime between that photo and 11:13 is when George got in? It was like premeditated. I'm going to get him in here, and then boom, 11:13 he's in. That looks worse for you, you know.
what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45. What do you remember?
I don't.
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
And again, you know, a lie. She was probably sitting there drinking. It sounds like she's drinking when she's like, you know, that's what you do when you cheat on me. Sounds like glass of wine in one hand, phone in the other, kind of. But no reason to lie. Like, did you drink in between those videos? You're allowed to drink. She's in her own home. It's not like she's on trial for being a drunk, but she definitely feels on trial for being a drunk because she is.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase?
That's a great pickup. Beth of a Salesman points out she stops using contractions when lying. I didn't. I do not. He did not. We didn't do this. We did not do that.
The entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he?
Well, 11:03, 11:23. You're going to trust his math on the 20, Sarah? You're not going to do it yourself?
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
Get her, Mr. J.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Get her, Mr. J.
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about...
Cotter, did the police come out to your townhouse on February 23rd, 2020? Yes. Oh, interesting. Was it to respond to the incident of the night before? Because there's no record of the police coming on that night. That's the night of the murder. The police arrived the next night. But Sarah doesn't know. Sarah just lies without even knowing she's lying.
Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
There we go. We're talking about Sunday fun day. Were the police out at your residence? No. No, it wasn't until Monday that they came to my residence. Sunday fun day was great. We hadn't had a great day like that in a long time. Okay, I'm going to let that play out. But pay attention because he lays a great trap for her here. First questions the memory, then says, were they there on February 23rd, which is the day of the murder, which despite the fact of it being 4 years ago, she should be familiar with the timeline of events regarding the murder day, the investigation day, and her interrogation day.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have it established on the stand that one witness can't remember and is just as likely to remember one day off for events. And then you have Vincent Battaglia and Brandon Motes, who seemed very credible, no, it was this night. I even talked to my roommate about it. We were both like, oh my God, Did you hear that? Yeah, I heard that. Well done, Mr. J. That was like a master, fencer going up against somebody who just put on their suit and picked up the epee.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time...
Danielle Chavon is in the bushes making dinner. Not on the porch. She's working hard in the kitchen. Maybe putting a recipe together for the next Danny and Dan D cooking challenge.
Frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
If I wanted to. I wouldn't have any reason to do that as the only suspect in a murder that I committed. But yeah, if I wanted to, I suppose I could have staged the scene.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Oh, and that it happened at 11. That's the key point there. Time of the photograph. Victory photograph. Haha, look at me. I got George in the suitcase. That's at 11:03. 11:13. Ha ha ha. Recording it. I'm laughing. I'm on the couch. This is going to be a great trophy video. 11:22. I'm almost floating up the goddamn stairs. I'm going to take one more quick video. George's last words. But yeah, if they heard the loud noise at 11 o'clock and that picture is taken at 11:03, I don't know. Are the events connected? Are they completely coincidental events? You don't have to believe Sarah's word for it, do you?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything. You're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Yeah, when you float up the damn stairs, it's, faster than you think.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know?
The dogs were upstairs already. It's a baby gate. We used it to keep the dogs from getting upstairs where they do their business. But on this night, the dogs were already up there. Sarah didn't have to grab them and bring them up. Or is she lying? Boom, boom, boom.
That you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes.
I did not.
Did you
I did not.
go to Brian's house and tell him I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that.
So that's, another option. George may have died from that, but she knows Brian lives 5 minutes away. Did you go to Brian's and say, hey, Brian, I zipped up George in a suitcase. I don't, that fucking thing's got out of hand, but, can you go back there and let him out so he doesn't kill me? I don't want to be charged for murder. Go back there. But no, she didn't do that. What did she do? She floated up the stairs and hit the bed.
Before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay.
I believe that's what the phone call was. Oh, okay. What do you remember now about the phone call? Because she's testified before she doesn't. So Mr. J, very quick on his feet. Oh, what do you remember now about the phone call?
Call with Brian.
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child.
Almost.
You have your own child, correct?
I do.
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
Okay. Your son?
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just
Tell us what reminder means and not
making
so many
sure
words.
that Lucas was covered for a pickup.
Oh,
or
okay.
drop off.
All right.
That sounds like a reminder, but we'll move on.
To the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17. Did you?
I don't recall.
It's because you don't remember going with him. You're so pissed drunk.
The best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews.
Correct.
Do you remember going into the Publix with George at any point that day?
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about
This is Miss, my sober neighbors can't remember the night. She can't remember whether she went out to buy booze at 12:30 in the afternoon. This is like, this isn't a late night, we've already had 2 Magnums. I don't know. Nobody knows. We just floated down the damn street to Publix. This is 12:30. We got a feeling of accomplishment, so we're rewarding ourselves with wine.
4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that
Suma's
really
here?
more after
Hey,
you
welcome,
got
Suma.
to Publix at about 12:07.
Suma, I don't know what happened. Things got out of hand, and next thing I knew, I was locked in. We will be ending this soon, and immediately I'll move into the Friday Night Ramble, or practically immediately. Why is this happening?
10 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres' injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What'd y'all have for breakfast?
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
Been like a million years.
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
I made a pork loin when my son was over. So there might have been, pork loin sandwich leftovers that made a pork loin sandwich with cheese.
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner?
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
So Mr. J knows the evidence. He knows she said they had a pork loin sandwich, pork loin with cheese. But now she doesn't know. Miss, I remember everything. The boys are wrong. So where's Mr. J go with that? And he's happy just to let it sit, too. He's like, okay, no, I don't need to press that. The jury's probably thinking, what a fucking liar. I'll just leave it.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
I know he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from
drinking.
alcohol.
Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay.
Okay.
In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
Okay.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was...
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
To go back to look to see. That's what people do with pornography. They go back to look to see. She's busted. She knows that they know about her porn. They have her phone, right? She doesn't know how it works, but if she was looking at porn, it's on there. And she was probably jealous of the fact that, and I think it was AG Tactical that brought this up, but George probably looking at big booty Latin bitches or, some porn site of that. And Sarah's, it's a pasty white chick. It's like, do you understand how offensive that is to me that you're looking up non-pasty ass white chick porn? Maybe if you're looking up pasty ass white chick, but my God, it's how I feel when you cheat on me.
Did you ever...
Hey, welcome back, Addie. It's me.
...to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
Yeah, she did that.
I wouldn't say threaten.
I wouldn't say threatened. It was... I followed
Were there
through.
points and times where you would like him to call you or return a call, and if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Ah, so you threatened him if you had something you wanted. Okay,
And it was
thank
your
you. Check.
Townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
Good question.
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
He was not.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
He was not.
And
A different
did you
type
change
of
locks
tenant.
so that he couldn't get back in at the points and times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
Okay. And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay.
And she told 911 on the phone that he's always getting in because he knows where I had my key.
On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
No, I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Good for Mr. J for staying on track. He's like, I could follow that one, but nope. All right. And you did not push him down the stairs. That's what you're saying. You want to put that on the record?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your
Catch
feet?
me if you can. Welcome back.
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Did you get any injuries? Like,
This is another great line of questioning. He's like, okay, so let's assume you did get drugged down the stairs by your hair at 11 o'clock the night before. Must have had some wounds, right? Stuff that might have even been visible when they took pictures of your entire body 2 days later.
bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a wad of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
A wad of my hair. Wad.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
The afternoon after.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house.
We couldn't.
We couldn't. So that's the truth, because there's a contraction. And if it's like, but did you smoke outside? We did not. Would be a lie.
You did. Right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
Nice job, Mr. J.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes. Kenju Sukaroi is here. I'm seeing safe travel. Oh, she's been here before. Leaving now.
All right, so just to
Lurking,
summarize
but
the
hello.
day to
Okay,
make sure we
fantastic.
understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon.
Melody Williams says it's wild how unfazed she is at these and the rebuttal videos. I don't expect empathy, guilt, or shame from her, but I do expect some concern. Yeah, it's bizarre how she is so invested in her internal world and, keeping all the hamster wheels, all the plates spinning in her little universe, that she has absolutely no idea how any of this looks on the outside. I would love if she got to just watch her trial. I would love even more if she got to watch my trial, or the trial with my commentary, or with anyone's commentary for that matter. But yeah, if she had to just watch her trial, it's like, this is the only entertainment you get on your tablet for a month, a year, 10, 7, 7 years.
Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
No.
So
It's a liar. She just wants to be such a nonconformist. No, I'm not like most people. I'm completely unique. I never use my phone to look up. To look at the time?
the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay.
Other than looking at the time, possibly. Yeah, that's what he kind of meant.
So, at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Oh, so that part is true? That part is true? That I love the earnest, like he's excited to hear the truth from her.
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not Magnum is.
1.5 liters instead of.
She knows what handles are, but she's never heard the term Magnum before. I just meant the really big bottle. She's not impressed with his vocabulary, knowing Magnum is a word for a large bottle of wine. It's not until later in her life that she becomes impressed by vocabulary words.
The 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Kim stole my
So you
fish
got a
soap.
1.5 liter, right?
Welcome back to the chat. And Kim stole my fish soap. I've had at least 2 lives where people are like, I haven't seen Kim stole my fish soap in a while. So really glad to see you in the chat. And you made it in time for at least, about a half hour, 40 minutes of quality dandy, fine and dandy, dandelion chat. So welcome back. Good to see you.
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix.
Don't guess.
When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do.
We might have been drinking the leftover wine. Yeah, that counts as wine, Sarah. It's like, oh, no, we didn't crack the new bottle until 3. We were just drinking old wine. Yeah, Sarah, we're just asking when you started drinking, not when did you start drinking the fresh wine.
Before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
And this is another dichotomy for Sarah. So she knows to lie, but she wants to lie about her alcoholism as much as she wants to lie about the crime. So she doesn't want to admit to, yeah, we poured into those bottles, before they were even out of the store. We were sipping it on the way home. No. We probably, we might not have gotten into them till 3. Well, the problem with that is it makes it even more like, oh, okay, so you'd only been drinking for like 4 hours before you did this. So you were still fairly lucid, like even though your blood alcohol was quite high and you probably could have killed yourselves at those levels. At this point, it hadn't fully hit you.
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway later.
Carolina
correct?
was in the chat today, Suma. Carolina also mentioned that she's been quite busy with personal life items, but was in the chat saying a hello. So it's nice to see some of the people that we might not have seen for some time to be back in the chat. So welcome to everyone. I hope you're all enjoying each other's company. It's a good day for a good day.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Super Kelly G says Mr. J is is laying the foundation for the defense expert to say she's the abuser. He's not only doing that, he's managing to lay the foundation for their defense expert, Mr. Brannon, to confirm that, concur with that testimony. Harper's not going to. She's her own person.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you've described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
Oh yeah, Carolina, you guys, little reminder, make sure you're on all chat. Suma, Carolina, I see you guys within like 2 messages of each other. If you don't see each other, it's because one of the 2 of you, if not both, are on top chat instead of all chat.
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
Addie,
All
my
right,
t-shirt
and
is YouTuber at work.
So
I have
it
4
ends
of
in
them. So I am ready to work up to 4 days a week. The reality, no, I have 4 of them, and I can rotate them monthly because I do weekly shows. So If you see a new color in the rotation, it's because or if you see a color get repeated, it means a month is over and we're back to the beginning again.
Seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
Oh, this is great. Mr. J's trying to figure out the rules to hide and seek. House rules.
No.
Okay.
Just
So you both hide.
no.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
I don't know how to tell you the stupidest rules to hide and seek that have been conceived by anyone. Well, tell me. You're the one who played hide and seek. It's your house. How does it work, Sarah?
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I was it, and I went and hid. All right, and so you guys just both hide forever is the way the game works?
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
House rules. Love it. Addie is me, making it rain with 5 Dandy True Crime gift memberships. Kelp S, who's been here almost all day, got one. Kim Stole My Fish Soap, who just got in here. And to a welcome, got one. Mary Farrell. Farrell for her own name, Farrell. We'll bring other Farrells into it. Mary Farrell, Cats or Dogs, and Texas. I got to look at that. I almost said Texas Tits. On Texas Time, you've all received Dandy True Crime gift memberships. Welcome to the crew. You're fine and dandy. And thank you,
I understand how the
Addie.
Okay.
hide and seek works.
So explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
I was. What a stupid game of hide and seek that would have been. Well, you went upstairs and, okay, there you are in the shower. All right. Round 2.
And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you saw...
Right, sure, yeah. No, you couldn't tell from the top of the stairs where he was. You probably had to come down until you were 2 or 3 stairs from the top. I'm not trying to suggest you had supervision, Sarah. But tell us more about this game. How did you discover him, despite the fact that you were it and hiding?
You testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down.
Sumo says, yeah, why bring Pharrell Williams into everything? And you're going to be disappointed because I have a reaction video where it's Pharrell Williams' mother being informed by the police that he's no longer lucky.
Into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, what's going on in the well?
Deputy,
Oh, here we go. This is the well.
release her into the well, please.
This is Sarah's suitcase time. How crazy. So close to the jurors. They think the jurors are just on the other side of this wall. And Mr. J convinces her to come down. Here we go. Oh, I got to change my view. Right? This is no good. I need to see everything. I'm even going to take away the transcripts so you guys can see as much as possible. There we go. Mr. J's excited here too. Oh, she came down. Okay. Zip, zip, zip. And Mr. J is trying to unzip it all the way so that Sarah can have the job of just pointing out where the 2 zippers were. He doesn't want her to do it. But I think by inviting her down, this was
Can
the
you
trap to make
demonstrate
her
to
do
the
it
jury
herself.
where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Happy doing that. I'll let you.
Hold on. Does
Oh.
she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Agree. She's going to be manipulating it.
Rita Schuler, thank you. I'm going to get to a special thank you on a pause because there's a sidebar approaching too. We'll pause it here. Rita Schuler, also making it rain, added 5 more True Crime gift memberships to the people who are enjoying D&D True Crime. That includes Glamma. That includes Free Palestine, Shark Kisses, Clarissa, and My Sugar is Low, I Need Snacks. You all received True Crime gift memberships, D&D True Crime gift memberships, and are now one of the fine and dandies. You'll start off with a Drunky the Bear. You can move up to a Bloody Keyboard. Eventually, you become a Pro Se. And then I don't know what I do have a 6-month one set up. I can't remember what it is. Might be LWAP. You might get an LWAP badge, at which point I'll take LWAP out of the emojis and make it just for the people who are lifers. Oh, thank you for the skirt reminder. So pay attention to the slit in her skirt because this is what it looks like while it's turned around the wrong way and unripped. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of people who've mentioned that she rips it when she bends down to get the suitcase. So let's just see if that thigh opening, and sorry to put you guys on that task, watch the thigh get exposed, but do we get to see more thigh from Sarah after the suitcase incident than before? And thank you to Rita Schuler. It's memberships like that make me stay here all day long.
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paper clip?
Oh, where's the paper clip? This is kind of funny too. So now there's 2 things here. So one is that the paper clip is in a separate little paper envelope. And my knowledge of metal is each time you bend it, the metal is less strong than it was before, like a little tiny wire piece like that would be used for a paper clip. So if they are constantly removing the little zipper pull paper clip, and we saw the picture of it, the picture wasn't like a super long clip at all. This is got to be the hardest zipper to manipulate in the history of suitcases.
That's what it was in.
And they will approach the bench. I'm waiting to get to that.
This side.
Like James is just inserting himself too. Like, you know what? I'm going to get myself a set of gloves too. There's no reason for him to be here observing, but he's just invited himself down into the well.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paper clip.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached, but he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Yes? He said it like a question. Yes? Okay, well, this sidebar has been sponsored by not Morgan & Morgan. Fuck those guys. This sidebar is sponsored by Rita Schuler, Addie Is Me, Bedtime Lullabies, and Laura Ann. Thank you for giving the gift of Dan D True Crime gift memberships to many others. It's sponsorships like yours that allow quality programming like this to continue. It's not attached as it was on the night in question. Okay. For whatever reason, the suitcase is not in the same condition as it was in. I don't know why. When we went to pull it just now during the break, I was looking at it and I said, where's the paper clip? And then Mr. J found it in the bottom of the box. Court says, okay. Mr. Owens says, so I put it in that envelope, but now Mr. J has attempted to attach the... Mr. Cacciatore indicates. Mr. Owens, I got pictures. Yeah, that's it. Mr. J, I don't care how she closed it. I just want a demonstration of how she left it with him in there. It's for demonstrative purposes, says the court. I understand, but the paperclip may not be attached as it was, so it may not be as easy for her to zip it up now as it was, because he's attached it maybe differently than how she attached it. I think he's looking at the photograph of how Mr. J says, I'm happy to do it myself. I just want a demonstration of how she claims it was left open. The court says, yeah, I don't think the demonstration is for the purposes of zipping it, is my understanding. Mr. Cacciatore, I don't see how that's going to assist in showing that. Mr. Owens, well, I got a picture of it in a different position. Mr. Cacciatore, this was taken. Court, let's stop. First of all, let's not talk over each other. Number one. Number two, there was evidence that was placed that Mr. Cacciatore is making reference to as to the paperclip or wire that was appended to the suitcase at the time the CSI techs had testified to. The purpose of this is the spacing of where the hand was. She already said that she can zip it up, that she would want to zip it up. I'm going to allow the state to proceed. You can address it on redirect that it's not the same or substantially same situation or placement of the paperclip on redirect examination to establish that it's a slightly different set of circumstances. But I'm going to allow them to proceed on demonstrative purposes. Are you going to zip it up or are you going to have her zip it up? I'm happy with whatever. It makes no difference to me, says the court. You may proceed. Objection is overruled. Mr. J. All right, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? Court Reporter nods heads. Mr. J, can we see it? How the two zipper parts...
Objection's overruled.
All right.
If you're most comfortable, sir.
Madam Court Reporter, you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr.
Juice box time.
Torres get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your
Hey,
direction.
Sue D.
From what I remember,
Happy Australian afternoon.
this is
Or early morning.
This is how the suitcase works. This was up here.
Every trial coverage should include a couple of juice boxes, some peppermints, cookies or chips, and Pop-Tarts.
This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
11 a.m. Saturday morning in Australia.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
Sure. Because the whole thing about leaving a space for his hand is a lie, so there's no exacting. Like, yeah, sure, fine. That's where it was. How dismissive, Sarah.
I assume this one was much closer.
Catch Me If You Can says she could have worn stockings, and See, the split is higher, right? Did she already rip her skirt, bending down the first time to get it? There seems like there's more knee showing now. But yeah, I thought she was wearing white stockings. I thought those were almost like that nurse's white stocking before I realized it's her untanned jail legs.
It's not over there? Where do you...
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
There's the rip, right
How I
there.
zipped it, or-
There. Yes, indeed, that is where the rip is. That's a lot more thigh than we saw just a couple of seconds ago. And, yeah. Mr. J lays another trap.
When you're done zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Seasoned is a good word for James Owens. I'll say seasoned.
Just tell me where it's at.
Viewer discretion is advised. If you're watching this stream, this is as good a moment as any to just go to audio coverage.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was kind of open. I mean, it's not.
Viewer discretion is less recommended at this point.
Yes, this one was pretty much, yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay.
Okay. So that might even suggest, depending on how he's positioned in the suitcase, if his head was against the other side, there's no way his hands are getting to the opening she left him. But again, it's all bullshit.
Thank you. You can return to your seat.
Mr. J, ever the gentleman, taking her gloves.
Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
I did not.
And so once he was...
That's the great question. That's the question of the hour, Sue D. Sue D brings up, there's two questions that were good. Catch Me As You Can got the first one. Sue D says she can't remember. Perjury. Catch Me If You Can says, how does she remember all of this and she forgot he was in there? They go together, those questions. That's exactly. She's perjuring herself. But I think the murder charge was enough where they were happy to let her get away with the perjury.
Dipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct?
That's what you say when you say.
And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. Yes.
Okay.
No, sorry, Kim. That was a rite of passage. Kim Stole My Fish Soap says, so I become a member of the Dandies and I've got to look at Sarah's slit? Is that supposed to be a perk? No, it was an initiation, a rite of passage. Everybody who became a new member and had to go through that. Welcome to the club. You made it through the initiation. There will be no more hijinks. We're not going to. Well, Beth might give you a hard time. Beth of a salesman, but she's grandfathered in.
Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
And you might get some fuck yous as a hello, but that's just how we talk.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what
Just a little friendly hazing among new members.
Suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
If you'd like me to demonstrate.
Speak for itself.
She's volunteering to go down and hit the thing with the bat because she thinks she's going to be able to do some light pokes and, demonstrate. But no, appreciate your offer. It's nice to know how willing you are to go down and beat the suitcase. You murdered the boyfriend that you still love to this day. 2 souls with 1 body. 2 souls. No, 1 body with 2 souls. No, it's 2 bodies, 1 soul, which does make sense because if George is the real person who actually had a soul, Sarah has a body and no soul. They are 2 bodies, 1 soul. Full soul was George's, but still, true statement.
And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep.
All right.
And then I fell
At the point in
asleep.
time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
That's a great stop right there by Mr. J. I think he was expecting her to, do say something about, yeah, I did other things, but did you do anything to help him out of the predicament you zipped him up in? No. No further questions. Very good, Mr. J. I think there's going to be a touch of redirect here. I think we're going to get some redirect before this stream ends. There's about 12 to 15 minutes in the original stream. So.
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember
The briefcase. The suitcase. Oh my God, no. I'd never put a man in a briefcase. That's inhumane.
when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres' body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all I have.
That's all I have.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
All right, we have another sidebar coming. All right, come up, y'all. Come on up, y'all. Mr. Henderson has got some bad news. Okay, thanks. Mr. Henderson's
up,
bad
y'all.
news coming up. Mr. Owens. Mr. Henderson has some bad news. Okay, what's the bad news? I said you've got some bad news. The bad news. Mr. Henderson, can you get a little bit closer? Oh, yes. Yes, sir. Judge, I let the officers go. I told them, like I informed the court, that I was going to do based on the time schedule when I know we're over. That's fine. And I didn't think that was... It's 5:40. We don't have any witnesses. I understand. We'll pick up tomorrow morning. That's fine. No big deal. That's okay. I anticipated the cross to be a bit longer. I think we all may have. It's no big deal. Gentlemen, anything we need to discuss before we get into recess for the evening? Mr. J? No, sir. Court. Okay. Well, let's just be ready to rock and roll at 9 a.m. Yes, sir? Mr. Beck says, I'm just curious whether or not we're going to address the motion to stay filed this morning in camera or this evening. Are we going to do that later? I'm not addressing it yet. We can address it later when we get closer to jury instructions. Well, that's why I was curious. Mr. Owens says, we got an issue. By 5 o'clock today, you had ordered us to have it redacted down to the medical records. We need more time, Judge. Can we have a little bit more time? Here's my concern. Mr. Beck is working on it. Here's my concern. is Dr. Harper is supposed to testify on Thursday, and the state needs to understand what it is that you all are looking for. That's not the issue. I'm familiar with all the records she relied on, and they can of course rely on stuff that's inadmissible. Yeah, of course. Oh, that's Mr. J. I'm sorry. That's not the issue. I'm familiar with all the records she relied on, and they can of course rely on stuff that's inadmissible. Yeah, of course. What my concern is, and what particular pages do they seek to introduce? Yeah, Mr. J says, so it's a completely separate issue. I just need to know that they're seeking to introduce. See, if I object, and if it's complete, if it's incomplete, so on and so forth, like we did with the records. Mr. Owens says, can we get an answer in the morning? Court says, when do you anticipate being able to move on moving them into evidence?
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42.
Okay, now I see that Shelby Andrews is giving some last-minute popular advice to Sarah. I'll continue my transcript read. Mr. Owens says, I believe this case law that I can recall the client because she was going to testify to something that happened. I believe that it was that he got mad at her and he rammed his fist through a glass window or something and he got cut. So he had to go to the hospital. Okay, so hang on. That evidence was going to be in those medical records. So let me do this. This is going to take a couple minutes for us to figure out. Let's get the jury out of here so we're not wasting their time. Then we can go from there. All right, that's where we're going to go.
At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening.
Hey, Deborah Rockhill.
Thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it, so thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
And we will stick around because there's just a couple minutes left to finish off day 3, and then we can start with day 4 as a fresh day next Friday. And I got to figure out when I'm going to do Friday Night Ramble tonight. It's already 6 my time, so East Coast, you're already looking at 9. Maybe I'll do an 11:30 my time, 2:30 in the morning East Coast.
Thank you.
Maybe 11. Yeah, half hour.
With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that...
So the court gave the deadline of 5 p.m. Even though they've worked later, that didn't make the deadline go later, and Kevin Beck wasn't able to do it. Kevin Beck's working on that.
The state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting.
I am in Pacific time. Pacific time. Neither standard nor daylight. We just use Pacific time here in BC.
And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Can I have 1 minute with the client? All right, so it was 1 minute of discussion. Yeah, 1 minute with Sarah is going to clear this all up. I wish there was the transcript of that discussion. But yeah, if we go 11, that gives me 5 hours from now. Less than 5 hours, but almost 5 hours. And I would think I would only go for about an hour because the transcript for Allen, Georgia is about the same length. Well, it's shorter than the appellate transcript, but then I can hang out and chill. I don't need to cut it off. It's not supposed to be a standalone video. It's a ramble, so we can stick around and ramble afterwards. But yeah, I think that's my plan. Maybe I'll even do an extended pre-show for it, where there's a little bit of a countdown, a little bit of an
We've
evening
had
music
discussions
vibe.
with Elizabeth, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her. We've expressed to her.
And Rita brings up a great point. She says, Dan D, I love you, but that is past my bedtime. My intention, my plan is in doing these is that you enjoy the shows on your time, not mine. You know, if you want to be here live, there's something exciting about being part of the live broadcast. You guys are really part of the show, so there's that. But never feel bad. If you want to be part of the replay crew, my night show is intended to be a night show for when it's night for you. And if you want to go to bed listening to a Friday night ramble, it reminds me of like I used to fall asleep watching Saturday Night Live. It would get progressively more boring as the show went on. Start off interesting. You want to stay up for the weekend update, but you know that the skits are just going to get progressively worse because they don't put the good ones at the end. They put the good ones at the beginning. So that's how I try and structure my Friday night rambles. If you're watching live, great. You're part of the show. It's fun, part of the live studio audience. But if you're watching on replay, it should still be fun for you. You should still be able to enjoy it. And and then watch it on your time. You want to go to bed listening to a ramble, I'm your man.
That we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties.
I don't think they're going to get this in. I can't remember, but I don't think they're getting in. This is some medical records of George that somehow Sarah's trying to use as evidence of her being abused, but it's going to be injuries to George that she's trying to use.
Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed.
Well, that was the... Do you understand that? So again, Owens trying to get on the record that, no, I advised my client. It's on the record.
Anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right, so ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions.
So there it is. Sarah wanted these medical records of George to be included in her defense. And at this point, they've run out of time. They've come up against the clock. Kevin Beck couldn't get it done. No last-minute field goal. The medical records aren't coming in. Ma'am, do you understand that this is a strategic decision that your lawyers have made? I do.
Similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days, I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So Ocean Sounds, it's looking like the Friday Night Ramble is going to be tonight in 4.5 hours. But yeah, about 4.5 hours. It's not going to be a long one. I'm going to read the transcript of Allen versus Georgia, which is not a Sarah Boone related case. It's just an excuse for me to use my James Owens voice. Look at Mr. Cacciatore looking over at the defense table. Just an excuse for me to use a stammering James Owens in a hilarious court transcript. And to extend it at the end of the show, We'll do question and answer on the Sarah Boone appeal. If you have any questions about the appellate document, I love it. I think it's a great document. I'd be happy to bring it up on screen. We can go through certain pages, or so if you want to do your homework before the Friday Night Ramble, bring something to the table. Questions about the Sarah Boone appeal document can be part of the unstructured ramble towards the back half of the show.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire for the evening?
Sorry.
That's okay.
My understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
Dr.
I know
Tanya
Mr.
Werner.
Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated time frame.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in bed.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Bit of a spoiler here, too. They do manage to get done in the next 2 days, and we also know the jury is able to deliberate way faster than they're able to get this discussion complete.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, State? Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till... Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone with scheduling. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses.
So then we'll get into everybody's witnesses. It'll be about 3 or 4.
That I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on, and we'll go from there.
Okay, all right, appreciate the lay of the land. All right, we will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr.
One more.
Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening.
I agree, Suma.
My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight. That didn't happen.
One of the little details when I was doing my background research on Judge Kranick was he had some experience as an appellate lawyer, and I'm sure that would give him particular insight into, oh yeah, these things always work, or always do this, or, you know, judges miss this, whatever it is, from working on the other side of the, or, you know, from basically a different motivation of trying to, you know, find openings for appeal. As a judge, he's probably way more equipped to make sure he's shutting those doors before they even open.
But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
Mr. J does not want to be forced to accommodate lunch.
Deposition will be at 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right, thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
Boom. That's the end of the stream. That gives me 4.5 hours until the Friday Night Ramble. The Friday Night Ramble will be Fenton Allen. Allen versus Georgia. I don't know why I keep saying Fenton. There might be a Fenton that's involved. Let me, I'll give a little preview of it just before we go today, just so you know what we have a store. Documents, Denver. It is Fenton Allen. Okay. Denver versus Fenton Allen. Won't even have it up on your screen. I'm just going to skip ahead here. So the court I'm going to do in my voice, and Mr. Allen I'm going to do in a James Owens voice. Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with him, the lawyer he's trying to fire. Or two, you can try this case yourself. Now, I definitely think that's... I got a right to have... Wait a minute, listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you ever made in your life. So basically, you're sitting here telling me, now, you're going to find me guilty if I go to trial and trying to defend myself. You're probably right. That would be my guess, if you try and defend yourself. You don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you? No. You don't know anything about cross-examining witnesses. No. You don't know anything about criminal procedure. Now, I don't have to do you know anything? I don't have to let this guy suck my dick. To get some legal representation. You know something, I'll be honest, Mr. Allen, I don't really believe that. I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I'm supposed to have the right to an attorney and I'm going to work with this attorney. Well, that's up to you. I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, that's up to you. So I hold myself in contempt if you try and pull me up here to court with this attorney. That's fine. I mean, it's up to you. I told you what your choices are. You can go to trial. I'm just telling you. Well, listen to me. I hold myself in contempt. Listen to me. Fuck you. Listen to me. Go fuck yourself. I'm through here. Are you all done? I'm finding you in contempt of court. I don't care. I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm going to add 20 days for everything you say. Fuck you. 40 days. Fuck you again. 60. Go fuck yourself. A year. Your mama. 10 years. Suck my dick. All right. I think that gives you guys a flavor for that court transcript. That's Fenton Allen versus Georgia. I'll be reading it tonight on the Friday Night Ramble. What else do we have to do before we close this stream off? I think I'm going to go full screen. We're going to zip from the great state of Florida. Oh, wow, that's big. Yeah, tilt that back a little bit. Show off the mic. Got the headset on. Oh, don't touch the mic, though. That makes an awful sound. Thank you for sticking with me. This has been a great stream. We went a little long. I said 10 hours. Holy fuck. Okay, we went long. We went longer than I was expecting. Disney Mom, I was reading the transcript of the trial between Fenton Allen and the state of Georgia. Fenton Allen was an incarcerated inmate that managed to get himself brought before the judge and wanted to fire his attorney. And it's an interesting exchange the two of them have. So interesting that the creators of Rick and Morty, who George was a fan of, they did their own animation and narration of that transcript. And it's available on YouTube, so you can look up Allen versus Georgia, and you'll probably see some Rick and Morty style animations. By all means, check that out. And if you don't want to check it out, you want to leave it fresh, you'll see me in about 4.5 hours as I do a reading of it. And then we'll talk questions on the appeal. We can talk questions on the trial. Anything you're up for, basically, 4.5 hours from now. I'm going to have myself... I've actually had too many medical snacks. I need to eat something that has vitamins and nutrients in it. Fucking Pop-Tarts and cookies. 10 hours? That's not a lunch. That's not a meal. I have to eat better. I hope you guys are fine, because I'm Dan D, and this has been a fine and dandy live stream. It's got to end sometime. It can't go on forever. It has gone on 10 hours. Carolina Hurtado's here. Summa Cum Loudmouth was here. Daniel Chavon, Addie is me, Disney Mom, so many great members of this community. And let me just, maybe I'll close by thanking all the people that were able to give gift memberships and become members today. Rita Schuler, Addie is me, Bedtime Lullabies, Laura Ann, all either got their own memberships or gifted one. We see everybody wants to be Deaf Tess, who could just like not have to hear Sarah. I don't know why you guys are all wanting to look at her all day long, but yeah, I didn't vote in that poll. I don't vote in polls, especially ones where I feel like the host is trying to skew you to an answer. That should be a quiz, not a poll. All right, that's enough shade there. Ramono says, other than that, or Suma says to Ramono, other than that, the calls are entertaining. Okay, yeah, so final pitch on the calls. If you're a Third Rail fan and you have a relatively good relationship with the P-Man, let them know that it's a serious offer. I will edit those videos. They will be more interesting to watch. And we'll even start by re-editing one of their existing videos. So, what's the harm? Nobody's listening to call one over and over again, right? Oh, is this the next day? Is it already looped? No. But yeah, so that's a great argument for, try it out. At worst case, you've got a bunch more people interested in call one because I've cut it differently and done something different with it. And maybe I'm full of shit. Maybe I can't edit either. And, we'll find out when they send me the video and it's like, I can't do shit with this. You did the absolute best job that could possibly be done with a call. Yay, that's a possibility. It's not impossible. But yeah, if you're on speaking terms with the Third Rail company, let them know Dan D could edit those calls and could make them good, and then they could just sit back. They could play the collab video. They could comment on it on their own time, on their own Patreon. They could say, hey, Dan D's way off. He doesn't know the backstory. He cut this. It makes us look bad. The reality is XYZ. And talk to Launchpad here. Launchpad will tell you. Maybe they could become endearing characters in the whole saga. They could also lean into just, hey, we're assholes. And, fuck you if you don't like us. I think they would get way more views if they just kind of embraced the villain role and said, yeah, fuck it. We tried to make money off her. Fuck you guys for being so interested in her. Here's the stuff. You want it, you got to pay for it. Yeah, Dan D's doing it because I can't be sick. It makes me sick to listen to it. I can't stand it anymore. Fuck you guys. Give me money, give me money, give me money. Even that would probably get them more interest and more money, more legitimacy for their calls. So there's my pitch for that. I think that's a good way to end this. Come back in 4.5 hours if it's convenient for you. It has nothing to do with Sarah unless you guys bring Sarah questions to the end of the table. I'm just going to start with a little music in the background. We'll do a nuanced read of Fenton Allen versus State of Georgia. There'll be some swearing. Can I curse? Yes, I can. Do we have to monetize the feed? No, not necessarily. If I get it struck for too much cursing, that's just the way it is. It's just a bit of fun content that you guys can watch ad-free because the monetization will be turned off. Thank you to Kelia, who's given me some great ideas. Thank you for LZB, who has made the dandelion logo with the dandelion mane and bits of the flowers in the wind. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a lovely logo. Check out my shorts. There's some great shorts. A lot of inspiration that's being held lately. Okay, I think this is about it. I'm going to do like the millennial thing, or this is basically back when we were like doing analog. You'd freeze frame so that the camera could get a still before, this is Dan D reporting from Dan D True Crime. So I'm going to do that so that when the video cuts, it's not going to cut me off saying, hope you're all fine and Dan. We don't want that. So I hope you're fine. I'm Dan D. Together we're fine and dandy, and this has been a fine and dandy video.